Section 1 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Newman. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 1, 238th Night to 240th Night. Ni'amah bin al-Rabi'a and Naomi, his slave girl. There lived once in the city of Kufa a man called al-Rabi'a bin Hatim, who was one of the chief men of the town, a wealthy and a healthy, and heaven had vouchsafed him a son, whom he named Ni'amah Allah. One day, being in the slave-broker's mart, he saw a woman exposed for sale, with a little maid of wonderful beauty and grace on her arm. So he beckoned to the broker and asked him, "How much for this woman and her daughter?" He answered, 50 dinars. Quoth al-Rabi'a, "Write the contract of sale, and take the money, and give it to her owner." Then he gave the broker the price and his brokerage, and taking the woman and her child, carried them to his house. Now when the daughter of his uncle, who was his wife, saw the slave, she said to her husband, "O my cousin, what is this damsel?" He replied, "Of a truth, I bought her for the sake of the little one on her arm. For I know that when she groweth up there will not be her like for beauty, either in the land of the Arabs or the Ajams." His wife remarked, "Right was thy rede," and said to this woman, "What is thy name?" She replied, "O my lady, my name is Tauflik." "And what is thy daughter's name?" asked she. Answered the slave, "Sa'ad, the happy." Rejoined her mistress, "Thou sayest sooth, thou art indeed happy, and happy is he who hath bought thee." Then quoth she to her husband, "O my cousin, what wilt thou call her?" And quoth he, "Whatso thou chooses." So she said, "Then let us call her Naomi." And he rejoined, "Good is thy device." The little Naomi was reared with al-Rabi'a's son, Ni'amah, in one cradle, so to speak, till the twain reached the age of 10, and each grew handsomer than the other. And the boy used to address her, "O my sister," and she, "O my brother," till they came to that age when al-Rabi'a said to Ni'amah, "O my son, Naomi is not thy sister, but thy slave. I bought her in thy name whilst thou wast yet in the cradle, so call her no more sister from this day forth." Quoth Ni'amah, "If that be so, I will take her to wife." Then he went to his mother and told her of this, and she said to him, "O my son, she is thy handmaid." So he wedded, and went in unto Naomi, and loved her. And 2 years passed over them whilst in this condition, nor was there in all Kufa a fairer girl than Naomi, or a sweeter, or a more graceful. As she grew up, she learnt the Koran, and read works of science, and excelled in music and playing upon all kinds of instruments. And in the beauty of her singing she surpassed all the folk of her time. Now one day, as she sat with her husband in the wine-chamber, she took the lute, tightened the strings, and sang these 2 couplets. "While thou'rt my lord, whose bounty's my estate, a sword whereby my woes to annihilate, recourse I never need to Amru or Zate, nor aught save thee, if way to me grow straight." Ni'amah was charmed with these verses, and said to her, "By my life, O Naomi, sing to us with the tambourine and other instruments." So she sang these couplets to a lively measure. "By his life who holds my guarding rein, I swear I'll meet on love ground parlous foe nor care. Good sooth I'll vex revilers, thee obey, and quit my slumbers and all joy forswear. And for thy love I'll dig in vitals mine a grave, nor shall my vitals weet 'tis there." And Ni'amah exclaimed, "Heaven favoured art thou, O Naomi!" But whilst they led thus the most joyous life, behold, Al-Hajjaj, the viceroy of Kufa, said to himself, "Needs must I contrive to take this girl named Naomi and send her to the commander of the faithful, Abd al-Malik bin Marwan, for he hath not in his palace her like for beauty and sweet singing." So he summoned an old woman of the duennas of his wives, and said to her, "Go to the house of Al-Rabi'a, and foregather with the girl Naomi, and combine means to carry her off, for her like is not to be found on the face of the earth." She promised to do his bidding. The next morning she donned the woolen clothes of a devotee, and hung around her neck a rosary of beads by the thousand, and henting in hand a staff and a leather water bottle of Yamani manufacture. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 238th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman promised to do the bidding of Al-Hajjaj, and whenas it was morning, she donned the woolen clothes of a devotee, and hung around her neck a rosary of beads by the thousand, and hent in hand a staff and a leather water bottle of Yamani manufacture, and fared forth, crying, 'Glory be to Allah! Praised be Allah! There is no God but the God! Allah is most great! There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great!' Nor did she leave off her lauds and her groaning in prayer whilst her heart was full of guile and wiles, till she came to the house of Ni'amah bin al-Rabi'a at the hour of noon prayer, and knocked at the door. The doorkeeper opened and said to her, 'What dost thou want?' Quoth she, 'I am a poor pious woman, whom the time of noon prayer hath overtaken, and fief would I pray in this blessed place.' Answered the porter, 'O old woman, this is no mosque nor oratory, but the house of Ni'amah, son of Al-Rabi'a.' She replied, 'I know there is neither cathedral mosque nor oratory like the house of Ni'amah bin Al-Rabi'a. I am a chamberwoman of the palace of the Prince of True Believers, and am come out for worship and the visitation of holy places.' But the porter rejoined, 'Thou canst not enter,' and many words passed between them, till at last she caught hold and hung to him, saying, 'Shall the like of me be denied admission to the house of Ni'amah bin Al-Rabi'a, I who have free access to the houses of emirs and grandees?' Anon out came Ni'amah, and hearing their loud language, laughed, and bade the old woman enter after him. So she followed him into the presence of Naomi, whom she saluted after the godliest and goodliest fashion, and when she looked on her, she was confounded at her exceeding seemliness, and said to her, 'O my lady, I commend thee to the safeguard of Allah who made thee, and thy lord fellows in beauty and loveliness.' Then she stood up in the prayer niche, and betook herself to inclination and prostration and prayer, till day departed and night darkened and starkened. When Naomi said to her, 'O my mother, rest thy legs and feet awhile,' replied the old woman, 'O my lady, whoso seeketh the world to come, let him weary him in this world, and whoso wearieth not himself in this world shall not attain the dwellings of the just in the world to come.' Then Naomi brought her food, and said to her, 'Eat of my bread, and pray heaven to accept my penitence, and to have mercy on me.' But she cried, 'O my lady, I am fasting. As for thee, thou art but a girl, and it befitteth thee to eat and drink and make merry. Allah be indulgent to thee, for the Almighty saith, all shall be punished except him who shall repent and believe and shall work a righteous work.' So Naomi continued sitting with the old woman in talk, and presently said to Ni'amah, 'O my lord, conjure this ancient dame to sojourn with us a while, for piety and devotion are imprinted on her countenance.' Quoth he, 'Set apart for her a chamber where she may say her prayers, and suffer no one to go into her. Peradventure Allah, extolled and exalted be He, shall prosper us by the blessing of her presence, and never separate us.' So the old woman passed her night in praying and reciting the Quran, and when Allah caused the morn to dawn, she went in to Ni'amah and Naomi, and giving them good morning, said to them, "I pray Allah have you in his holy keeping." Quoth Naomi, "Whither away, O my mother? My lord hath bidden me set apart for thee a chamber, where thou mayst seclude thee for thy devotions." Replied the old woman, "Allah give him long life, and continue his favour to you both. But I would have you charge the doorkeeper not to stay my coming in to you, and, Inshallah, I will go the round of the holy places, and pray for you too at the end of my devotions every day and night." Then she went out, whilst Naomi wept for parting with her, knowing not the cause of her coming, and returned to Al-Hajjaj, who said to her, "As thou do my bidding soon, thou shalt have of me abundant good." Quoth she, "I ask of thee a full month." And quoth he, "Take the month." Thereupon the old hag fell to daily visiting Ni'amah's house, and frequented his slave wife Naomi. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 239th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old hag fell to visiting daily Ni'amah's house and frequenting his slave wife Naomi, and both ceased not to honour her, and she used to go into them morning and evening, and all in the house respected her, till one day, being alone with Naomi, she said to her, "O my lady, by Allah, when I go to the holy places, I will pray for thee, and I only wish thou wert with me, that thou mightest look on the elders of the faith who resort thither, and they should pray for thee according to thy desire." Naomi cried, "I conjure thee, by Allah, take me with thee." And she replied, "Ask leave of thy mother-in-law, and I will take thee." So Naomi said to her husband's mother, "O my lady, ask my master to let us go forth, me and thee, one day with this my old mother, to prayer and worship with the fakirs in the holy places." Now when Ni'amah came in and sat down, the old woman went up to him, and would have kissed his hand, but he forbade her. So she invoked blessings on him, and left the house. Next day she came in again, in the absence of Ni'amah, and she addressed Naomi, saying, "We prayed for thee yesterday, but arise now, and divert thyself, and return ere thy lord come home." So Naomi said to her mother-in-law, "I beseech thee, for Allah's sake, give me leave to go with this pious woman, that I may sight the saints of Allah in the holy places, and return speedily ere my lord come back." Quoth Ni'amah's mother, "I fear lest thy lord know." But said the old woman, "By Allah, I will not let her take seat on the floor. No, she shall look, standing on her feet, and not tarry." So she took the damsel by guile, and carrying her to Al-Hajjaj's palace, told him of her coming, after placing her in a lonely chamber, whereupon he went in to her, and looking upon her, saw her to be the loveliest of the people of the day. Never had he beheld her like. Now when Naomi caught sight of him, she veiled her face from him, but he left her not till he had called his chamberlain, whom he commanded to take 50 horsemen, and he bade him mount the damsel on a swift dromedary, and bear her to Damascus, and there deliver her to the commander of the faithful, Abd al-Malik bin Marwan. Moreover, he gave him a letter for the Caliph, saying, "Bear him this letter, and bring me his answer, and hasten thy return to me." So the chamberlain, without losing time, took the damsel, and she, tearful for separation from her lord, and setting out with her on a dromedary, gave not over journeying till he reached Damascus. There he sought audience of the commander of the faithful, and when it was granted, the chamberlain delivered the damsel and reported the circumstance. The Caliph appointed her a separate apartment, and going into his harem, said to his wife, "Al-Hajjaj hath bought me a slave girl of the daughters of the kings of Kufa for 10,000 dinars, and hath sent me this letter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 240th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph acquainted his wife with the story of the slave girl, she said to him, Allah increase to thee his favour. Then the Caliph's sister went in to the supposed slave girl, and when she saw her, she said, By Allah, not unlucky is the man who hath thee in his house, where thy cost 100,000 dinars. And Naomi replied, O fair of face, what king's palace is this, and what is the city? She answered, This is the city of Damascus, and this is the palace of my brother, the commander of the faithful, Abd al-Malik bin Marwan. Then she resumed, Didst thou not know all this? Naomi said, By Allah, O my lady, I had no knowledge of it. When the other asked, And he who sold thee and took thy price, did he not tell thee that the Caliph had bought thee? Now when Naomi heard these words, she shed tears and said to herself, Verily I have been tricked, and the trick hath succeeded. Adding to herself, If I speak, none will credit me, so I will hold my peace and take patience, for I know that the relief of Allah is near. Then she bent her head for shame, and indeed her cheeks were tanned by the journey and the sun. So the Caliph's sister left her that day, and returned to her on the morrow with clothes and necklaces of jewels, and dressed her. After which the Caliph came in to her, and sat down by her side, and his sister said to him, Look on this handmaid, in whom Allah hath conjoined every perfection of beauty and loveliness. So he said to Naomi, Draw back the veil from thy face. But she would not unveil, and he beheld not her face. However, he saw her wrists, and love of her entered his heart. And he said to his sister, I will not go in unto her for 3 days, till she be cheered by thy converse. Then he arose and left her. But Naomi ceased not to brood over her case and sigh for her separation from her master, Ni'amah, till she fell sick of a fever during the night, and ate not nor drank, and her favour faded, and her charms were changed. They told the Caliph of this, and her condition grieved him. So he visited her with physicians and men of skill, but none could come at a cure for her. This is how it fared with her. But as regards Ni'amah, when he returned home, he sat down on his bed and cried, Ho, Naomi! But she answered not. So he rose in haste and called out, yet none came to him, as all the women in the house had hidden themselves for fear of him. Then he went out to his mother, whom he found sitting with her cheek on her hand, and said to her, O my mother, where is Naomi? She answered, O my son, she is with one who is worthier than I to be trusted with her, namely the devout old woman. She went forth with her to visit devotionally the fakirs and return. Quoth Ni'amah, Since when hath this been her habit, and at what hour went she forth? Quoth his mother, She went out early in the morning. He asked, And how camest thou to give her leave for this? And she answered, O my son, 'twas she persuaded me. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great, exclaimed Ni'amah. And going forth from his home in a state of distraction, he repaired to the captain of the watch, to whom said he, Dost thou play tricks upon me, and steal my slave girl away from my house? I will assuredly complain of thee to the commander of the faithful. Said the chief of police, Who hath taken her? And Ni'amah replied, An old woman, of such and such a mien, clad in woolen raiment, and carrying a rosary of beads numbered by thousands. Rejoined the other, Find me the old woman, and I will get thee back thy slave girl. And who knows the old woman? Retorted Ni'amah. And who knows the hidden things save Allah? May he be extolled and exalted, cried the chief, who knew her for Al-Hajjaj's procuress. Cried Ni'amah, I look to thee for my slave girl, and Al-Hajjaj shall judge between thee and me. And the master of the police answered, Go to whom thou wilt. So Ni'amah went to the palace of Al-Hajjaj, for his father was one of the chief men of Kufa. And when he arrived there, the chamberlain went in to the governor and told him the case, whereupon Al-Hajjaj said, Hither with him. And when he stood before him, inquired, What be thy business? Said Ni'amah, Such and such things have befallen me. And the governor said, Bring me the chief of police, and we will commend him to seek for the old woman. Now he knew that the chief of police was acquainted with her. So when he came, he said to him, I wish thee to make search for the slave girl of Ni'amah, son of Al-Rabi'a. And he answered, None knoweth the hidden things save Almighty Allah. Rejoined Al-Hajjaj, There is no help for it, but thou send out horsemen, and look for the damsel in all the roads, and seek for her in the towns. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 1. Recording by Paul Newman, Sheffield, England. Storyfolksinger.co.uk.
Section 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 2, 241st Night to 243rd Night. When it was the 241st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O spacious king, that Al-Hajjaj said to the captain of the watch, There is no help for it but thou send out horsemen, and look for the damsel on all roads, and seek for her in the towns. Then he turned to Ni'amah and said to him, And thy slave girl return not. I will give thee 10 slave girls from my house, and the 10 from that of the chief of police. And he again bade the captain of the watch, Go and seek for the girl. So he went out, and Ni'amah returned home full of trouble and despairing of life, for he had now reached the age of 14, and there was yet no hair on his side cheeks. So he wept and lamented, and shut himself up from his household, and ceased not to weep and lament, he and his mother, till the morning, when his father came in to him and said, O my son, of a truth Al-Hajjaj hath put a cheat upon the damsel, and hath taken her. But from hour to hour Allah giveth relief. However, grief redoubled on Ni'amah, so that he knew not what he said, nor knew he who came in to him. And he fell sick for 3 months, his charms were changed, his father despaired of him, and the physicians visited him and said, There is no remedy for him save the damsel. Now as his father was sitting one day, behold, he heard tell of a skilful Persian physician, whom the folks gave out for perfect medicine in astrology and geomancy. So Al-Rabi'a sent for him and, seating him by his side, entreated him with honor and said to him, Look into my son's case. Thereupon quoth he to Ni'amah, Give me thy hand. The young man gave his hand, and he felt his pulse and his joints and looked into his face, and he laughed and turning to his father said, Thy son's ailment is one of the heart. He replied, Thou sayest sooth, O sage, but apply thy skill to his state and case, and acquaint me with the whole thereof, and hide naught from me of his condition. Quoth the Persian, Of a truth he is enamoured of a slave girl, and the slave girl is either in Bassorah or Damascus, and there is no remedy for him but reunion with her. Said Al-Rabi'a, An thou bringest them together, thou shalt live all thy life in wealth and delight. Answered the Persian, In good sooth this be an easy matter and soon brought about. And he turned to Ni'amah and said to him, No hurt shall befall thee, so be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. And quoth he to Al-Rabi'a, Bring me forth 1,000 dinars of your money. So he gave them to him and added, I wish to carry thy son with me to Damascus, and Almighty Allah willing, I will not return thence but with the damsel. Then he turned to the youth and asked, What is thy name? And he answered, Ni'amah. Quoth the Persian, O Ni'amah, sit up and be of good heart, for Allah will reunite thee with the damsel. And when he sat up the leach continued, Be of good cheer, for we set out for Damascus this very day. Put thy trust in the Lord, and eat and drink and be cheerful, so as to fortify thyself for travel. Upon this the Persian began making preparations of all things needed, such as presents and rarities. And he took to Arabia in the sum of the 10,000 dinars, together with horses and camels and beasts of burden and other requisites. Then Ni'amah farewelled his father and mother and journeyed with the physician to Aleppo. They could find no news of Naomi there, so they fared on to Damascus, where they abode 3 days, after which the Persian took a shop, and he adorned even the shelves with vessels of costly porcelain, with covers of silver, and with gildings and stuff of price. Moreover, he set before himself vases and flagons of glass, full of all manner of ointments and ups, and he surrounded them with cups of crystal. And placing astrolabe and geomantic tablet facing him, he donned a physician's habit and took his seat in the shop. Then he said Ni'amah standing before him clad in a shirt and a gown of silk, and girding his middle with a silken kerchief gold embroidered, he said to him, O Ni'amah, henceforth thou art my son. So call me not but sire, and I will call thee not but son. And he replied, I hear and obey. Thereupon the people of Damascus flocked to the Persian's shop, that they might gaze on the youth's goodliness and the beauty of the shop and its contents, while the physician spoke to Ni'amah in Persian, and he answered him in the same tongue, for he knew the language, after the wont of the sons of the notables. So that Persian doctors soon became known among the townsfolk, and they began to acquaint him with their ailments, and he to prescribe for them remedies. Moreover, they brought him the water of the sick in vials, and he would test it and say, He, whose water this is suffering from such and such a disease, and the patient would declare, Verily this physician saith sooth. So he continued to do the occasions of the folk, and they flocked to him, till his fame spread throughout the city and into houses of the great. Now one day as he sat in his shop, behold there came upon an old woman riding on an ass with a stuffed saddle of brocade embroidered with jewels, and stopping before the Persian's shop, drew rein and beckoned him, saying, Take my hand. He took her hand, and she alighted and asked him, Art thou the Persian physician from Iraq? Yes, he answered, and she said, I know that I have a sick daughter. Then she brought out to him a phial, and the Persian took it and said to her, O my mistress, tell me thy daughter's name, that I may calculate her horoscope and learn the hour in which it will benefit her to drink medicine. She replied, O my brother the Persian, her name is Naomi. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 242nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Persian heard of the name of Naomi, he fell to calculating and writing on his hand, and presently said, O my lady, I cannot prescribe a medicine for her till I know what countrywoman she is, because of the difference of climate. So tell me, in what land was she brought up, and what is her age? The old woman replied, She is 14 years old, and she was brought up in Kufa of Iraq. And he asked, And how long hath she sojourned in this country? But a few months, she answered. Now when Ni'amah heard the old woman's words, and recognized the name of his slave girl, his heart fluttered, and he was like to faint. Then said the Persian, Such and such medicine will suit her case. And the old woman rejoined, Then make them up, and give me what thou hast mentioned, with the blessings of Almighty Allah. So saying, she threw upon the shop board 10 gold pieces, and he looked at Ni'amah and bade him prepare the necessary drugs. Whereupon she also looked at the youth and exclaimed, Allah have thee in his keeping, my son! Verily she favour thee in age and mien. Then she said to the physician, O my brother the Persian, is this thy slave or thy son? He is my son, answered he. So Ni'amah put up the medicine and placing it in a little box, took a piece of paper and wrote thereupon these 2 couplets. If Naomi bless me with a single glance, let Su'ada sue and Jamal joy too, they said. Forget her, 20 such thou'lt find, but none is like her, I will not forget. He pressed the paper into the box and, sealing it up, wrote upon the cover the following words in Kufic characters: I am Ni'amah of Al-Rabi'a of Kufa. Then he set it before the old woman, who took it and bade them farewell and returned to the Caliph's palace. And when she went up with the drugs to the damsel, she placed the little box of medicine at her feet, saying, "O my lady, know that there is lately come to our town a Persian physician, than whom I never saw a more skilful nor a better versed in matters of malady. I told him thy name, after showing him the water bottle, and forthwith he knew thine ailment and prescribed a remedy. Then he bade his son make thee up this medicine, and there is not in Damascus a comelier or a seemlier youth than this lad of his, nor hath any one a shop like this of his shop." So Naomi took the box and seeing the name of her lord and his father written on the cover, changed colour and said to herself, "Doubtless the owner of this shop is come in search of me." So she said to the old woman, "Describe me this youth." Answered the old woman, "His name is Ni'amah. He hath a mole in his right eyebrow, is richly clad, and is perfectly handsome." Cried Naomi, "Give me the medicine, whereupon be the blessing and help of Almighty Allah." So she drank off the potion and she was laughing and said, "Indeed it is a blessed medicine." And then she sought in the box and finding the paper, opened it, read it and understood it, and knew that this was indeed her lord, whereas her heart was solaced and she rejoiced. Now when the old woman saw her laughing, she exclaimed, "This is indeed a blessed day." And Naomi said, "O nurse, I have a mind for something to eat and drink." The old woman said to the serving woman, "Bring a tray of dainty viands for your mistress." Whereupon they set food before her and she sat down to eat. And behold in came Khalif, who, seeing her sitting at meat, rejoiced, and the old woman said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I give thee joy of thy handmaid Naomi's recovery, and the cause is that there is lately come to this our city a physician than whom I never saw a better versed in diseases and their remedies. I fetched her medicine from him, and she is drunken of it but once and is restored to health." Quoth he, "Take 1,000 dinars and apply thyself to her treatment, till she is completely recovered." And he went away, rejoicing in the damsel's recovery, whilst the old woman betook herself to the Persian's house and delivered the 1,000 dinars, giving him to know that she was become the Caliph's slave, and also handing him a letter which Naomi had written. He took it and gave the letter to Ni'amah, who at first sight knew her hand and fell down in a swoon. When he revived, he opened the letter and found these words written therein: "From the slave despoiled of her Ni'amah, her delight, her whose reason hath been beguiled and who is parted from the core of her heart. But afterwards of a truth thy letter hath reached me and hath broadened my breast and solaced my soul, even as saith the poet, Thy note came, long lost hungers wrote that note, so drop they sweetest scents for what they wrote. 'Twas Moses to his mother's arms restored, 'twas Jacob's eyes sight cursed by Joseph's coat." When Ni'amah read these verses, his eyes ran over with tears, and the old woman said to him, "What maketh thee to weep, my son?" "Allah never caused thine eyes to shed tears." Cried the Persian, "O my lady, how should my son not weep, seeing that this is his slave girl and he her lord, Ni'amah son of Al-Rabi'a of Cufa, and her health dependeth on her seeing him, for naught aileth her but loving him." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 243rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Persian cried out to the old woman, "How shall my son not weep, seeing that this is his slave girl and he her lord Ni'amah, son of Al-Rabi'a of Cufa, and the health of this damsel dependeth on her seeing him, and naught aileth her but loving him. So do thou, O my lady, take these 1,000 dinars to thyself and thou shalt have of me yet more than this. Only look on us with eyes of rush, for we know not how to bring this affair to a happy end save through thee." Then she said to Ni'amah, "Say, art thou indeed her lord?" He replied, "Yes." And she rejoined, "Thou sayest sooth, for she ceaseth not continually to name thee." Then he told her all that had passed from first to last, and she said, "O youth, thou shalt owe me thy reunion with her to none but myself." So she mounted and, at once returning to Naomi, looked in her face and laughed. saying, "It is just, O my daughter, that thou weep and fall sick for thy separation of thy master Ni'amah, son of al-Rabi'a of Cufa." Quoth Naomi, "Verily, the veil hath been withdrawn for thee and the truth revealed to thee." Rejoined the old woman, "Be of good cheer and take heart, for I will assuredly bring you together, though it cost me my life." Then she returned to Ni'amah and said to him, "I went to thy slave girl and conversed with her, and find that she longeth for thee yet more than thou for her. For although the Commander of the Faithful is minded to become intimate with her, she refuses herself to him. But if thou be stout of purpose and firm of heart, I will bring you together and venture my life for you and play some trick and make shift to carry thee into Caliph's palace, where thou shalt meet her, for she cannot come forth." And Ni'amah answered, "Allah requite thee with good!" Then she took leave of him and went back to Naomi and said, "Thy lord is indeed dying of love for thee and would fain see thee and foregather with thee. What sayest thou?" Naomi replied, "And I too am longing for his sight and dying for his love." Whereupon the old woman took a parcel of women's clothes and ornaments and, repairing to Ni'amah, said to him, "Come with me into some place apart." So he brought her into the room behind the shop where she stained his hands and decked his wrists and plaited his hair; after which she clad him in a slave girl's habit and adorned him after the fairest fashions of women's adornment, till he was as one of the flowers of the garden of heaven. And when she saw him thus she exclaimed, "Blessed be Allah, best of creators! By Allah, thou art handsomer than the damsel! Now walk with thy left shoulder forward and thy right well behind, and sway thy hips from side to side." So he walked before, as she bade him, and, when she saw he had caught the trick of the woman's gait, she said to him, "Expect me to-morrow night, and Allah willing, I will take and carry thee to the palace. But when thou seest the chamberlains and the eunuchs, be bold, and bow thy head and speak not with any, for I will prevent their speech, and with Allah is success." Accordingly, when the morning dawned and she returned and carrying him to the palace, entered before him and he after her step by step, the chamberlain would have stopped his entering, but the old woman said to him, "O most ill omened of slave, this is the handmaid of Naomi, the Caliph's favourite. How durst thou stay her when she would enter?" Then she said, "Come in, O damsel." And the old woman went in and they ceased not faring on till they drew near the door leading to the inner piazza of the palace, when she said to him, "O Ni'amah, harden thyself and take courage and enter and turn to the left. Then count 5 doors and pass through the 6th, for it is that of the place prepared for thee. Fear nothing, and if any speak to thee, answer not, neither stop." Then she went up with him to the door, and the chamberlain there on the guard accosted her, saying, "What damsel is this?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 2. Recording by Philippa.
Section 3 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Delfrio. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 3, 244th Night to 246th Night. When it was the 244th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the chamberlain accosted the old woman, saying, 'What damsel is this?' quoth the ancient dame, 'Our lady hath a mind to buy her.' And he rejoined, 'None may enter save by leave of the Commander of the Faithful. So do thou go back with her. I cannot let her pass, for thus am I commanded.' Replied the old woman, 'O chief chamberlain, use thy reason. Thou knowest that Naomi, the Caliph's slave girl, of whom he is enamoured, is but now restored to health, and the commander of the faithful hardly yet crediteth her recovery. She is minded to buy this handmaid, so oppose thou not her entrance, lest haply it come to Naomi's knowledge, and she be wroth with thee, and suffer a relapse, and this cause thy head to be cut off. Then said she to Niamah, Enter, O damsel, pay no heed to what he saith, and tell not the queen consort that her chamberlain opposed thine entrance. So Niamah bowed his head and entered the palace, and would have turned to the left, but mistook the direction, and walked to his right. And meaning to count 5 doors and enter the 6th, he counted 6, and entering the 7th, found himself in a place whose floor was carpeted with brocade, and whose walls were hung with curtains of gold-embroidered silk. And therein stood censers of aloes wood, and ambergris, and strong-scented musk. And at the upper end was a couch bespread with cloth of gold, on which he seated himself, marvelling at the magnificence he saw, and knowing not what was written for him in the secret purpose. As he sat musing on his case, the Caliph's sister, followed by her handmaid, came in upon him, and, seeing the youth seated there, took him for a slave-girl, and accosted him, and said, Who art thou, O damsel, and what is thy case, and who brought thee hither? He made no reply, and was silent, when she continued, O damsel, if thou be one of my brother's concubines, and he be wroth with thee, I will intercede with him for thee, and get thee grace. But he answered her not a word, so she said to her slave-girl, Stand at the door, and let none enter. Then she went up to Niamah, and looking at him was amazed at his beauty, and said to him, O lady, tell me who thou art, and what is thy name, and how thou camest here? For I have never seen thee in our palace. Still he answered not, whereat she was angered, and, putting her hand on his bosom, found no breasts, and would have unveiled him, that she might know who he was. But he said to her, O my lady, I am thy slave, and I cast myself on thy protection. Do thou protect me. She said, No harm shall come to thee, but tell me who thou art, and who brought thee into this my apartment. Answered he, O princess, I am known as Niamah bin Arabiya of Kufa, and I have ventured my life for the sake of my slave-girl, Naomi, whom Al-Hajjaj took by sleight and sent hither. Said she, Fear not, no harm shall befall thee. Then, calling her maid, she said to her, Go to Naomi's chamber, and send her to me. Meanwhile the old woman went to Naomi's bedroom, and said to her, Hath thy lord come to thee? No, by Allah, answered Naomi. And the other said, Belike he hath gone astray, and entered some chamber other than thine, and lost himself. So Naomi cried, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Our last hour is come, and we are all lost. And while they were sitting and sadly enough pondering their case, in came the princess's handmaid, and saluting Naomi, said to her, My lady biddeth thee to her banquet. I hear and obey, answered the damsel. And the old woman said, Belike thy lord is with the Caliph's sister, and the veil of secrecy hath been rent. So Naomi at once sprang up and betook herself to the princess, who said to her, Here is thy lord sitting with me. It seemeth he hath mistaken the place. But please Allah, neither thou nor he has any cause for fear. When Naomi heard these words, she took heart of grace, and went up to Niamah and her lord when he saw her. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 245th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Niamah saw his handmaid Naomi, he rose to meet her and strained her to his bosom, and both fell to the ground fainting. As soon as they came to themselves, the Caliph's sister said to them, Sit ye down, and take we counsel for your deliverance from this your strait. And they answered, O our lady, we hear and obey. It is thine to command. Quoth she, By Allah, no harm shall befall you from us. Then she bade her handmaids bring meat and drink, which was done, and they sat down and ate till they had enough, after which they sat drinking. Then the cup went round amongst them, and their cares ceased from them. But Niamah said, "Would I knew how this will end." The princess asked, "O Niamah, dost thou love thy slave Naomi?" And he answered, "Of a truth it is my passion for her which hath brought me to this state of peril for my life." Then said she to the damsel, "O Naomi, dost thou love thy lord Niamah?" And she replied, "O my lady, it is the love of him which hath wasted my body and brought me to evil case." Rejoined the princess, "By Allah, since ye love each other thus, may he not be who would part you? Be of good cheer, and keep your eyes cool and clear." At this they both rejoiced, and Naomi called for a lute, and, when they brought it, she took it, and tuned it, and played a lively measure, which enchanted the hearers, and after the prelude sang these couplets. When the slanderers cared but to part us twain, we owed no blood debt could raise their ire, and they poured in our ears all the din of war, and aid failed in friends when my want was dire. I fought them hard with mine eyes and tears, with breath and sword, with the stream and fire. Then Naomi gave the lute to her master, Niamah, saying, "Sing thou to us some verses." So he took it, and playing a lively measure, intoned these couplets. Full moon if unfreckled would favour thee, and sun uneclipsed would reflect thy blee. I wonder, but love is of wonders full, and ardour and passion and ecstasy. How short the way to my love I fare, which from her faring so long I see. Now, when he had made an end of his song, Naomi filled the cup and gave it to him, and he took it and drank it off. Then she filled again and gave the cup to the Caliph's sister, who also emptied it. After which the princess in her turn took the lute, and tightened the strings, and tuned it, and sang these two couplets. Grief, cark, and care in my heart reside, and the fires of love in my breast. My wasted form to all eyes show clear, for desire my body hath mortified. Then she filled the cup, and gave it to Naomi, who drank it off, and taking the lute, sang these two couplets. O to whom I gave soul which thou tortures, and in vain I'd recover from fair unfaith, do grant thy favours my care to cure, ere I die, for this be my latest breath. And they ceased not to sing verses, and drink to the sweet sounds of the strings, full of mirth and merriment, and joy and jollity, till behold, in came the commander of the faithful. Now when they saw him, they rose and kissed the ground before him. And he, seeing Naomi with the lute in her hand, said to her, O Naomi, praised be Allah, who hath done away from thee sickness and suffering. Then he looked at Niamah, who was still disguised as a woman, and said to the princess, O my sister, what damsel is this by Naomi's side? She replied, O commander of the faithful, thou hast here a handmaid, one of thy concubines, and the bosom friend of Naomi, who will neither eat nor drink without her. And she repeated the words of the poet. Two contraries, and both concur in opposite charms, and charms so contraried, by contrast lovelier show. Quoth the Caliph, By Allah omnipotent, verily she is as handsome as Naomi, and tomorrow I will appoint her a separate chamber beside that of her friend, and send her furniture and stuffs, and all that befitteth her, in honor of Naomi. Then the princess called for food and set it before her brother, who ate and made himself at home in their place and company. Then filling a cup, he signed to Naomi to sing. So she took the lute, after draining two of them, and sang these two couplets. Since my toper friend in my hand hath given 3 cups that brim and bubble ever since, I've trailed my skirts throughout night for pride, as though prince of the faithful I were thy prince. The prince of true believers was delighted, and filling another cup, gave it to Naomi, and bade her sing again. So after draining the cup, and sweeping the strings, she sang as follows. O most noble of men in this time and stound, of whom none may boast he is equal found. O matchless in greatness of souls and gifts, O thou chief, O thou king amongst all renowned. Lord, who dealest large boons to the lords of earth, whom thou vexest not nor dost hold them bound. The Lord preserve thee, and spoil thy foes, and ne'er cease thy lot with good fortune crowned. Now when the Caliph heard these couplets, he explained, By Allah, good! By Allah, excellent! Verily the Lord hath been copious to thee. O Naomi, how clever is thy tongue, and how dear is thy speech! And they ceased not their mirth and good cheer till midnight, when the Caliph's sister said to him, Give ear, O Commander of the Faithful, to a tale I have read in books of a certain man of rank. And what is this tale? Quoth he. Quoth she, Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that there lived once in the city of Kufa a youth called Ni'amah, son of Arabian, and he had a slave girl whom he loved, and who loved him. They had been reared in one bed, but when they grew up and mutual love get hold of them, fortune smote them with her calamities, and time, the tyrant, brought upon them his adversity and decreed separation unto them. Thereupon designing and slanderous folk enticed her by sleight forth of his spouse, and, stealing her away from his home, sold her to one of the kings for 10,000 dinars. Now the girl loved her lord even as he loved her, so he left kith and kin and house and home, and the gifts of fortune, and set out to search for her. And when she was found, he devised means to gain access to her. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 246th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph's sister said, and Ni'amah ceased not absenting himself from his kith and kin and patrial stead, that he might gain access to his handmaid, and he incurred every peril, and lavished his life till he gained access to her, and her name was Naomi, like this slave girl. But the interview was short. They had not been long in company when in came the king, who had bought her of her kidnapper, and hastily ordered them to be slain, without doing justice by his own soul, and delaying to inquire into the matter before the command was carried out. Now what sayest thou, O Commander of the Faithful, of this king's wrongous conduct? Answered the Caliph, This was indeed a strange thing. It behoved that king to pardon when he had the power to punish, and he ought to have regarded 3 things in their favor. The first was that they loved each other, the second, that they were in his house and in his grasp, and the third, that it befitteth a king to be deliberate in judging and ordering between folk, and how much more so in cases where he himself is concerned. Wherefore this king thus did an unkingly deed. Then said his sister, O my brother, by the King of the heavens and the earth, I conjure thee, bid Naomi sing, and hearken to that she shall sing. So he said, O Naomi, sing to me. Whereupon she played a lively measure, and sang these couplets. Beguiled is fortune who her guile displays, smiting the heart, bequeathing thoughts that craze, and parting lovers whom she made to meet, till tears in torrent either cheek displays. They were and I was, and my life was glad, while fortune often joyed to join our ways. I will pour tear flood, will rain gouts of blood, thy loss bemoaning through the nights and days. Now when the Commander of the Faithful heard this verse, he was moved to great delight, and his sister said to him, O my brother, whoso decideth in aught against himself, him it behoveth to abide by it, and do according to his word, and thou hast judged against thyself by this judgment. Then said she, O Ni'amah, stand up, and do thou likewise upstand, O Naomi. So they stood up, and she continued, O Prince of true believers, she who standeth before thee is Naomi the stolen, whom Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf al-Sakafi kidnapped and sent to thee, falsely pretending in his letter to thee that he had bought her for 10,000 gold pieces. And this other who standeth before thee is her lord, Ni'amah, son of Arabian. And I beseech thee, by the honor of thy pious forebearers, and by Hazma, and Ukail, and Abbas, to pardon them both, and overlook their offense, and bestow them one on the other, that thou mayst win rich reward in the next world of thy just dealing with them. for they are under thy hand, and verily they have eaten of thy meat and drunken of thy drink, and behold, I make intercession for them, and beg of thee the boon of their blood." Thereupon quoth the Caliph, "Thou speakest sooth. I did indeed give judgment as thou sayest, and I am not one to pass sentence and to revoke it." Then said he, "O Naomi, say, be this thy lord?" And she answered, "Even so, O Commander of the Faithful." Then quoth he, "No harm shall befall you. I give you each 2 other." Adding to the young man, "O Ni'amah, who told thee where she was, and taught thee how to get at this place?" He replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, hearken to my tale, and give ear to my history. For, by the virtue of thy pious forefathers, I will hide nothing from thee." And he told them all that had passed between himself and the Persian physician and the old nurse, and how she had brought him into the palace, and he had mistaken the doors. Whereat the Caliph wondered with exceeding wonder, and said, "Fetch me the Persian." So they brought him into the presence, and he was made one of his chief officers. Moreover, the king bestowed on him robes of honor, and ordered him a handsome present, saying, "When a man hath shown like this man such artful management, it behoveth us to make him one of our chief officers." The Caliph also loaded Ni'amah and Naomi with gifts and honors, and rewarded the old nurse, and they abode with him 7 days in joy and content and all delight of life, when Ni'amah craved leave to return to Kufa with his slave girl. The Caliph gave them permission, and they departed and arrived in due course at Kufa, where Ni'amah was restored to his father and mother, and they abode in all the joys and jollities of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. Now, when Amjad and Asad heard from Bahram this story, they marveled with extreme marvel, and said, "By Allah, this is indeed a rare tale." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Book 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 4, 247th Night to 250th Night. When it was the 247th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O spacious king, that when Amjad and Ashad heard this story from Braham the magician, who had become a Moslem, they marvelled with extreme marvel, and thus passed the night. And when the next morning dawned, they mounted, and riding to the palace, sought an audience with the king, who granted it, and received them with high honor. Now as they were sitting together talking, all of a sudden they heard the townfolk cry aloud, and shouting to one another and calling for help. And the chamberlain came in to the king and said to him, "Some king hath encamped before the city, he and his host, with arms and weapons displayed, and we know not their object and aim." The king took counsel with his Wazir Amjad and his brother Asad, and Amjad said, "I will go out to him and learn the cause of his coming." So he took the horse, and riding forth from the city, repaired to the stranger's camp, where he found the king, and with him a mighty many and mounted Mamelukes. When the guards saw him, they knew him for an envoy of the king from the city, so they took him and brought him before their sultan. Then Amjad kissed the ground before him, but lo! the king was a queen, who was veiled with a mouth veil, and she said to Amjad, "Know that I have no design on this your city, and that I am come hither only in quest of a beardless slave of mine, whom if I find with you, I will do you no harm, but if I find him not, then shall there befall sore onslaught between me and you." Asked Amjad, "O Queen, what like is thy slave, and what is his story, and what may be his name?" She said, "His name is Asad, and my name is Marjana, and this slave came to my town in company of Braham, a Magian, who refused to sell him to me, so I took him by force, But his master fell upon him by night, and bore him away by stealth, and he is of such and such a favour. When Amjad heard that, he knew it was indeed his brother As'ad whom she sought, and said to her, "O Queen of the age, Alhamdolillah, praised be Allah who hath brought us relief! Verily this slave whom thou seekest is my brother." Then he told her their story and all that had befallen them in the land of exile, and acquainted her with the cause of their departure from the Islands of Ebony, whereat she marvelled and rejoiced to have found As'ad. So she bestowed a dress of honour upon Amjad, and he returned forthright to the king, and told him what had passed, at which they all rejoiced, and the king went forth with Amjad and As'ad to meet the Queen Marjanah. When they were admitted to her presence, and sat down to converse with her, and were thus pleasantly engaged, behold, a dust cloud rose and flew and grew, till it walled the view, and after a while it lifted, and showed beneath it an army dight for victory, in numbers like the swelling sea, armed and armoured cap à pie, who making for the city encompassed it around, as the ring encompasseth the little finger, and a bared brand was in every hand. When Amjad and As'ad saw this, they exclaimed, "Verily to Allah we belong and to him we shall return. What is this mighty host? Doubtless these are enemies, and except we agree with this Queen Marjanah to fight them, they will take the town from us and slay us. There is no resource for us but to go out to them and see who they are." So Amjad arose and took horses and passed through the city gate to Queen Marjanah's camp. But when he reached the approaching army, he found it to be that of his grandsire, King Ghayur, father of his mother Queen Budur, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 248th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Amjad reached the approaching host, he found it to be that of his grandsire, Lord of the Isles and the Seas and the Seven Castles. And when he went into the presence, he kissed the ground between his hands and delivered to him the message. Quoth the King, "My name is King Ghayur, and I come wayfaring in quest of my daughter Budur, whom fortune hath taken from me, for she left me and returned not to me, nor have I heard any tidings of her or her husband Kamar al-Zaman. Have ye any news of them?" When Amjad heard this, he hung his head towards the ground for a while in thought, till he felt assured that this king was none other than his grandfather, his mother's father, whereupon he raised his head and, kissing ground before him, told him that he was the son of his daughter Budur. On hearing which, Ghayur threw himself upon him, and they both fell a weeping. Then said Ghayur, "Be praised Allah, O my son, for safety since I have foregathered with thee." And Amjad told him that his daughter Budur was safe and sound, and her husband Kamar al-Zaman likewise, and acquainted him that both abode in the city called the City of Ebony. Moreover, he related to him how his father, being wroth with him and his brother, had commanded that both be put to death, but that his treasurer had taken pity on them and let them go with their lives. Quoth King Ghayur, "I will go back with thee and thy brother to your father and make your peace with him." So Amjad kissed the ground before him in huge delight, and the king bestowed a dress of honour upon him, after which he returned, smiling, to the king of the City of the Magians, and told him what he had learned from King Ghayur, whereat he wondered with exceeding wonder. Then he dispatched guest gifts of sheep and horses and camels and forage and so forth to King Ghayur, and he did the like by Queen Marjanah, and both of them told her what chanced. Whereupon quoth she, "I too will accompany you with my troops and will do my endeavour to make this peace. Meanwhile, behold, there is another dust cloud," and flew and grew till it walled the view and blackened the days in bright hue. And under it they heard shouts and cries and neighing of steeds, and beheld sword glances and the glint of levelled lance. When this new host drew near to the city, and saw the other two armies, they beat their drums, and the King of the Magians exclaimed, "This is indeed naught but a blessed day. Praised be Allah who hath made us of accord with these two armies! And if it be His will, he shall give us peace with yon other as well." Then said he to Amjad and As'ad, "Fare forth and fetch us news of these troops, for they are a mighty host, never saw I a mightier." So they opened the city gates, which the king had shut for fear of the beleaguering armies, and Amjad and As'ad went forth, coming to the new host, found that it was indeed a mighty many. But as soon as they came to behold it, they knew that it was the army of the King of Ebony Islands, wherein was their father, King Kamar al Zaman in person. Now when they looked upon him, they kissed ground and wept. But when he beheld them, he threw himself upon them weeping, with sore weeping, and strained them to his breast for a full hour. Then he excused himself to them, and told them what desolation he had suffered for their loss and exile. And they acquainted him with King Ghayur's arrival, whereupon he mounted with his chief officers, and taking with him his 2 sons, proceeded to that king's camp. As they drew near, one of the princes rode forward and informed King Ghayur of Kamar al Zaman's coming, whereupon he came out to meet him, and they joined company, marvelling at these things and how they had chanced to foregather in that place. Then the townsfolk made them banquets of all manner of meats and sweetmeats, and presented to them horses and camels and fodder and other guest gifts and all that the troops needed. And while this was doing, behold, yet another dust cloud arose and flew till it walled the view, whilst earth trembled with the tramp of steed and tabors sounded like stormy winds. After a while the dust lifted and discovered an army clad in coats of mail and armed cap a pie, but all were in black garb, and in their midst rode a very old man whose beard flowed down over his breast, and he also was clad in black. When the king of the city and the city folk saw this great host, he said to the other kings, "Praised be Allah, by whose omnipotent command ye are met here all in one day, and have proved all known one to the other. But what vast and victorious army is this which hemmeth in the whole land like a wall?" They answered, "Have no fear of them. We are 3 kings, each with a great army, and if they be enemies, we will join thee in doing battle with them, were they 3 times as many as they are now." Meanwhile up came an envoy from the approaching host, making for the city. So they brought him before Kamar al Zaman, King Ghayur, Queen Marjanah, and the king of the city, and he kissed the ground and said, "My liege lord cometh from Persia land. For many years ago he lost his son and is seeking him in all countries. If he find him with you, well and good, but if he find him not, there will be war between him and you and he will waste your city." Rejoined Kamar al Zaman, "It shall not come to that, but how is thy master called in Ajam land?" Answered the envoy, "He is called King Shahriman, lord of the Khalidan Islands, and he hath levied these troops in the lands traversed by him while seeking his son." Now when Kamar al Zaman heard these words, he cried out with a great cry and fell down in a fit, which lasted a long while. And anon coming to himself, he wept bitter tears and said to Amjad and As'ad, "Go ye, my sons, with the heralds, salute your grandfather and my father, King Shahriman, and give him glad tidings from me, for he mourneth my loss, and even to the present time he weareth black raiment for my sake." Then he told the other kings all that had befallen him in the days of his youth, at which they wondered, and going down with him from the city repaired to his father, whom he saluted, and they embraced and fell to the ground senseless for excess of joy. And when they revived after a while, Kamar al Zaman acquainted his father with all his adventures, and the other kings saluted Shahriman. Then, after having married Marjanah to As'ad, they sent her back to her kingdom, charging her not to cease correspondence with them. So she took leave and went her way. Moreover, they married Amjad to Bostan, Braham's daughter, and they all set out for the city of Ebony. When they arrived here, Kamar al Zaman went in to his father-in-law, King Armanus, and told him all that had befallen him, and how he had found his sons, whereat Armanus rejoiced and gave him joy of his safe return. Then King Ghayur went in to his daughter, Queen Budur, and saluted her and quenched his longing for her company, and they all abode a full month's space in the city of Ebony, after which the king and his daughter returned to their own country. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 249th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Ghayur set out with his daughter and his host for his own land, and they took with them Amjad and returned home by easy marches. And when Ghayur was settled again in his kingdom, he made his grandson king in his stead, and as to Kamar al-Zaman, he also made As'ad king in his room over the capital of the Ebony Islands, with the consent of his grandfather, King Omanus, and set out himself with his father, King Shahriman, till the two made the islands of Khalidan. When the lieges decorated the city in their honor, they ceased not to beat the drums for glad tidings a whole month, nor did Kamar al-Zaman leave to govern in his father's place, till there overtook them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. And Allah knoweth all things. Quoth King Sayyar, O Shahrazad, this is indeed a most wonderful tale. And she answered, O King, it is not more wonderful than that of Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. What is that? He asked. And she said, It hath reached me that there lived in times of yore and years and ages long ago before a merchant of Cairo, named Shams al-Din, who was of the best and truest spoken of the traders of the city, and he had eunuchs and servants and negro slaves and handmaids and Mamelukes with great stores of money. Moreover, he was consul of the merchants of Cairo and owned a wife whom he loved and who loved him, except that he had lived with her 40 years, yet had not been blessed with a son or even a daughter. One day, as he sat in his shop, he noted that the merchants, each and every, had a son or 2 sons or more sitting in their shops like their sires. Now the day being Friday, he entered the Hammam bath and made the total ablution, after which he came out and took the barber's glass and looked in it, saying, I testify there is no God but the God, and I testify that Mohammed is the messenger of God. Then he considered his beard and, seeing that the white hairs in it covered the black, bethought himself that hoariness is the harbinger of death. Now his wife knew the time of his coming home, and had washed and made herself ready for him. So when he came in to her, she said, Good evening. But he replied, I see no good. Then she called to the handmaid, Spread the supper tray. And when this was done, quoth she to her husband, Sup, O my lord. Quoth he, I will eat nothing. And pushing the tray away with his foot, turned his back upon her. She asked, Why dost thou thus, and what hath vexed thee? And he answered, Thou art the cause of my vexation. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 250th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Shams al-Din said to his wife, Thou art the cause of my vexation. She asked, Wherefore? And he answered, When I opened my shop this morning, I saw that each and every of the merchants had with him a son or 2 sons or more, sitting in their shops like their father. And I said to myself, He who took thy sire will not spare thee. Now the night I first visited thee, thou madest me swear that I would never take a second wife over thee, nor a concubine, Abyssinian or Greek, or handmaid of other race, nor would lie a single night away from thee. And behold, thou art barren, and having thee is like boring into the rock. Rejoined she, Allah is my witness that the fault lies with thee, for thy seed is thin. He asked, And what soweth the man whose semen is thin? And she answered, He cannot get women with child, nor beget children. Quoth he, What's thicken of the seed? Tell me, and I will buy it. Haply it will thicken mine. Quoth she, Enquire for it of the druggist's. So he slept with her that night, and arose on the morning, repenting of having spoken angrily to her, and she also regretted her cross words. Then he went to the market and, finding a druggist, saluted him, and when his salutation was returned, said to him, Say, hast thou with thee a seed thickener? He replied, I had it, but I am out of it. Inquire thou of my neighbour. Then Shams al-Din made the round till he had asked every one, they all laughed at him, and he presently returned to his shop and sat down, sore troubled. Now there was in the bazaar a man who was deputy syndic of the brokers, and was given to the use of opium and electuary and green hashish. He was called Shaykh Mohammed Samsam, and being poor he used to wish Shams al-Din good morrow every day. So he came to him according to his custom and saluted him. The merchant returned his salute, but in ill temper, and the other, seeing him vexed, said, "My lord, what hath crossed thee?" Whereupon Shams al-Din told him all that had occurred between himself and his wife, adding, "These 40 years I have been married to her, yet she bore me neither son nor daughter. And they say, the cause of thy failure to get her with child is the thinness of thy seed. So I have been seeking a something wherewith to thicken my semen, but found it not." Quoth Shaykh Mohammed, "O my lord, I have a seed thickener. But what wilt thou say to him who causeth thy wife to conceive by thee after these 40 years have passed?" Answered the merchant, "If thou do this, I will work thy will and reward thee." "Then give me a dinar," rejoined the broker. And Shams al-Din said, "Take these 2 dinars." He took them and said, "Give me also yonder big bowl of porcelain." So he gave it to him, and the broker betook himself to a hashish seller, of whom he bought 2 ounces of concentrated Rumi opium, and equal parts of Chinese chubebs, cinnamon, cloves, cardamoms, ginger, white pepper, and mountain skink, and pounding them all together, boiled them in sweet olive oil. After which he added 3 ounces of male frankincense in fragments and a cupful of coriander seed, and, macerating the whole, made it into an electuary with Rumi bee honey. Then he put the concoction in the bowl and carried it to the merchant, to whom he delivered, saying, "Here is the seed thickener, and the manner of using it is this. Take of my electuary with a spoon after supping, and wash it down with a sherbet made of rose conserve. But first sup of mutton and house pigeon plentifully seasoned and hotly spiced." So the merchant bought all this and sent the meat and pigeons to his wife, saying, "Dress them deftly and lay up the seed thickener until I want it and call for it." She did his bidding, and, when she served up the meats, he ate the evening meal, after which he called for the bowl and ate the electuary. It pleased him well, so he ate the rest and knew his wife. That very night she conceived by him, and, after 3 months, her courses ceased, no blood coming from her, and she knew that she was with child. When the days of her pregnancy were accomplished, the pangs of labor took her, and they raised loud lullilooings and cries of joy. The midwife delivered her with difficulty by pronouncing over the boy at his birth the names of Mohammed and Ali, and said, "Allah is most great," and she called in his ear the call to prayer. Then she wrapped him up and passed him to his mother, who took him and gave him the breast, and he sucked and was full and slept. The midwife abode with him 3 days, till they had made the mothering cakes of sugared bread and sweetmeats, and they distributed them on the 7th day. Then he sprinkled salt against the evil eye, and the merchant, going in to his wife, gave her joy of her safe delivery and said, "Where is Allah's deposit?" So they brought him a babe of surpassing beauty, the handiwork of the Orderer, who is ever present, and though he was but 7 days old, those who saw him would have deemed him a yearling child. So the merchant looked in his face and, seeing it like a shining full moon with moles on either cheek, said he to his wife, "What hast thou named him?" Answered she, "If it were a girl I had named her, but this is a boy, so none shall name him but thou." Now the people of that time used to name their children by omens, and, whilst the merchant and his wife were taking counsel of the name, behold, one said to his friend, "Ho my lord, Ala al-Din." So the merchant said, "We will call him Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat." Then he committed the child to the nurse, and he drank milk 2 years, after which they weaned him and he grew up and throve and walked upon the floor. When he came to 7 years old, they put him in a chamber under a trapdoor, for fear of the evil eye, and his father said, "He shall not come out till his beard grow." So he gave him in charge to a handmaid and a blackamoor. The girl dressed him his meals, and the slave carried them to him. Then his father circumcised him, and made him a great feast, after which he brought him a doctor of the law, who taught him to write and read and repeat the Koran, and other arts and sciences, till he became a good scholar and an accomplished. One day it so came to pass that the slave, after bringing him the tray of food, went away, and left the trap-door open. So Ala al-Din came forth from the vault, and went in to his mother, with whom was a company of women of rank. As they sat talking, behold, in came upon them the youth as they were a white slave drunken, for the excess of his beauty. Then when they saw him they veiled their faces and said to his mother, Allah requite thee, O such a one! How canst thou let this strange Mameluke in upon us? Knowest thou not that modesty is a point of the faith? She replied, Pronounce Allah's name and cry Bismillah. This is my son, the fruit of my vitals and the heir of Consul Shams al-Din, the child of the nurse, and the collar, and the crust, and the crumb. Quoth they, Never in our days knew we that thou hadst a son. And quoth she, Verily, his father feared for him the evil eye, and reared him in an underground chamber. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 4. Recording by Philippa.
Section 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 5, 251st Night to 254th Night. When it was the 251st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ala al-Din's mother said to her lady friends, Verily his father feared for him the evil eye, and reared him in an underground chamber, and haply the slave forgot to shut the door, and he fared forth. But we did not mean that he should come out before his beard was grown. The women gave her joy of him, and the youth went out from them into the courtyard, where he seated himself in the open sitting room, and behold, in came slaves with his father's she-mule, and he said to them, Whence cometh this mule? Quoth they, We escorted thy father when riding her to the shop, and we have brought her back. He asked, What may be my father's trade? And they answered, Thy father is consul of the merchants in the land of Egypt, and sultan of the sons of the Arabs. Then he went in to his mother and said to her, O my mother, what is my father's trade? Said she, O my son, thy sire is a merchant, and consul of the merchants in the land of Egypt, and sultan of the sons of the Arabs. His slaves consult him not in selling aught whose price is less than 1,000 gold pieces, but merchandise worth him 100 and less they sell at their own discretion. Nor cloth any merchandise whatever, little or much, leave the country without passing through his hands, and he disposeth of it as he pleaseth. Nor is a bale packed and sent abroad amongst folk but what is under his disposal. And Almighty Allah, O my son, hath given thy father monies past compt. He rejoined, O my mother, praised be Allah, that I am son of the Sultan of the sons of the Arabs, and that my father is consul of the merchants. But why, O my mother, do ye put me in the underground chamber, and leave me prisoner there? Quoth she, O my son, we imprisoned thee not save for fear of folks' eyes. The evil eye is a truth, and most of those in their long homes are its victims. Quoth he, O my mother, and where is a refuge place against fate? Verily care never made destiny forbear, nor is there flight from what is written for every wight. He who took my grandfather will not spare myself nor my father, for, though he live today, he shall not live tomorrow. And when my father dieth, and I come forth and say, I am Ala al Din, son of Shams al Din the merchant, none of the people will believe me, but men of years and standing will say, in our lives never saw we a son or a daughter of Shams al Din. Then the public treasury will come down and take my father's estate, and Allah have mercy on him who said, the noble dieth and his wealth passeth away, and the meanest of men take his women. Therefore, O my mother, speak thou to my father, that he carry me with him to the bazaar, and open for me a shop, so may I sit there with my merchandise, and teach me to buy and sell, and take and give. Answered his mother, O my son, as soon as thy sire returneth, I will tell him this. So when the merchant came home, he found his son, Ala al Din Abul Ashamat, sitting with his mother, and said to her, why hast thou brought him forth of the underground chamber? She replied, O son of my uncle, it was not I that brought him out, but the servants forgot to shut the door and left it open. So, as I sat with a company of women of rank, behold, he came forth and walked into me. Then she went on to repeat to him his son's words. So he said, O my son, tomorrow, Inshallah, I will take thee with me to the bazaar. But, my boy, sitting in markets and shops demandeth good manners and courteous carriage in all conditions. Ala al Din passed the night rejoicing in his father's promise, and, when the morrow came, the merchant carried him to the Hammam and clad him in a suit worth a mint of money. As soon as they had broken their fast and drunk their sherbets, Shams al Din mounted his she-mule and, putting his son upon another, rode to the market, followed by his boy. But when the market folk saw their consul making towards them, foregoing a youth as he were a slice of the full moon on the 14th night, they said, one to another, See thou yonder boy behind the consul of the merchants? Verily, we thought well of him, but he is, like the leek, grey of head and green at heart. And Sheikh Mohammed Samsan, deputy syndic of the market, the man before mentioned, said to the dealers, O merchants, we will not keep the like of him for our sheikh, no, never. Now it was the custom anent the consul, when he came from his house of a morning and sat down in his shop, for the deputy syndic of the market to go and recite to him, and to all the merchants assembled around him, the Fatiha or opening chapter of the Koran. After which they accosted him one by one, and wished him good morrow, and went away, each to his business place. But when Shams al Din seated himself in his shop that day as usual, the traders came not to him as accustomed. So he called the deputy and said to him, Why come not the merchants together as usual? Answered Mohammed Samson, I know not how to tell thee these troubles, for they have agreed to depose thee from the sheikhship of the market, and to recite the Fatiha to thee no more. Asked Shams al Din, What may be their reason? And asked the deputy, What boy is this that sitteth by thy side, and thou a man of years and chief of the merchants? Is this lad a Mameluke or akin to thy wife? Verily, I think thou lovest him, and inclines lewdly to the boy. Thereupon the consul cried out at him, saying, Silence! Allah curse thee, genus and species! This is my son. Rejoined the deputy, Never in our born days have we seen thee with a son. And Shams al Din answered, When thou gavest me the seed thickener, my wife conceived and bare this youth, but I reared him in a souterrain for fear of the evil eye. Nor was it my purpose that he should come forth till he could take his beard in his hand. However, his mother would not agree to this, and he on his part begged I would stock him a shop and teach him to sell and buy. So the deputy syndic returned to the other traders and acquainted them with the truth of the case, whereupon they all arose to accompany him, and going in a body to Shams al Din's shop, stood before him and recited the opener of the Koran, after which they gave him joy of his son, and said to him, The Lord prosper root and branch! But even the poorest of us, when son or daughter is born to him, needs must cook a panful of custard, and bid his friends and kith and kin, yet hast thou not done this. Quoth he, "This I owe you. Be our meeting in the garden." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 252nd Night, her sister Dunyazad said to her, "Pray continue thy story for us, as thou be awake and not inclined to sleep." Quoth she, "With pleasure and good will. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Consul of the merchants promised them a banquet and said, 'Be our meeting in the garden.' So when morning dawned he dispatched the carpet layer to the saloon of the garden pavilion and bade him furnish the two. Moreover, he sent thither all that was needed for cooking, such as sheep and clarified butter and so forth, according to the requirements of the case, and spread two tables, one in the pavilion and another in the saloon. Then Shams al-Din and his boy girded themselves, and he said to Ala al-Din, "O my son, whenas a grey beard entereth, I will meet him and seat him at the table in the pavilion, and do thou in like manner receive the beardless youths and seat them at the table in the saloon." He asked, "O my father, why dost thou spread two tables, one for men and another for youths?" And he answered, "O my son, the beardless is ashamed to eat with the bearded." And his son thought this his answer full and sufficient. So when the merchants arrived, Shams al-Din received the men and seated them in the pavilion, whilst Ala al-Din received the youths and seated them in the saloon. Then the food was set on, and the guests ate and drank and made merry and sat over their wine, whilst the attendants perfumed them with the smoke of scented woods, and the elders fell to conversing of matters of science and traditions of the Prophet. Now there was amongst them a merchant called Mahmud of Balkh, a professing Moslem, but at heart a Magian, a man of lewd and mischievous life, who loved boys. And when he saw Ala al-Din, from whose father he used to buy stuffs and merchandise, one sight of his face sent him 1,000 sighs, and Satan dangled the jewel before his eyes, so that he was taken with love longing and desire and affection, and his heart was filled with mad passion for him. Presently he arose and made for the youths, who stood up to receive him. And at this moment Ala al-Din, being taken with an urgent call of nature, withdrew to make water, whereupon Mahmud turned to the other youths and said to them, "If ye will incline Ala al-Din's mind to journeying with me, I will give each of you a dress worth a power of money." Then he returned from them to the men's party, and as the youths were sitting, Ala al-Din suddenly came back, when all rose to receive him and seated him in the place of highest honour. Presently one of them said to his neighbour, "O my lord Hasan, tell me whence came to thee the capital, whereon thou trades?" He replied, "When I grew up and came to man's estate, I said to my sire, 'O my father, give me merchandise.' Quoth he, 'O my son, I have none by me, but go thou to some merchant and take of him money and traffic with it, and so learn to buy and sell, give and take.' So I went to one of the traders and borrowed of him 1,000 dinars, wherewith I bought stuffs and carrying them to Damascus, sold them there at a profit of 2 for 1. Then I bought Syrian stuffs and carrying them to Aleppo, made a similar gain of them; after which I bought stuffs of Aleppo and repaired with them to Baghdad, where I sold them with like result, 2 for 1. Nor did I cease trading upon my capital till I was worth nigh 10,000 ducats." Then each of the others told his friend some such tale, till it came to Ala-Din's turn to speak, when they said to him, "And thou, O my lord Ala-Din?" Quoth he, "I was brought up in a chamber underground and came forth from it only this week, and I do but go to the shop and return home from the shop." They remarked, "Thou art used to wone at home and wottest not the joys of travel, for travel is for men only." He replied, "I reck not of voyaging, and wayfaring cloth not tempt me." Whereupon quoth one to the other, "This one is like the fish; when he leaveth the water he dieth." Then they said to him, O Ala al Din, the glory of the sons of the merchants is not but in travel for the sake of gain. Their talk angered him, so he left them weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted, and mounting his mule, returned home. Now his mother saw him in tears and in bad temper, and asked him, "What hath made thee weep, O my son?" And he answered, "Of a truth, all the sons of the merchants put me to shame, and said, Naught is more glorious for a merchant's son than travel for gain and to get him gold." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 253rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ala al Din said to his mother, "Of a truth all the sons of the merchants put me to shame, and said, Naught is more honourable for a merchant's son than travel for gain. O my son, hast thou a mind to travel? Even so. And whither wilt thou go? To the city of Baghdad, for their folk make double the cost price on their goods. O my son, thy father is a very rich man, and if he provide thee not with merchandise, I will supply it out of my own monies. The best favour is that which is soonest bestowed. If this kindness is to be, now is the time." So she called the slaves and sent them for cloth packers, then, opening a storehouse, brought out 10 loads of stuffs, which they made up into bales for him. Such was his case. But as regards his father, Shams al-Din, he looked about and failed to find Ala al-Din in the garden, and inquiring after him, was told that he had mounted mule and gone home. So he too mounted and followed him. Now when he entered the house, he saw the bales ready bound, and asked what they were. Whereupon his wife told him what had chanced between Ala al-Din and the sons of the merchants, and he cried, "O my son, Allah's malison on travel and strangerhood! Verily, Allah's apostle, whom the Lord bless and preserve, hath said, It is of a man's happy fortune that he eat his daily bread in his own land. And it was said of the ancients, Leave travel, though but for a mile. Then quoth he to his son, Say, art thou indeed resolved to travel, and wilt thou not turn back from it? Quoth the other, There is no help for it but that I journey to Baghdad with merchandise, else will I doff clothes and don dervish gear and fare a wandering over the world. Shams al-Din rejoined, I am no penniless pauper, but have great plenty of wealth. Then he showed him all he owned of monies and stuffs and stock in trade, and observed, With me are stuffs and merchandise befitting every country in the world. Then he showed him among the rest 40 bales ready bound, with the price 1,000 dinars written on each, and said, O my son, take these 40 loads, together with the 10 which thy mother gave thee, and set out under the safeguard of Almighty Allah. But, O my child, I fear for thee a certain wood in thy way, called the Lion's Copse, and a valley highs the Vale of Dogs, for there lives are lost without mercy. He said, How so, O my father? And he replied, Because of a Badawi bandit named Ajlan. Quoth Ala al-Din, Such is Allah's luck. If any share of it be mine, no harm shall hap to me. Then they rode to the cattle bazar, where, behold, a cameleer alighted from his she-mule, and kissing the consul's hand, said to him, O my lord, it is long by Allah since thou hast employed us in the way of business. He replied, Every time hath its fortune and its men, and Allah have truth on him who said, And the old man crept o'er the worldly ways, so bowed, his beard o'er his knees down floweth. Quoth I, What gars thee so doubled go? Quoth he, As to me his hands he showeth. My youth is lost, in the dust it lieth, and see, I bend me to find my youth. Now when he had ended his verses, he said, O chief of the caravan, it is not I who am minded to travel, but this my son. Quoth the cameleer, Allah save him for thee. Then the consul made a contract between Ala al Din and the man, appointing that the youth should be to him as a son, and gave him into his charge, saying, "Take these 100 gold pieces for thy people." Moreover, he bought his son 80 mules and a lamp and a tomb covering for the Sayyid Abd al-Kadir of Gilan, and said to him, "O my son, while I am absent, this is thy sire in my stead. Whatsoever he biddeth thee, do thou obey him." So saying, he returned home with the mules and servants, and that night they made a khitmah, or perfection of the Koran, and held a festival in honour of the Shaykh Abd al-Kadir al-Jilani. And when the morrow dawned, the consul gave his son 10,000 dinars, saying, "O my son, when thou comest to Baghdad, if thou find stuffs easy of sale, sell them; but if they be dull, spend of these dinars." Then they loaded the mules and, taking leave of one another, all the wayfarers setting out on their journey, marched forth from the city. Now Mahmud of Balkh had made ready his own venture for Baghdad, and had moved his bales and set up his tents without the walls, saying to himself, "Thou shalt not enjoy this youth but in the desert, where there is neither spy nor marplot to trouble thee." It chanced that he had in hand 1,000 dinars which he owed to the youth's father, the balance of a business transaction between them. So he went and bade farewell to the consul, who charged him, "Give the 1,000 dinars to my son Ala al Din," and commended the lad to his care, saying, "He is, as it were, thy son." Accordingly Ala al Din joined company with Mahmud of Balkh, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 254th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ala al Din joined company with Mahmud of Balkh, who, before beginning the march, charged the youth's cook to dress nothing for him, but himself provided him and his company with meat and drink. Now he had 4 houses, one in Cairo, another in Damascus, a third in Aleppo, and a fourth in Baghdad. So they set out and ceased not journeying over waste and wold till they drew near Damascus, when Mahmud sent his slave to Ala al Din, whom he found sitting and reading. He went up to him and kissed his hands, and Ala al Din having asked him what he wanted, he answered, "My master saluteth thee and craveth thy company to a banquet at his palace." Quoth the youth, "Not till I consult my father Kamal al-Din, the captain of the caravan." So he asked advice of the Macadam, who said, "Do not go." Then they left Damascus and journeyed on till they came to Aleppo, where Mahmud made a second entertainment and sent to invite Ala al-Din. But he consulted the chief cameleer, who again forbade him. Then they marched from Aleppo and fared on, till there remained between them and Baghdad only a single stage. Here Mahmud prepared a third feast and sent to bid Al-Adin to it. Kamal al-Din once more forbade his accepting it, but he said, "I must needs go." So he rose and, slinging a sword over his shoulder, under his clothes, repaired to the tent of Mahmud of Balkh, who came to him and saluted him. Then he set before him a sumptuous repast, and they ate and drank and washed hands. At last Mahmud bent towards Ala al Din to snatch a kiss from him, but the youth received the kiss on the palm of his hand and said to him, "What wouldst thou be at?" Quoth Mahmud, "In very sooth I brought thee hither that I might take my pleasure with thee in this jousting ground, and we will comment upon the words of him who saith, 'Say, canst not come to us one momentling, like milk of eukin or aught glistening, and eat what liketh thee of dainty cake, and take thy due of fee in silverling, and bear whatso thou wilt, without mislike, of spanling, fistling, or a span long thing?'" Then Mahmud of Balkh would have laid hands on Ala al Din to ravish him, But he rose and bearing his brand said to him, "Shame on thy grey hairs! Hast thou no fear of Allah and he of exceeding awe? May he have mercy on him who saith, Preserve thy hoary hairs from soil and stain, for whitest colours are the easiest stained." And when he ended his verses, he said to Mahmud al-Balkh, "Verily, this merchandise is a trust from Allah and may not be sold. If I sold this property to other than thee for gold, I would sell it to thee for silver. But by Allah, O filthy villain, I will never again company with thee. No, never." Then he returned to Kamal al-Din the guide and said to him, "Yonder man is a lewd fellow, and I will no longer consort with him, nor suffer his company by the way." He replied, "O my son, did I not say to thee, Go not near him? But if we part company with him, I fear destruction for ourselves. So let us still make one caravan." But Ala al-Din cried, "It may not be that I ever again travel with him." So he loaded his beasts and journeyed onwards, he and his company, till they came to a valley where Ala al-Din would have halted. But the cameleer said to him, "Do not halt here; rather let us fare forwards and press our pace, so haply we make Baghdad before the gates are closed, for they open and shut them with the sun, in fear lest the rejectors should take the city and throw the books of religious learning into the Tigris." But Ala al-Din replied to him, "O my father, I came not forth from home with this merchandise, or travelled hither for the sake of traffic, but to divert myself with the sight of foreign lands and folks." And he rejoined, "O my son, we fear for thee and for thy goods from the wild Arabs." Whereupon the youth answered, "Harkye, fellow, art thou master or man? I will not enter Baghdad till the morning, that the sons of the city may see my merchandise and know me." "Do as thou wilt," said the other. "I have given thee the wisest advice, but thou art the best judge of thine own case." Then Ala al-Din bade them unload the mule and pitch the tent. So they did his bidding and abode there till the middle of the night, when he went out to obey a call of nature and suddenly saw something gleaming afar off. So he said to Kamal al-Din, "O captain, what is yonder glittering?" The cameleer sat up and, considering it straitly, knew it for the glint of spearheads and the steel of Badawi weapons and swords. And lo and behold, this was a troop of wild Arabs under a chief called Ilan Abu Naib, Sheikh of the Arabs. And when they neared the camp and saw the bales and baggage, they said to one another, "O Knight of Loot!" Now when Kamal al-Din heard these their words, he cried, "Avaunt, O vilest of Arabs!" But Abu Naib so smote him with his throw spear in the breast that the point came out gleaming from his back, and he fell down dead at the tent door. Then cried the water carrier, "Avaunt, O foulest of Arabs!" And one of them smote him with a sword upon the shoulder, that it issued shining from the tendons of the throat, and he also fell down dead. And all this while Ala al-Din stood looking on. Then the Badawin surrounded and charged the caravan from every side and slew all Ala al-Din's company without sparing a man, after which they loaded the mules with the spoil and made off. Quoth Ala al-Din to himself, "Nothing will slay thee save thy mule and thy dress." So he arose and put off his gown and threw it over the back of a mule, remaining in his shirt and bag trousers only. After which he looked towards the tent door, and seeing there a pool of gore flowing from the slaughtered, wallowed in it with his remaining clothes till he was as a slain man drowned in his own blood. Thus it fared with him. But as regards the Sheikh of the wild Arabs, Ajlan, he said to his banditti, "O Arabs, was this caravan bound from Egypt for Baghdad, or from Baghdad for Egypt?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 5. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com.
Section 6 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Hogarth. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 6, 255th Night to 257th Night. When it was the 255th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Badawi asked his banditti, O Arabs, was this caravan bound from Egypt for Baghdad, or from Baghdad for Egypt? They answered, 'Twas bound from Egypt for Baghdad. And he said, Return ye to the slain, for methinks the owner of this caravan is not dead. So they turned back to the slain, and fell to prodding and slashing them with lance and sword, till they came to Ala al-Din, who had thrown himself down among the corpses. And when they came to him, quoth they, Thou dost but feign thyself dead. But we will make an end of thee. And one of the Badawin levelled his javelin, and would have plunged it into his breast, when he cried out, Save me, O my lord, Abd al-Qadir, O saint of Kilan! And behold, he saw a hand turn the lance away from his breast, so that if Kamal al-Din, the cameleer, so that it pierced him, and spared himself. Then the Arabs made off, and when Ala al-Din saw that the birds were flown with their godsend, he sat up, and finding no one, rose and set off running. But behold, Abu Naib, the Badawi, looked back and said to his troop, I see somewhat moving afar off, O Arabs. So one of the bandits turned back and said, Spying Ala al-Din running, called out to him, saying, Flight shall not forward thee, and we after thee. And he smote his mare, and with his heel, and she hastened after him. Then Ala al-Din, seeing before him a watering tank, and a cistern beside it, climbed up into a niche in the cistern, and, stretching himself at full length, feigned to be asleep, and said, O gracious protector, cover me with the veil of thy protection, which may not be torn away. And lo, the Badawi came up to the cistern, and standing in his stirrup irons, put out his hand to lay hold of Ala al-Din. But he said, O my lady Nafisa, now is thy time. And behold, a scorpion stung the Badawi in the palm, and he cried out, saying, Help, O Arabs! I am stung! And he alighted from his mare's back. So his comrades came up to him and mounted him again, asking, What hath befallen thee? Whereto he answered, A young scorpion stung me. So they departed with the caravan. Such was their case. But as regards Ala al-Din, he tarried in the niche, and Mahmud of Balkh bade load his beasts, and fared forwards till he came to the lion's copse, where he found Ala al-Din's attendants all lying slain. And this he rejoiced, and went on till he reached the cistern in the reservoir. Now his mule was athirst, and turned aside to drink. But she saw Ala al-Din's shadow in the water, and shied and started. Whereupon Mahmud raised his eyes, and, seeing Ala al-Din lying in the niche, stripped to his shirt and bag trousers, said to him, What man this deed to thee hath dight, and left thee in this evil plight? Answered Ala al-Din, The Arabs. And Mahmud said, O my son, the mules and the baggage were thy ransom. So do thou comfort thyself with this saying, who said, If thereby man can save his head from death, his good is worth him but a slice of nail. But now, O my son, come down and fear no hurt. Thereupon he descended from the cistern niche, and Mahmud mounted him on a mule, and they fared on until they reached Baghdad, where he brought him to his own house and carried him to the bath, saying to him, The goods and money were the ransom of thy life, O my son. But if thou wilt hearken to me, I will give thee the worth of that thou hast lost, twice told. When he came out of the bath, Mahmud carried him into a saloon, decorated with gold, with 4 raised floors, and bade them bring a tray with all manner of meats. So they ate and drank, and Mahmud bent towards Ala al-Din to snatch a kiss from him. But he received it upon the palm of his hand and said, "What dost thou persist in thy evil designs upon me? Did I not tell thee that, were I wont to sell this merchandise to other than thee for gold, I would sell it thee for silver?" Quoth Mahmud, "I will give thee neither merchandise, nor mule, nor clothes, save at this price, for I am gone mad for love of thee." And bless him who said, told us, ascribing to his sheiks, our sheik, Abu Bilal, these words they wont to utter, unhealed the lover wones of love desire, by kiss and clip, his only cures to futter. Ala al-Din replied, "Of a truth this may never be. Take back thy dress and thy mule, and open the door that I may go out." So he opened the door, and Ala al-Din fared forth and walked on, with the dogs barking at his heels. And he went forwards through the dark, when behold, he saw the door of a mosque standing open, and, entering the vestibule, there took shelter and concealment. And suddenly a light approached him, and on examining it, he saw that it came from a pair of lanthorns borne by two slaves before two merchants. Now one was an old man of comely face, and the other a youth. And he heard the younger say to the elder, "O my uncle, I conjure thee by Allah, give me back my cousin." The old man replied, "Did I not forbid thee? Many a time, when the oath of divorce was always in thy mouth, as it were holy writ." Then he turned to his right, and, seeing Ala al-Din, as he were a slice of the full moon, said to him, "Peace be with thee. Who art thou, O my son?" Quoth he, returning the salutation of peace, "I am Ala al-Din, son of Shams al-Din, consul of merchants for Egypt. I besought my father for merchandise, so he packed me 50 loads of stuffs and goods." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 256th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ala al-Din continued, so he packed me 50 loads of goods, and gave me 10,000 dinars, wherewith I set out for Baghdad. But when I reached the lion's copse, the wild Arabs came out against me and took all my goods and monies. So I entered the city, knowing not where to pass the night. And seeing this place, I took shelter here." Quoth the old man, "O my son, what sayest thou to my giving thee 1,000 dinars, and a suit of clothes, and a mule worth other 2,000? Ala al-Din asked, "To what end wilt thou give me these things, O my uncle?" And the other answered, "This young man who accompanieth me is the son of my brother, and an only son, and I have a daughter called Zubaydah, the lutist, an only child who is a model of beauty and loveliness. So I married her to him. Now he loveth her, but she loatheth him. And when he chanced to take an oath of triple divorcement, and broke it, forthright she left him. Whereupon he egged on all the folk to intercede with me to restore her to him. But I told him that this could not lawfully be saved by an intermediate marriage, and we have agreed to make some stranger the intermediary, in order that none may taunt and shame him with this affair. So as thou art a stranger, come with us, and we will marry thee to her. Thou shalt lie with her tonight, and on the morrow divorce her, and we will give thee what I said." Quoth Ala al-Din to himself, "By Allah, to buy the night with a bride on a bed in a house is far better than sleeping in the streets and vestibules." So he went with them to the Qazi, whose heart, as soon as he saw Ala al-Din, was moved to love him, and who said to the old man, "What is your will?" He replied, "We wish to make this young man an intermediary husband for my daughter. But we will write a bond against him, binding him to pay down, by way of marriage settlement, 10,000 gold pieces. Now, if after passing the night with her he divorce her in the morning, we will give him a mule, and dress each worth 1,000 dinars, and a 3,000 of ready money. But if he divorce her not, he shall pay down the 10,000 dinars according to contract." So they agreed to the agreement, and the father of the bride-to-be received his bond for the marriage settlement. Then he took Ala al-Din, and, clothing him anew, carried him to his daughter's house, and there he left him standing at the door, whilst he himself went in to the young lady and said, Take the bond of thy marriage settlement, for I have wedded thee to a handsome youth by name Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. So do thou use him with the best of usage. Then he put the bond into her hands and left her, and went to his own lodging. Now the lady's cousin had an old duenna, who used to visit Zubaydah, and he had done many a kindness to this woman. So he said to her, O my mother, if my cousin Zubaydah see this handsome young man, she will never after accept my offer. So I would fain have thee contrive some trick to keep her and him apart. She replied, By the life of thy youth, I will not suffer him to approach her. Then she went to Ala al-Din and said to him, O my son, I have a word of advice to give thee. For the love of Almighty Allah, and do thou accept my counsel, as I fear for thee men, this young woman, better thou let her lie alone, and feel not her person, not draw thee near to her. He asked, Why so? And she answered, Because her body is full of leprosy, and I dread lest she infect thy fair and seemly youth. Quoth he, I have no need of her. Thereupon she went to the lady and said the like to her of Ala al-Din, and she replied, I have no need of him, but will let him lie alone, and on the morrow he shall gang his gate. Then she called the slave girl and said to her, Take the tray of food and set it before him, and that he may sup. So the handmaid carried him the tray of food and set it before him, and he ate his fill, after which he sat down and raised his charming voice and fell to reciting the chapter called Y.S. The lady listened to him and found his voice as melodious as the Psalms of David sung by David himself, which when she heard, she exclaimed, Allah disappoint the old hag who told me that he was affected with leprosy. Surely this is not the voice of one who hath such a disease. And all was a lie against him. Then she took a lute of India-land workmanship, and, tuning the strings, sang to it in a voice so sweet, its music would stay the birds in the heart of heaven, and began these two couplets. I love a fawn with gentle white black eyes, whose walk the willow wand with envy kills. Forbidding me, he bids for rival mine. 'Tis Allah's grace who grants to whom he wills. And when he heard her chant these lines, he ended his recitation of the chapter, and began also to sing, and repeated the following couplet. My salam to the fawn in the garments concealed, and to roses in gardens of cheek revealed. The lady rose up, and when she heard this, her inclination for him redoubled, and she lifted the curtain, and Ala al-Din, seeing her, recited these two couplets. She shineth forth, a moon, and bends a willow wand, and breathes out ambergris, and gazes a gazelle. Meseems as if grief loved my heart, and when from her estrangement I abide, possession to it fell. Thereupon she came forward, swinging her haunches and gracefully swaying a shape, the handiwork of him whose boons are hidden, and each of them stole one glance of the eyes that cost them 1,000 sighs. And when the shafts of these two regards which met rankled in his heart, he repeated these two couplets. She spied the moon of heaven, reminding me of nights when met we in the meadows lian. True, both saw moons, but sooth to say, it was her very eyes I saw, and she my eyne. And when she drew near him, and there remained but 2 paces between them, he recited these two couplets. She spread 3 tresses of unplaited hair one night, and showed me nights, not 1 but 4, and faced the moon of heaven with her brow, and showed me 2-fold moons in single hour. And as she was hard by him, he said to her, Keep away from me, lest thou infect me. Whereupon she uncovered her wrist to him, and he saw that it was cleft, as it were in 2 halves, by its veins and sinews, and its whiteness was as whiteness of virgin silver. Then said she, Keep away from me, thou, for thou art stricken with leprosy, and maybe thou will infect me. He asked, "Who told thee I was a leper?" And she answered, "The old woman so told me." Quoth he, "'Twas she told me also that thou wast inflicted with white scurvy?" And so saying, he bared his forearms and showed her that his skin was also like virgin silver. Thereupon she pressed him to her bosom, and he pressed her to his bosom, and the twain embraced with closest embrace. Then she took him, and lying down on her back, let down her petticoat trousers, and in an instant which his father had left him rose up in rebellion against him, and he said, "Go it, O Shaith Zachary of Shagri, O father of veins." And putting both hands to her flanks, he set the sugar stick to the mouth of the cleft and thrust on till he came to the wicket called Pecten. His passage was by the gate of Victories, and therefrom he entered the Monday market, and those of Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, and finding the carpet after the measure of the day's floor, he plied the box within its cover till he came to the end of it. And when morning dawned, he cried to her, "Alas, for delight which is not fulfilled! The raven taketh it and flieth away." She asked, "What meaneth this saying?" And he answered, "O my lady, I have but this hour to abide with thee." Quoth she, "Who saith so?" And quoth he, "Thy father made me give him a written bond to pay 10,000 dinars to thy wedding settlement, and except I pay it this very day, they will imprison me for debt in the Qazi's house, and now my hand lacketh 1/2 dirham of the sum." She asked, "O my lord, is the marriage bond in thy hand or in theirs?" And he answered, "O my lady, in mine, but I have nothing." She rejoined, "The matter is easy. Fear thou nothing. Take these 100 dinars, and I had more. I would give thee what thou lackest. But of a truth, my father, of his love for my cousin, hath transported all his goods, even to my jewelry from my lodging to his. But when they send thee a serjeant of the ecclesiastical court," and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 257th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young lady rejoined to Ala al-Din, and when they send thee at an early hour a serjeant of the ecclesiastical court, and the Qazi and my father bid thee divorce me, do thou reply, but what law is lawful and right that I should marry at nightfall and divorce in the morning? Then kiss the Qazi's hand and give him a present, and in like manner kiss the assessor's hands and give each of them 10 gold pieces. So they will all speak with thee, and if they ask thee, why dost thou not divorce her and take the 1,000 dinars and the mule and suit of clothes, according to contract duly contracted, do thou answer, every hair of her head is worth 1,000 ducats to me, and I will never put her away, neither will I take a suit of clothes nor aught else. And if the Qazi say to thee, then pay down the marriage settlement, do thou reply, I am short of cash at this present, whereupon he and the assessors will deal in friendly fashion with thee and allow thee time to pay. Now whilst they were talking, behold, the Qazi's officer knocked at the door. So Ala al-Din went down, and the man said to him, Come, speak thee, Effendi, for thy father-in-law summoneth thee. So Ala al-Din gave him 5 dinars and said to him, O summoner, by what law am I bound to marry at nightfall and divorce next morning? The serjeant answered, By no law of ours at all, and if thou be ignorant of the religious law, I will act as thine advocate. Then they went to the divorce court, and the Qazi said to Ala al-Din, Why dost thou not put away the woman, and take what falleth to thee by the contract? Hearing this, he went up to the Qazi, and kissing his hand, put 50 dinars in it, and said, O our lord the Qazi, by what law is it lawful and right that I should marry at nightfall and divorce in the morning in my own despite? The Qazi answered, Divorce as compulsion and by force is sanctioned by no school of the Muslims. Then said the young lady's father, If thou wilt not divorce, pay me the 10,000 dinars, her marriage settlement. Quoth Ala al-Din, Give me a delay of 3 days. But the Qazi said, 3 days is not enough. He shall give thee 10. So they agreed to this, and bound him after 10 days either to pay the dowry or to divorce her. And after consenting, he left them, and taking meat and rice and clarified butter, and what else of food he needed, returned to the house, and told the young woman all that had passed. Whereupon she said, "'Twixt night and day wonders may display, and Allah, bless him for his say. Be mild when rage shall come to afflict thy soul, be patient when calamity breeds ire. Look ye, the nights are big with child by time, whose pregnancy bears wondrous things and dire." Then she rose and made ready food, and brought the tray, and they two ate and drank, and were merry and mirthful. Presently Ala al-Din besought her to let him hear a little music. So she took the lute and played a melody, and had made the hardest stone dance for glee. And the strings cried out in present ecstasy, "O loving one!" After which she passed from the adagio into the presto in a livelier measure. As they thus spent their leisure in joy and jollity, and mirth and merriment, behold, there came a knocking at the door, and she said to him, "Go see who is at the door." So he went down and opened it, and finding 4 dervishes standing without, said to them, "What want ye?" They replied, "O my lord, we are foreign and wandering religious mendicants, the viands of whose souls are music and dainty verse, and we would fain take our pleasure with thee this night till morning cloth appear, when we will wend our way, and with Almighty Allah be thy reward. For we adore music, and there is not one of us but knoweth by heart store of odes and songs and ritornellos." He answered, "There is one I must consult." And he returned and told Zubaydah, who said, "Open the door to them." So he brought them up, and made them sit down, and welcomed them. Then he fetched them food, but they would not eat, and said, "O, our Lord, our meat is to repeat Allah's name in our hearts, and to hear music with our ears. And bless him who saith, Our aim is only converse to enjoy, and eating joyeth only cattle kind. And just now we heard pleasant music in thy house, but when we entered, it ceased, and fain would we know whether the player was a slave girl, white or black, or a maiden of good family." He answered, "It was this my wife," and told them all that had befallen him, adding, "Verily, my father-in-law hath bound me to pay a marriage settlement of 10,000 dinars for her." "And they have given me 10 days' time," said one of the dervishes. "Have no care, and think of naught but good. For I am sheikh of the convent, and have 40 dervishes under my orders. I will presently collect from them the 10,000 dinars, and thou shalt pay thy father-in-law the wedding settlement. But now bid thy wife make us music, that we may be gladdened and pleasured, for to some folk music is meat, to others medicine, and to others refreshing as a fan." Now the 4 dervishes were none other than the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, his Wazir Ja'far al-Burmasid, Abu al-Nawaz al-Hasan, son of Hani, and Masrur the sworder. And the reason of their coming to the house was that the Caliph, being heavy at heart, had summoned his minister and said, "O Wazir, it is our will to go down to the city and pace its streets, for my breast is sore straitened." So they all 4 donned dervish dress, and went down and walked about, till they came to that house where, hearing music, they were minded to know the cause. They spent the night in joyance and harmony, and telling tale after tale until morning dawned, when the Caliph laid 100 gold pieces under the prayer carpet, and all taking leave of Ala al-Din, went their way. Now when Zubaydah lifted the carpet, she found beneath it the 100 dinars, and she said to her husband, "Take these 100 dinars, which I have found under the prayer carpet. Assuredly the dervishes, when about to leave us, laid them there, without our knowledge." So Ala al-Din took the money and, repairing to the market, bought therewith meat and rice and clarified butter, and all they required. And when it was night, he lit the wax candles, and said to his wife, "The mendicants, it's true, have not brought the 10,000 dinars which they promised me, but indeed they are poor men." As they were talking, behold, the dervishes knocked at the door, and she said, "Go down and open to them." So he did her bidding, and bringing them up, said to them, "Have you brought me the 10,000 dinars you promised me?" They answered, "We have not been able to collect aught thereof as yet, but fear nothing. Inshallah, tomorrow we will compound for thee some alchemical cookery. But now bid thy wife play us her very best pieces and gladden our hearts, for we love music. So she took her lute and made them such melody that it caused the hardest rocks to dance with glee. And they passed the night in mirth and merriment, converse and good cheer, till morn appeared with its sheen and shone, when the Caliph laid in 100 gold pieces under the prayer carpet, and all, after taking leave of Al-Din, went their way. And they ceased not to visit him thus every night for 9 nights, and each morning the Caliph put in 100 dinars under the prayer carpet, till the 10th night, when they came not. Now the reason of their failure to come was that the Caliph had sent to a great merchant, saying to him, Bring me 50 loads of stuffs, such as come from Cairo. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 6. Recording by John Hogarth, Beijing, China.
Section 7 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 7, 258th Night to 260th Night. When it was the 258th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Prince of True Believers said to that merchant, Bring me 50 loads of stuffs, such as come from Cairo, and let each one be worth 1,000 dinars, and write on each bale its price, and bring me also a male Abyssinian slave. The merchant did the bidding of the Caliph, who committed to the slave a basin and ewer of gold and other presents, together with the 50 loads, and wrote a letter to Ala al-Din as from his father Shams al-Din, and said to him, Take these bales and what else is with them, and go to such and such a quarter wherein dwelleth the provost of the merchants, and say, Where be Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat? Till folk direct thee to his quarter and his house. So the slave took the letter and the goods and what else, and fared forth on his errand. Such was his case. But as regards Zubaydah's cousin and first husband, he went to her father and said to him, Come, let us go to Ala al-Din and make him divorce the daughter of my uncle. So they set out both together, and when they came to the street in which the house stood, they found 50 he-mules laden with bales of stuff, and a blackamoor riding on a she-mule. So they said to him, Whose loads are these? He replied, They belong to my lord Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, for his father equipped him with merchandise and sent him on a journey to Baghdad city. But the wild Arabs came forth against him and took his money and goods and all he had. So when the ill news reached his father, he dispatched me to him with these loads, in lieu of those he had lost, besides a mule laden with 50,000 dinars, a parcel of clothes worth a power of money, a robe of sables, and a basin and ewer of gold. Whereupon the lady's father said, He whom thou seekest is my son-in-law, and I will show thee his house. Meanwhile Ala al-Din was sitting at home in huge concern, when lo! one knocked at the door, and he said, O Zubaydah, Allah is all-knowing, but I fear thy father hath sent me an officer from the Kazi, or the chief of police. Quoth she, Go down and see what it is. So he went down and, opening the door, found his father-in-law, the provost of the merchants, with an Abyssinian slave, dusky complexioned and pleasant of favour, riding on a mule. When the slave saw him, he dismounted and kissed his hands, and Ala al-Din said, What dost thou want? He replied, I am the slave of my lord Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, son of Shams al-Din, consul of the merchants for the land of Egypt, who hath sent me to him with this charge. Then he gave him the letter, and Ala al-Din, opening it, found written what followeth. Ho thou my letter, when my friend shall see thee, kiss thou the ground and buss his sandal shoon. Look thou hie softly and thou hasten not. My life and rest are in those hands so boon. After hearty salutations and congratulations, and high estimation from Shams al-Din to his son Abu al-Shamat, Know, O my son, that news hath reached me of the slaughter of thy men and the plunder of thy monies and goods. So I send thee herewith 50 loads of Egyptian stuffs, together with a suit of clothes and a robe of sables and a basin and ewer of gold. Fear thou no evil, and the goods thou hast lost were the ransom of thy life, so regret them not, and may no further grief befall thee. Thy mother and the people of the house are doing well in health and happiness, and all greet thee with abundant greetings. Moreover, O my son, it hath reached me that they have married thee, by way of intermediary, to the lady Zubaydah the lutist, and they have imposed on thee a marriage settlement of 10,000 dinars. Wherefore I send thee also 50,000 dinars by the slave Salim. Now when Ala al Din had made an end of reading the letter, he took possession of the loads and, turning to the provost, said to him, O my father-in-law, take the 10,000 dinars, the marriage settlement of thy daughter Zubaydah, and take also the loads of goods and dispose of them, and thine be the profit. Only return to me the cost price. He answered, Nay, by Allah, I will take nothing, and as for thy wife's settlement, do thou settle the matter with her. Then, after the goods had been brought in, they went to Zubaydah, and she said to her sire, O my father, whose loads are these? He said, These belong to thy husband, Ala al Din. His father hath sent them to him instead of those whereof the wild Arabs spoiled him. Moreover, he hath sent him 50,000 dinars, with a parcel of clothes, a robe of sables, a she-mule for riding, and a basin and ewer of gold. As for the marriage settlement, that is for thy reckoning. Thereupon Ala al Din rose and, opening the money box, gave her settlement, and the lady's cousin said, O my uncle, let him divorce to me my wife. But the old man replied, This may never be now, for the marriage tie is in his hand. Thereupon the young man went out, sore afflicted and sadly vexed, and, returning home, fell sick, for his heart had received its death blow. So he presently died. But as for Ala al Din, after receiving his goods, he went to the bazaar, and buying what meats and drinks he needed, made a banquet as usual, against the night, saying to Zubaydah, See these lying dervishes, they promised us and broke their promises. Quoth she, Thou art the son of a consul of the merchants, yet was thy hand short of half a dirham. How then should it be with poor dervishes? Quoth he, Almighty Allah hath enabled us to do without them, but if they come to us, never again will I open the door to them. She asked, Why so, whenas their coming footsteps brought us good luck? And moreover they put in 100 dinars under the prayer carpet for us every night. Perforce thou must open the door to them an they come. So when day departed with its light, and in gloom came night, they lighted the wax candles, and he said to her, Rise, Zubaydah, make us music. And behold, at this moment some one knocked at the door, and she said, Go and look who is at the door. So he went down and opened it, and seeing the dervishes, said, O fair welcome to the liars! Come up. Accordingly they went up with him, and he seated them and brought them the tray of food, and they ate and drank and became merry and mirthful, and presently said to him, O my lord, our hearts have been troubled for thee. What hath passed between thee and thy father-in-law? He answered, Allah compensated us beyond and above our desire. Rejoined they, By Allah, we were in fear for thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 259th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the dervishes thus addressed Ala al Din. By Allah, we were in fear for thee, and naught kept us from thee but our lack of cash and coin. Quoth he, Speedy relief hath come to me from my lord, for my father hath sent me 50,000 dinars and 50 loads of stuff, each load worth 1,000 dinars, besides a riding mule, a robe of sables, an Abyssinian slave, and a basin and ewer of gold. Moreover, I have made my peace with my father-in-law, and my wife hath become my lawful wife by my paying her settlement, so laud to Allah for that. Presently the Caliph rose to do a necessity, whereupon Ja'afar bent him towards Ala al Din and said, Look to thy manners, for thou art in the presence of the Commander of the Faithful." Asked he, "How have I failed in good breeding before the Commander of the Faithful, and which of you is he?" Quoth Ja'afar, "He who went out but now to make water is the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and I am the Wazir Ja'afar, and this is Masrur the executioner, and this other is Abu Nawas Hasan bin Hani. And now, O Ala al-Din, use thy reason and bethink thee how many days' journey is it between Cairo and Baghdad?" He replied, 45 days' journey. And Ja'afar rejoined, "Thy baggage was stolen only 10 days ago. So how could the news have reached thy father, and how could he pack up other goods and send them to thee 45 days' journey in 10 days' time?" Quoth Ala al-Din, "O my lord, and whence then came they?" "From the Commander of the Faithful," replied Ja'afar, "of his great affection for thee." As they were speaking, lo! the Caliph entered, and Ala al-Din rising, kissed the ground before him and said, "Allah keep thee, O Prince of the Faithful, and give thee long life, and may the lieges never lack thy bounty and beneficence." Replied the Caliph, "O Ala al-Din, let Zubaydah play us an air, by way of housewarming for thy deliverance." Thereupon she played him on the lute so rare a melody that the very stones shook for glee and the strings cried out for present ecstasy, "O loving one!" They spent the night after the merriest fashion, and in the morning the Caliph said to Ala al-Din, "Come to the Divan tomorrow." He answered, "Hearkening and obedience, O Commander of the Faithful, so Allah will and thou be well and in good case." On the morrow he took 10 trays and, putting on each a costly present, went up with them to the palace, and the Caliph was sitting on the throne, when behold, Ala al-Din appeared at the door of the Divan, repeating these 2 couplets, "Honour and glory wait on thee each morn, thine enviers' noses in the dust be set. Ne'er cease thy days to be as white as snow, thy foemen's days to be as black as jet." "Welcome, O Ala al-Din," said the Caliph, and he replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, the Prophet, whom Allah bless and assain, was wont to accept presents, and these 10 trays with what is on them are my offering to thee." The Caliph accepted his gift and, ordering him a robe of honour, made him provost of the merchants and gave him a seat in the Divan. And as he was sitting, behold, his father-in-law came in and, seeing Ala al-Din seated in his place and clad in a robe of honour, said to the Caliph, "O King of the age, why is this man sitting in my place and wearing this robe of honour?" Quoth the Caliph, "I have made him provost of the merchants, for offices are by investiture and not in perpetuity, and thou art deposed." Answered the merchant, "Thou hast done well, O Commander of the Faithful, for he is ours and one of us. Allah make the best of us the managers of our affairs. How many a little one hath become great." Then the Caliph wrote Ala al-Din a firman of investiture and gave it to the governor, who gave it to the crier, and the crier made proclamation in the Divan, saying, "None is provost of the merchants but Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, and his word is to be heard, and he must be obeyed with due respect paid, and he meriteth honour and homage and high degree." Moreover, when the Divan broke up, the governor went down with the crier before Ala al-Din, and the crier repeated the proclamation, and they carried Ala al-Din through the thoroughfares of Baghdad, making proclamation of his dignity. Next day Ala al-Din opened a shop for his slave Salim and set him therein, to buy and sell, whilst he himself rode to the palace and took his place in the Caliph's Divan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 260th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ala al-Din rode to the palace and took his place in the Caliph's Divan. Now it came to pass one day, when he sat in his stead, as was his wont, behold, one said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, may thy head survive such an one the cup companion, for he is gone to the mercy of Almighty Allah. but be thy life prolonged." Quoth the Caliph, "Where is Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat?" So he went up to the Commander of the Faithful, who had once clad him in a splendid dress of honour and made him his boon companion, appointing him a monthly pay and allowance of 1,000 dinars. He continued to keep him company till, one day, as he sat in the divan, according to his custom attending upon the Caliph, lo and behold, an Emir came up with sword and shield in hand and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, may thy head long outlive the head of the 60, for he is dead this day." Whereupon the Caliph ordered Ala al-Din a dress of honour and made him chief of the 60, in place of the other, who had neither wife nor son nor daughter. So Ala al-Din laid hands on his estate, and the Caliph said to him, "Bury him in the earth and take all he hath left of wealth and slaves and handmaids." Then he shook the handkerchief and dismissed the divan, whereupon Ala al-Din went forth, attended by Ahmed al-Danaf, captain of the right, and Hasan Shuman, captain of the left, riding at his either stirrup, each with his 40 men. Presently he turned to Hasan Shuman and his men and said to them, "Plead ye for me with the captain Ahmad al-Danaf, that he please to accept me as his son by covenant before Allah." And Ahmad assented, saying, "I and my 40 men will go before thee to the divan every morning." Now after this Ala al-Din continued in the Caliph's service many days, till one day it chanced that he left the divan and, returning home, dismissed Ahmad al-Danaf and his men and sat down with his wife Zubaydah, the lute player, who lighted the wax candles and went out of the room upon an occasion. Suddenly he heard a loud shriek, so he rose up and, running in haste to see what was the matter, found that it was his wife who had cried out. She was lying at full length on the ground, and when he put his hand to her breast, he found her dead. Now her father's house faced that of Ala al-Din, and he, hearing the shriek, came in and said, "What is the matter, O my lord Ala al-Din?" He replied, "O my father, may thy head outlive thy daughter Zubaydah, but, O my father, honour to the dead is burying them." So when the morning dawned, they buried her in the earth, and her husband and father condoled with and mutually consoled each other. Thus far concerning her; but as regards Ala al-Din, he donned mourning dress and declined the divan, abiding tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted at home. After a while, the Caliph said to Ja'afar, "O Wazir, what is the cause of Ala al-Din's absence from the divan?" The Minister answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, he is in mourning for his wife Zubaydah, and is occupied in receiving those who come to console him." And the Caliph said, "It behoveth us to pay him a visit of condolence." "I hear and I obey," replied Ja'afar. So they took horse, the Caliph and the Minister and a few attendants, and rode to Ala al-Din's house, and as he was sitting at home, behold, the party came in upon him, whereupon he rose to receive them and kissed the ground before the Caliph, who said to him, "Allah make good thy loss to thee." Answered Ala al-Din, "May Allah preserve thee to us, O Commander of the Faithful." Then said the Caliph, "O Ala al-Din, why hast thou absented thyself from the divan?" And he replied, "Because of my mourning for my wife Zubaydah, O Commander of the Faithful." The Caliph rejoined, "Put away grief from thee. Verily she is dead and gone to the mercy of Almighty Allah, and mourning will avail thee nothing, no, nothing." But Ala al-Din said, "O Commander of the Faithful, I shall never leave mourning for her till I die and they bury me by her side." Quoth the Caliph, "In Allah is compensation for every decease, and neither device nor riches can deliver from death. And divinely gifted was he who said, 'All sons of woman, albe long preserved, are born upon the bulging bier some day. How then shall joy man joy or taste delight, upon whose cheeks shall rest the dust and clay?'" When the Caliph had made an end of condoling him, he charged him not to absent himself from the divan, and returned to his palace. And Ala al-Din, after a last sorrowful night, mounted early in the morning and, riding to the court, kissed the ground before the Commander of the Faithful, who made a movement as if rising from the throne to greet and welcome him, and bade him take his appointed place in the divan, saying, "O Ala al-Din, thou art my guest to-night." So presently he carried him into his seraglio and calling a slave girl named Kut al-Kulub, said to her, "Ala al-Din had a wife called Zubaydah, who used to sing to him and solace him of cark and care; but she is gone to the mercy of Almighty Allah, and now I would have thee play him an air upon the lute." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 7. Recording by Griffin.
Section 8 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 8. 261st Night to 263rd Night. When it was the 261st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph said to the damsel Kut al-Kulub, I would have thee play him upon the lute an air of fashion sweet and rare, that he may be solaced of his cark and care. So she rose and made sweet music, and the Caliph said to Ala al-Din, What sayest thou of this damsel's voice? He replied, Verily, O Commander of the Faithful, Zubaydah's voice was the finer, but she is skilled in touching the lute cunningly, and her playing would make a rock dance with glee. The Caliph asked, Doth she please thee? And he answered, She doth, O Commander of the Faithful. Whereupon the King said, By the life of my head and the tombs of my forefathers, she is a gift from me to thee, she and her waiting women. Ala al-Din fancied that the Caliph was jesting with him, but on the morrow the King went in to Kut al-Kulub and said to her, I have given thee to Ala al-Din, whereat she rejoiced, for she had seen and loved him. Then the Caliph returned from his seraglio palace to the divan, and calling porters said to them, Set all the goods of Kut al-Kulub and her waiting women in a litter and carry them to Ala al-Din's home. So they conducted her to the house and showed her into the pavilion, whilst the Caliph sat in the hall of audience till the dose of day, when the divan broke up and he retired to his harem. Such was his case. But as regards Kut al-Kulub, when she had taken up her lodging in Ala al-Din's mansion, she and her women, 40 in all, besides the eunuchry, she called 2 of these caponized slaves and said to them, Sit ye on stools, one on the right and another on the left hand of the door. And when Ala al-Din cometh home, both of you kiss his hands and say to him, Our mistress Kut al-Kulub requesteth thy presence in the pavilion, for the Caliph hath given her to thee, her and her women. They answered, We hear and obey, and did as she bade them. So when Ala al-Din returned, he found 2 of the Caliph's eunuchs sitting at the door, and was amazed at the matter and said to himself, Surely this is not my own house, or else what can have happened? Now when the eunuchs saw him, they rose to him and, kissing his hands, said to him, We are of the Caliph's household and slaves to Kut al-Kulub, who saluteth thee, giving thee to know that the Caliph hath bestowed her on thee, her and her women, and requesteth thy presence. Quoth Ala al-Din, Say ye to her, Thou art welcome, but so long as thou shalt abide with me, I will not enter the pavilion wherein thou art, for what was the master's should not become the man's. And furthermore ask her, What was the sum of thy day's expenditure in the Caliph's palace? So they went in and did his errand to her, and she answered, 100 dinars a day. whereupon quoth he to himself, there was no need for the Caliph to give me Kut al Kulub, that I should be put to such expense for her, but there is no help for it. So she abode with him awhile, and he assigned her daily 100 dinars for her maintenance, till one day he absented himself from the Divan, and the Caliph said to Ja'afar, O Wazir, I gave not Kut al Kulub unto Al Din but that she might console him for his wife. Why then doth he still hold aloof from us? Answered Ja'afar, O Commander of the Faithful, he spake sooth who said, whoso findeth his fere forgetteth his friends. Rejoined the Caliph, haply he hath not absented himself without excuse, but we will pay him a visit. Now some days before this, Ala al Din had said to Ja'afar, I complained to the Caliph of my grief and mourning for the loss of my wife Zubaydah, and he gave me Kut al Kulub. And the Minister replied, except he loved thee, he had not given her to thee. Say, hast thou gone in unto her, O Ala al Din? He rejoined, No, by Allah, I know not her length from her breadth. He asked, And why? And he answered, O Wazir, what befitteth the Lord befitteth not the liege. Then the Caliph and Ja'afar disguised themselves and went privily to visit Ala al Din, but he knew them and rising to them kissed the hands of the Caliph, who looked at him and saw signs of sorrow in his face. So he said to him, O Al Din, whence cometh this sorrow wherein I see thee? Hast thou not gone in unto Kut al Kulub? He replied, O Commander of the Faithful, what befitteth the Lord befitteth not the thrall. No, as yet I have not gone in to visit her, nor do I know her length from her breadth. So pray quit me of her. Quoth the Caliph, I would fain see her and question her of her case. And quoth Ala al Din, I hear and I obey, O Commander of the Faithful. So the Caliph went in, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 262nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph went in to Kut al Kulub, who rose to him on sighting him and kissed the ground between his hands, when he said to her, Hath Ala al Din gone in unto thee? And she answered, No, O Commander of the Faithful, I sent to bid him come, but he would not. So the Caliph bade carry her back to the Harim and saying to Ala al Din, Do not absent thyself from us. Return to his palace. Accordingly, next morning Ala al Din mounted and rode to the Divan, where he took his seat as chief of the 60. Presently the Caliph ordered his treasurer to give the Wazir Ja'afar 10,000 dinars, and said, when his order was obeyed, I charge thee to go down to the bazar, where handmaidens are sold, and buy Ala al Din a slave girl with this sum. So in obedience to the King, Ja'afar took Ala al Din and went down with him to the bazar. Now as chance would have it, that very day the Emir Khalid, whom the Caliph had made governor of Baghdad, went down to the market to buy a slave girl for his son, and the cause of his going was that his wife, Khatun by name, had borne him a son called Habsalam Basasa, and the same was foul of favour and had reached the age of 20 without learning to mount horse, albeit his father was brave and bold, a doughty rider ready to plunge into the sea of darkness. And it happened that on a certain night he had a dream which caused nocturnal pollution, whereof he told his mother, who rejoiced and said to his father, I want to find him a wife, as he is now ripe for wedlock. Quoth Khalid, The fellow is so foul of favour, and withal so rank of odour, so sordid and beastly that no woman would take him as a gift. And she answered, We will buy him a slave girl. So it befell for the accomplishing of what Allah Almighty had decreed, that, on the same day, Ja'afar and Ala al Din, the governor Khalid and his son went down to the market and behold, they saw in the hands of a broker a beautiful girl, lovely faced and of perfect shape, and the Wazir said to him, "O broker, ask her owner if he will take 1,000 dinars for her." And as the broker passed by the governor with the slave, Hasalam Basasa cast at her one glance of the eyes which entailed for himself 1,000 sighs, and he fell in love with her and passion got hold of him and he said, "O my father, buy me yonder slave girl." So the Emir called the broker, who brought the girl to him and asked her name. She replied, "My name is Jessamine." And he said to Hasalam Basasa, "O my son, as she please thee, do thou bid higher for her." Then he asked the broker, "What hath been bidden for her?" And he replied, 1,000 dinars. Said the governor's son, "She is mine for 1,000 pieces of gold and one more." And the broker passed on to Ala al Din, who bid 2,000 dinars for her. And as often as the Emir's son bid another dinar, Ala al Din bid 1,000. The ugly youth was vexed at this and said, "O broker, who is it that outbiddeth me for the slave girl?" Answered the broker, "It is the Wazir Ja'afar, who is minded to buy her for Ala al Din Abu al Shamat." And Ala al Din continued till he brought her price up to 10,000 dinars, and her owner was satisfied to sell her for that sum. Then he took the girl and said to her, "I give thee thy freedom for the love of Almighty Allah," and forthwith wrote his contract of marriage with her and carried her to his house. Now when the broker returned, after having received his brokerage, the Emir's son summoned him and said to him, "Where is the girl?" Quoth he, "She was bought for 10,000 dinars by Ala al Din, who hath set her free and married her." At this the young man was greatly vexed and cast down and sighing many a sigh, returned home sick for love of the damsel; and he threw himself on his bed and refused food, for love and longing were sore upon him. Now when his mother saw him in this plight, she said to him, "Heaven assain thee, O my son! What aileth thee?" And he answered, "Buy me Jessamine, O my mother." Quoth she, "When the flower seller passeth, I will buy thee a basket full of Jessamine." Quoth he, "It is not the Jessamine one smells, but a slave girl named Jessamine, whom my father would not buy for me." So she said to her husband, "Why and wherefore didst thou not buy him the girl?" And he replied, "What is fit for the lord is not fit for the liege, and I have no power to take her. No less a man bought her than Ala al Din, Chief of the 60." Then the youth's weakness redoubled upon him, till he gave up sleeping and eating, and his mother bound her head with the fillets of mourning. And while in her sadness she sat at home, lamenting over her son, behold, came in to her an old woman, known as the mother of Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief, a knave who would bore through a middle wall and scale the tallest of the tall and steal the very caul of the eyeball. From his earliest years he had been given to these malpractices, till they made him captain of the watch, when he stole a sum of money, and the Chief of Police coming upon him in the act, carried him to the Caliph, who bade put him to death on the common execution ground. But he implored protection of the Wazir, whose intercession the Caliph never rejected; so he pleaded for him with the Commander of the Faithful, who said, "How canst thou intercede for this pest of the human race?" Ja'afar answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, do thou imprison him. Whoso built the first jail was a sage, seeing that a jail is the grave of the living and a joy for the foe." So the Caliph bade him lay him in bilboes and write thereon, "Appointed to remain here until death and not to be loosed but on the corpse washer's bench." And they cast him fettered into limbo. Now his mother was a frequent visitor to the house of the Emir Khalid, who was Governor and Chief of Police, and she used to go in to her son in jail and say to him, "Did I not warn thee to turn from thy wicked ways?" And he would always answer her, "Allah decreed this to me; but, O my mother, when thou visitest the Emir's wife, make her intercede for me with her husband." So when the old woman came into the Lady Khatun, she found her bound with the fillets of mourning and said to her, "Wherefore dost thou mourn?" She replied, "For my son Habzalam Basasa." And the old woman exclaimed, "Heaven assain thy son! What hath befallen him?" So the mother told her the whole story and she said, "What thou say of him who should achieve such a feat as would save thy son?" Asked the lady, "And what feat wilt thou do?" Quoth the old woman, "I have a son called Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief, who lieth chained in jail, and on his bilboes is written, 'Appointed to remain till death.' So do thou don thy richest clothes and trick thee out with thy finest jewels and present thyself to thy husband with an open face and smiling mien; and when he seeketh of thee what men seek of women, put him off and balk him of his will and say, 'By Allah, 'tis a strange thing, when a man desireth aught of his wife, he dunneth her till she doth it; but if a wife desire aught of her husband, he will not grant it to her.' Then he will say, 'What dost thou want?' and do thou answer, 'First swear to grant my request.' If he swear to thee by his head or by Allah, say to him, 'Swear to me the oath of divorce and do not yield to him except he do this.' And whenas he has sworn to thee the oath of divorce, say to him, 'Thou keepest in prison a man called Ahmad Kamakim, and he hath a poor old mother, who hath set upon me and who urgeth me in the matter and who saith, Let thy husband intercede for him with the Caliph, that my son may repent and thou gain heavily guerdon.'" And the Lady Khatun replied, "I hear and obey." So when her husband came in to her,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 263rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Governor came in to his wife, who spoke to him as she had been taught, and made him swear the divorce oath before she would yield to his wishes. He lay with her that night and, when morning dawned, after he had made the Ghusl ablution and prayed the dawn prayer, he repaired to the prison and said, "O Ahmad Kamakim, O thou arch thief, dost thou repent of thy works?" Whereto he replied, "I do indeed repent and turn to Allah and say with heart and tongue, I ask pardon of Allah." So the Governor took him out of jail and carried him to the court, he being still in bilboes; and approaching the Caliph, kissed ground before him. Quoth the King, "O Emir Khбlid, what seekest thou?" Whereupon he brought forward Ahmad Kamakim, shuffling and tripping in his fetters; and the Caliph said to him, "What! art thou yet alive, O Kamakim?" He replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, the miserable are long lived." Quoth the Caliph to the Emir, "Why hast thou brought him hither?" And quoth he, "O Commander of the Faithful, he hath a poor old mother, cut off from the world, who hath none but this son, and she hath had recourse to thy slave, imploring him to intercede with thee to strike off his chains, for he repenteth of his evil courses, and to make him captain of the watch as before." The Caliph asked Ahmad Kamakim, "Dost thou repent of thy sins?" "I do indeed repent me to Allah, O Commander of the Faithful," answered he; whereupon the Caliph called for the blacksmith and made him strike off his irons on the corpse washer's bench. Moreover, he restored him to his former office and charged him to walk in the way of godliness and righteousness. So he kissed the Caliph's hands and, being invested with the uniform of Captain of the Watch, he went forth, whilst they made proclamation of his appointment. Now for a long time he abode in the exercise of his office, till one day his mother went in to the Governor's wife, who said to her, "Praised be Allah who hath delivered thy son from prison and restored him to health and safety! But why dost thou not bid him contrive some trick to get the girl Jessamine for my son Hahzalam Bazazah?" "That will I," answered she, and going out from her, repaired to her son. She found him drunk with wine and said to him, "O my son, no one caused thy release from jail but the wife of the Governor, and she would have thee find some means to slay Ala al Din Abu al Shamat and get his slave girl Jessamine for her son Habzalam Bazazah." He answered, "That will be the easiest of things, and I must needs set about it this very night." Now this was the first night of the new month, and it was the custom of the Caliph to spend that night with the Lady Zubaydah, for the setting free of a slave girl or a Mameluke or something of the sort. Moreover, on such occasions he used to doff his royal habit, together with his rosary and dagger sword and royal signet, and set them all upon a chair in the sitting saloon. And he had also a golden lanthorn, adorned with 3 jewels strung on a wire of gold, by which he set great store; and he would commit all these things to the charge of the eunuchry, whilst he went into the Lady Zubaydah's apartment. So arch thief Ahmad Kamakim waited till midnight, when Canopus shone bright and all creatures to sleep were dight, whilst the Creator veiled them with the veil of night. Then he took his drawn sword in his right and his grappling hook in his left, repairing to the Caliph's sitting saloon, planted his scaling ladder and cast his grapnel onto the side of the terrace roof. Then, raising the trapdoor, let himself down into the saloon, where he found the eunuchs asleep. He drugged them with hemp fumes and taking the Caliph's dress, dagger, rosary, kerchief, signet ring and the lanthorn whereupon were the pearls, returned whence he came and betook himself to the house of Ala al Din, who had that night celebrated his wedding festivities with Jessamine and had gone in unto her and gotten her with child. So arch thief Ahmad Kamakim climbed over into his saloon and, raising one of the marble slabs from the sunken part of the floor, dug a hole under it and laid the stolen things therein, all save the lanthorn, which he kept for himself. Then he plastered down the marble slab as it before was, and returning whence he came, went back to his own house, saying, "I will now tackle my drink and set this lanthorn before me and quaff the cup to its light." Now as soon as it was dawn of day, the Caliph went out into the sitting chamber and, seeing the eunuchs drugged with hemp, aroused them. Then he put his hand to the chair and found neither dress nor signet nor rosary nor dagger sword nor kerchief nor lanthorn, whereat he was exceeding wroth and, donning the dress of anger, which was a scarlet suit, sat down in the Divan. So the Wazir Ja'afar came forward and, kissing the ground before him, said, "Allah avert all evil from the Commander of the Faithful!" Answered the Caliph, "O Wazir, the evil is passing great." Ja'afar asked, "What has happened?" So he told him what had occurred, and behold, the Chief of Police appeared with Ahmad Kamakim, the robber, at his stirrup, when he found the Commander of the Faithful sore enraged. As soon as the Caliph saw him, he said to him, "O Emir Khalid, how goes Baghdad?" And he answered, "Safe and secure." Cried he, "Thou liest." "How so, O Prince of True Believers?" asked the Emir. So he told him the case and added, "I charge thee to bring me back all the stolen things." Replied the Emir, "O Commander of the Faithful, the vinegar worm is of and in the vinegar, and no stranger can get at this place." But the Caliph said, "Except thou bring me these things, I will put thee to death." Quoth he, ere thou slay me, slay Ahmed Kamakim, for none should know the robber and the traitor but the captain of the watch." Then came forward Ahmed Kamakim and said to the Caliph, "Accept my intercession for the Chief of Police, and I will be responsible to thee for the thief and will track his trail till I find him. But give me 2 Kazis and 2 assessors, for he who did this thing feareth thee not, nor doth he fear the Governor nor any other." Answered the Caliph, "Thou shalt have what thou wantest, but let search be made first in my palace and then in those of the Wazir and the Chief of the 60." Rejoined Ahmad Kamakim, "Thou sayest well, O Commander of the Faithful. Belike the man that did this ill deed be one who hath been reared in the King's household or in that of one of his officers." Cried the Caliph, "As my head liveth, whosoever shall have done the deed, I will assuredly put him to death, be it mine own son." Then Ahmad Kamakim received a written warrant to enter and perforce search the houses.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 8. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 9 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 9, 264th Night to 266th Night. When it was the 264th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ahmad Kamakim got what he wanted, and received a written warrant to enter and perforce search the houses. So he fared forth, taking in his hand a rod made of bronze and copper, iron and steel, of each 3 equal parts. He first searched the palace of the Caliph, then that of the Wazir Ja'afar, after which he went the round of the houses of the chamberlains and the viceroys, till he came to that of Ala al-Din. Now when the Chief of the 60 heard the clamour before his house, he left his wife Jessamine and went down and opening the door, found the Master of Police without in the midst of a tumultuous crowd. So he said, "What is the matter, O Emir Khalid?" Thereupon the Chief told him the case and Ala al-Din said, "Enter my house and search it." The Governor replied, "Pardon, O my lord, thou art a man in whom trust is reposed, and Allah forfend that the trusty turn traitor." Quoth Ala al-Din, "There is no help for it but that my house be searched." So the Chief of Police entered, attended by the Kazi and his assessors, whereupon Ahmad Kamakim went straight to the depressed floor of the saloon and came to the slab under which he had buried the stolen goods, and let the rod fall upon it with such violence that the marble broke in sunder, and behold, something glittered underneath. Then said he, "Bismillah, in the name of Allah, Mashallah, whatso Allah willeth! By the blessing of our coming a hoard hath been hit upon. Wait while we go down into this hiding place and see what is therein." So the Kazi and assessors looked into the hole and finding there the stolen goods, drew up a statement of how they had discovered them in Ala al-Din's house, to which they set their seals. Then they bade seize upon Ala al-Din and took his turban from his head and officially registered all his monies and effects which were in the mansion. Meanwhile arch thief Ahmad Kamakim laid hands on Jessamine, who was with child by Ala al-Din, and committed her to his mother, saying, "Deliver her to Khatun, the Governor's lady." So the old woman took her and carried her to the wife of the Master of Police. Now as soon as Habzalam Bazazah saw her, health and heart returned to him and he arose without stay or delay and joyed with exceeding joy and would have drawn near her, but she plucks a dagger from her girdle and said, "Keep off from me, or I will kill thee and kill myself after." Exclaimed his mother, "O strumpet, let my son have his will of thee." But Jessamine answered, "O bitch, by what law is it lawful for a woman to marry two men, and how shall the dog be admitted to the place of the lion?" With this the ugly youth's love longing redoubled and he sickened for yearning and unfulfilled desire, and refusing food returned to his pillow. Then said his mother to her, "O harlot, how canst thou make me thus to sorrow for my son? Needs must I punish thee with torture, and as for Ala al Din, he will assuredly be hanged." "And I will die for love of him," answered Jessamine. Then the Governor's wife arose and stripped her of her jewels and silken raiment and, clothing her in petticoat trousers of sackcloth and a shift of haircloth, sent her down into the kitchen and made her a scullery wench, saying, "The reward for thy constancy shall be to break up firewood and peel onions and set fire under the cooking pots." Quoth she, "I am willing to suffer all manner of hardships and servitude, but I will not suffer the sight of thy son." However, Allah inclined the hearts of the slave girls to her and they used to do her service in the kitchen. Such was the case with Jessamine; but as regards Ala al Din, they carried him, together with the stolen goods, to the Divan where the Caliph still sat upon his throne. And behold, the King looked upon his effects and said, "Where did ye find them?" They replied, "In the very middle of the house belonging to Ala al Din Abu al Shamat." Whereat the Caliph was filled with wrath and took the things, but found not the lanthorn among them and said, "O Ala al Din, where is the lanthorn?" He answered, "I stole it not. I know naught of it. I never saw it. I can give no information about it." Said the Caliph, "O traitor, how cometh it that I brought thee near unto me and thou hast cast me out afar? And I trusted in thee and thou betrayest me." And he commanded to hang him. So the Chief of Police took him and went down with him into the city, whilst the crier preceded them, proclaiming aloud and saying, "This is the reward, and the least of the reward he shall receive who doth treason against the Caliphs of true belief." And the folk flocked to the place where the gallows stood. Thus far concerning him; but as regards Ahmad al-Danaf, Ala al-Din's adopted father, he was sitting making merry with his followers in a garden and carousing and pleasuring, when lo! in came one of the water carriers of the Divan and, kissing the hand of Ahmad al-Danaf, said to him, "O Captain Ahmad, O Danaf, thou sittest at thine ease, with water flowing at thy feet, and thou knowest not what hath happened." Asked Ahmad, "What is it?" And the other answered, "They have gone down to the gallows with thy son Ala al Din, adopted by a covenant before Allah." Quoth Ahmad, "What is the remedy here, O Hasan Shu'uman, and what sayest thou of this?" He replied, "Assuredly Ala al Din is innocent and this blame hath come to him from some one enemy." Quoth Ahmad, "What counsellest thou?" And Hasan said, "We must rescue him, Inshallah." Then he went to the jail and said to the jailer, "Give us some one who deserveth death." So he gave him one that was likest of men to Ala al Din Abu al Shamat, and they covered his head and carried him to the place of execution between Ahmad al-Danaf and Ali al-Saybak of Cairo. Now they had brought Ala al Din to the gibbet to hang him, but Ahmad al-Danaf came forward and set his foot on that of the hangman, who said, "Give me room to do my duty." He replied, "O accursed, take this man and hang him in Ala al Din's stead, for he is innocent, and we will ransom him with this fellow. even as Abraham ransomed Ishmael with the ram. So the hangman seized the man and hanged him in lieu of Ala al-Din, whereupon Ahmad and Ali took Ala al-Din and carried him to Ahmad's quarters, and when there, Ala al-Din turned to him and said, "O my sire and chief, Allah requite thee with the best of good." Quoth he, "O Ala al-Din." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 265th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Calamity Ahmad cried, "O Ala al-Din, what is this deed thou hast done? The mercy of Allah be on him who said, Whoso trusteth thee betray him not, e'en if thou be a traitor. Now the Caliph set thee in high place about him and styled thee trusty and faithful. How then couldst thou deal thus with him and steal his goods?" "By the Most Great Name, O my father and chief," replied Ala al-Din, "I had no hand in this, nor did I such deed nor know I who did it." Quoth Ahmad, "Of a surety none did this but a manifest enemy, and whoso doth aught shall be requited for his deed. But, O Ala al-Din, thou canst sojourn no longer in Baghdad, for kings, O my son, may not pass from one thing to another, and when they go in quest of a man, longsome is his travail." "Whither shall I go, O my chief?" asked Ala al-Din, and he answered, "O my son, I will bring thee to Alexandria, for it is a blessed place, its threshold is green and its sojourn is agreeable." And Ala al-Din rejoined, "I hear and I obey, O my chief." So Ahmad said to Hasan Shuuman, "Be mindful, and when the Caliph asketh for me say, he is gone touring about the provinces." Then taking Ala al-Din, he went forth of Baghdad and stayed not going till they came to the outlying vineyards and gardens, where they met two Jews of the Caliph's tax gatherers, riding on mules. Quoth Ahmad al-Danaf to these, "Give me the blackmail," and quoth they, "Why should we pay thee blackmail?" Whereto he replied, "Because I am the watchman of this valley." So they gave him each 100 gold pieces, after which he slew them and took their mules, one of which he mounted, whilst Ala al-Din bestrode the other. Then they rode on till they came to the city of Ayas and put up their beasts for the night at the Khan. And when morning dawned, Ala al-Din sold his own mule and committed that of Ahmad to the charge of the doorkeeper of the caravanserai, after which they took ship from Ayas port and sailed to Alexandria. Here they landed and walked up to the bazar, and behold, there was a broker crying a shop and a chamber behind it for 950 dinars. Upon this Ala al-Din bid 1,000, which the broker accepted, for the premises belonged to the treasury, and the seller handed over to him the keys, and the buyer opened the shop and found the inner parlour furnished with carpets and cushions. Moreover, he found there a storeroom full of sails and masts, cordage and seamen's chests, bags of beads and cowrie shells, stirrups, battle axes, maces, knives, scissors, and such matters, for the last owner of the shop had been a dealer in second-hand goods. He took his seat in the shop, and Ahmad al-Danaf said to him, "O my son, the shop and the room and that which is therein are become thine; so tarry thou here and buy and sell, and repine not at thy lot, for Almighty Allah blesseth trade." After this he abode with him 3 days, and on the 4th he took leave of him, saying, "Abide here till I go back and bring thee the Caliph's pardon, and learn who hath played thee this trick." Then he shipped for Ayas, where he took the mule from the inn, and returning to Baghdad met Pestilence Hasan and his followers, to whom he said, "Hath the Caliph asked after me?" And he replied, "No, nor hast thou come to his thought." So he resumed his service about the Caliph's person and set himself to sniff about for news of Ala al Din's case, till one day he heard the Caliph say to the Wazir, "See, O Ja'afar, how Ala al Din dealt with me." Replied the Minister, "O Commander of the Faithful, thou hast requited him with hanging, and hath he not met with his reward?" Quoth he, "O Wazir, I have a mind to go down and see him hanging." And the Wazir answered, "Do what thou wilt, O Commander of the Faithful." So the Caliph, accompanied by Ja'afar, went down to the place of execution, and raising his eyes saw the hanged man to be other than Ala al Din Abu al Shamat, surnamed the Trusty, and said, "O Wazir, this is not Ala al Din." "How knowest thou that it is not he?" asked the Minister; and the Caliph answered, "Ala al Din was short and this one is tall." Quoth Ja'afar, "Hanging stretcheth." Quoth the Caliph, "Ala al Din was fair and this one's face is black." Said Ja'afar, "Knowest thou not, O Commander of the Faithful, that death is followed by blackness?" Then the Caliph bade take down the body from the gallows tree, and they found the names of the two Shaykhs, Abu Bakr and Umar, written on its heels, whereupon cried the Caliph, "O Wazir, Ala al Din was a Sunnite, and this fellow is a rejecter, a Shi'ah." He answered, "Glory be to Allah who knoweth the hidden things, while we know not whether this was Ala al Din or other than he." Then the Caliph bade bury the body, and they buried it; and Ala al Din was forgotten as though he never had been. Such was his case; but as regards Habzalam Bazazah, the Emir Khalid's son, he ceased not to languish for love and longing till he died, and they joined him to the dust. And as for the young wife Jessamine, she accomplished the months of her pregnancy and, being taken with labour pains, gave birth to a boy child like unto the moon. And when her fellow slave girls said to her, "What wilt thou name him?" she answered, "Were his father well, he had named him; but now I will name him Aslan." She gave him suck for 2 successive years, then weaned him, and he crawled and walked. Now it so came to pass that one day, whilst his mother was busied with the service of the kitchen, the boy went out and seeing the stairs, mounted to the guest chamber. And the Emir Khalid, who was sitting there, took him upon his lap and glorified his Lord for that which he had created and fashioned. Then closely eyeing his face, the Governor saw that he was the likest of all creatures to Ala al Din Abu al Shamat. Presently his mother Jessamine sought for him and finding him not, mounted to the guest chamber, where she saw the Emir seated with the child playing in his lap; for Allah had inclined his heart to the boy. And when the child espied his mother, he would have thrown himself upon her; but the Emir held him tight to his bosom and said to Jessamine, "Come hither, O damsel." So she came to him, when he said to her, "Whose son is this?" And she replied, "He is my son and the fruit of my vitals." "And who is his father?" asked the Emir; and she answered, "His father was Ala al Din Abu al Shamat, but now he is become thy son." Quoth Khalid, "In very sooth Ala al Din was a traitor." Quoth she, "Allah deliver him from treason! The heavens forfend and forbid that the Trusty should be a traitor." Then said he, "When this boy shall grow up and reach man's estate and say to thee, 'Who is my father?' say to him, 'Thou art the son of Emir Khalid, Governor and Chief of Police.'" And she answered, "I hear and I obey." Then he circumcised the boy and reared him with the goodliest rearing and engaged for him a professor of law and religious science, and an expert penman who taught him to read and write. So he read the Koran twice and learnt it by heart, and he grew up saying to the Emir, O my father! Moreover, the governor used to go down with him to the tilting ground and assemble horsemen and teach the lad the fashion of fight and fray, and the place to plant lance thrust and sabre stroke, so that by the time he was 14 years old he became a valiant wight and accomplished knight and gained the rank of Emir. Now it chanced one day that Aslan fell in with Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief, and accompanied him as cup companion to the tavern, and behold, Ahmad took out the jewelled lanthorn he had stolen from the Caliph, and setting it before him pledged the wine cup to its light, till he became drunken. So Aslan said to him, "O captain, give me this lanthorn." But he replied, "I cannot give it to thee." Asked Aslan, "Why not?" And Ahmad answered, "Because lives have been lost for it." "Whose life?" enquired Aslan, and Ahmad rejoined, "There came hither a man who was made chief of the 60. He was named Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, and he lost his life through this lanthorn." Quoth Aslan, "And what was that story, and what brought about his death?" Quoth Ahmad Kamakim, "Thou hadst an elder brother by name Hasalam Basasa, and when he reached the age of 16 and was ripe for marriage, thy father would have bought him a slave girl named Jasmine." And he went on to tell him the whole story from first to last of Habsalam Basasa's illness, and what befell Ala al-Din in his innocence. When Aslan heard this, he said in thought, "Haply this slave girl was my mother Jasmine, and my father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat." So the boy went out from him sorrowful and met Calamity Ahmad, who at sight of him exclaimed, "Glory be to him unto whom none is like!" Asked Hasan the Pestilence, "Where dost thou marvel, O my chief?" And Ahmad the Calamity replied, "At the make of yonder boy Aslan, for he is the likest of human creatures to Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat." Then he called the lad and said to him, "O Aslan, what is thy mother's name?" To which he replied, "She is called the damsel Jasmine." And the other said, "Harkye, Aslan, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for thy father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. But, O my son, go thou in to thy mother and question her of thy father." He said, "Hearkening and obedience," and going in to his mother put the question, whereupon quoth she, "Thy sire is the Emir Khбlid." "Not so," rejoined he, "my father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat." At this the mother wept and said, "Who acquainted thee with this, O my son?" And he answered, "Ahmad al-Danaf, captain of the guard." So she told him the whole story, saying, "O my son, the true hath prevailed and the false has failed. Know that Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat was indeed thy sire, but it was none save the Emir Khбlid who reared thee and adopted thee as his son. And now, O my child, when thou seest Ahmad al-Danaf the captain, do thou say to him, 'I conjure thee by Allah, O my chief, take my blood revenge on the murderer of my father, Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat.'" So he went out from his mother.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 266th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Aslan went out from his mother and betaking himself to Calamity Ahmad kissed his hand. Quoth the captain, "What aileth thee, O Aslan?" And quoth he, "I know now for certain that my father was Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, and I would have thee take my blood revenge on his murderer." He asked, and who was thy father's murderer?" Whereto Aslan answered, "Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief." "Who told thee this?" enquired he, and Aslan rejoined, "I saw in his hand the jewelled lanthorn which was lost with the rest of the Caliph's gear, and I said to him, 'Give me this lanthorn,' but he refused, saying, 'Lives have been lost on account of this,' and told me it was he who had broken into the palace and stolen the articles and deposited them in my father's house." Then said Ahmad al Danaf, "When thou seest the Emir Khбlid don his harness of war, say to him, 'Equip me like thyself and take me with thee.' Then do thou go forth and perform some feat of prowess before the Commander of the Faithful, and he will say to thee, 'Ask a boon of me, O Aslan,' and do thou make answer, 'I ask of thee this boon, that thou take my blood revenge of my father's murderer.' If he say, 'Thy father is yet alive and is the Emir Khбlid, the Chief of the Police,' answer thou, 'My father was Ala al Din Abu al Shamat, and the Emir Khбlid hath a claim upon me only as the foster father who adopted me.' Then tell him all that passed between thee and Ahmad Kamakim and say, 'O Prince of True Believers, order him to be searched and I will bring the lanthorn forth from his bosom.'" Thereupon said Aslan to him, "I hear and obey," and returning to the Emir Khбlid found him making ready to repair to the Caliph's court and said to him, "I would fain have thee arm and harness me like thyself and take me with thee to the Divan." So he equipped him and carried him thither. Then the Caliph sallied forth of Baghdad with his troops, and they pitched tents and pavilions without the city, whereupon the host divided into two parties and forming ranks fell to playing polo, one striking the ball with the mall and another striking it back to him. Now there was among the troops a spy who had been hired to slay the Caliph; so he took the ball and smiting it with the bat, drove it straight at the Caliph's face, when behold, Aslan fended it off and catching it drove it back at him who smote it, so that it struck him between the shoulders and he fell to the ground. The Caliph exclaimed, "Allah bless thee, O Aslan!" and they all dismounted and sat on chairs. Then the Caliph bade them bring the smiter of the ball before him and said, "Who tempted thee to do this thing, and art thou friend or foe?" Quoth he, "I am thy foe and it was my purpose to kill thee." Asked the Caliph, "And wherefore? Art not a Moslem?" Replied the spy, "No, I am a rejecter." So the Caliph bade them put him to death and said to Aslan, "Ask a boon of me." Quoth he, "I ask of thee this boon, that thou take my blood revenge of my father's murderer." He said, "Thy father is alive and there he stands on his 2 feet." "And who is he?" asked Aslan, and the Caliph answered, "He is the Emir Khбlid, Chief of Police." Rejoined Aslan, "O Commander of the Faithful, he is no father of mine save by right of fosterage. My father was none other than Ala al Din Abu al Shamat." "Then thy father was a traitor," cried the Caliph. "Allah forbid, O Commander of the Faithful," rejoined Aslan, "that the trusty should be a traitor. But how did he betray thee?" Quoth the Caliph, "He stole my habit and what was therewith." Aslan retorted, "O Commander of the Faithful, Allah forfend that my father should be a traitor! But, O my lord, when thy habit was lost and found, didst thou likewise recover the lanthorn which was stolen from thee?" Answered the Caliph, "We never got it back," and Aslan said, "I saw it in the hands of Ahmad Kamakim and begged it of him, but he refused to give it me, saying, 'Lives have been lost on account of this.' Then he told me of the sickness of Habzalam Basasa, son of the Emir Khбlid, by reason of his passion for the damsel Jessamine, and how he himself was released from bonds and that it was he who stole the habit and the lamp. So do thou, O Commander of the Faithful, take my blood revenge for my father on him who murdered him." At once the Caliph cried, "Seize ye Ahmad Kamakim!" And they seized him, whereupon he asked, "Where be the Captain Ahmad al-Danaf?" And when he was summoned, the Caliph bade him search Kamakim. So he put his hand into the thief's bosom and pulled out the lanthorn. Said the Caliph, "Come hither, thou traitor! Whence hadst thou this lanthorn?" And Kamakim replied, "I bought it, O Commander of the Faithful." The Caliph rejoined, "Where didst thou buy it?" Then they beat him till he owned that he had stolen the lanthorn, the habit and the rest, and the Caliph said, "What moved thee to do this thing, O traitor, and ruin Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, the trusty and faithful?" Then he bade them lay hands on him and on the Chief of Police. But the Chief said, "O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I am unjustly treated. Thou badest me hang him, and I had no knowledge of this trick, for the plot was contrived between the old woman and Ahmad Kamakim and my wife. I crave thine intercession, O Aslan." So Aslan interceded for him with the Caliph, who said, "What hath Allah done with this youngster's mother?" Answered Khalid, "She is with me." And the Caliph continued, "I command that thou order thy wife to dress her in her own clothes and ornaments and restore her to her former degree, a lady of rank. And do thou remove the seals from Ala al-Din's house and give his son possession of his estate." "I hear and obey," answered Khalid, and going forth gave the order to his wife, who clad Jessamine in her own apparel, whilst he himself removed the seals from Ala al-Din's house and gave Aslan the keys. Then said the Caliph, "Ask a boon of me, O Aslan." And he replied, "I beg of thee the boon to unite me with my father." Whereat the Caliph wept and said, "Most like thy sire was he that was hanged and is dead; but by the life of my forefathers, whoso bringeth me the glad news that he is yet in the bondage of this life, I will give him all he seeketh." Then came forward Ahmad al-Danaf and kissing the ground between his hands said, "Grant me indemnity, O Commander of the Faithful." "Thou hast it," answered the Caliph. And Calamity Ahmad said, "I give thee the good news that Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, the trusty and the faithful, is alive and well." Quoth the Caliph, "What is this thou sayest?" Quoth Al-Danaf, "As thy head liveth, I say sooth, for I ransomed him with another, of those who deserved death, and carried him to Alexandria, where I opened for him a shop and set him up as a dealer in second hand goods." Then said the Prince of True Believers—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 9. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 10 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 10, 267th Night to 269th Night. When it was the 267th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph ordered Calamity Ahmad, saying, 'I charge thee fetch him to me.' And the other replied, 'To hear is to obey.' Whereupon the Caliph bade them give him 10,000 gold pieces, and he fared forth for Alexandria. On this wise it happened with Aslan. But as regards his father, Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, he sold in course of time all that was in his shop excepting a few things, and amongst them a long bag of leather. And happening to shake the bag, there fell out a jewel which filled the palm of his hand, hanging to a chain of gold, and having many facets, but especially 5, whereon were names and talismanic characters, as they were ant tracks. So he rubbed each face, but none answered him, and he said to himself, Doubtless it is a piece of variegated onyx, and then hung it up in the shop. And behold, a consul passed along the street and, raising his eyes, saw the jewel hanging up. So he seated himself over against the shop and said to Ala al-Din, O my lord, is the jewel for sale? He answered, All I have is for sale. Thereupon the Frank said, Wilt thou sell me that same for 80,000 dinars? Allah open, replied Ala al-Din. The Frank asked, Wilt thou sell it for 100,000 dinars? And he answered, I sell it to thee for 100,000 dinars. Pay me down the monies. Quoth the consul, I cannot carry about such a sum as its price, for there be robbers and sharpers in Alexandria. But come with me to my ship, and I will pay thee the price, and give thee to boot a bale of Angora wool, a bale of satin, a bale of velvet, and a bale of broadcloth. So Ala al-Din rose up and locked up his shop, after giving the jewel to the Frank, and committed the keys to his neighbour, saying, Keep these keys in trust for me, whilst I go with this consul to his ship, and return with the price of my jewel. If I be long absent, and there come to thee Ahmad al-Danaf, the captain who established me in this shop, give him the keys, and tell him where I am. Then he went with the consul to his ship, and no sooner had he boarded it than the Frank set him a stool, and, making him sit down, said to his men, Bring the money. So they brought it, and paid him the price of the jewel, and gave him the 4 bales he had promised him, and one over, after which he said to him, O my lord, honour me by accepting a bite or a sup. And Ala al-Din answered, If thou have any water, give me to drink. So the Frank called for sherbets, and they brought drink drugged with bhang, of which no sooner had Ala al-Din drunk than he fell over on his back, whereupon they stowed away the chairs, and shipped the shoving poles, and made sail. Now the wind blew fair for them, till it drove them into blue water, and when they were beyond sight of the land, the Kaptan bade bring Ala al-Din up out of the hold, and made him smell the counter drug of bhang, whereupon he opened his eyes and said, Where am I? He replied, Thou art bound and in my power, and if thou hadst said, Allah open, to 100,000 dinars for the jewel, I would have bidden thee more. What art thou? Asked Ala al-Din, and the other answered, I am a sea captain, and mean to carry thee to my sweetheart. Now as they were talking, behold, a ship hove in sight, carrying 40 Moslem merchants. So the Frank captain attacked the vessel, and made fast to it with grappling irons. Then he boarded it with his men, and took it and plundered it, after which he sailed on with his prize till he reached the city of Genoa. There the Kaptan, who was carrying off Ala al-Din, landed and repaired to a palace, whose pastern gave upon the sea. And behold, there came down to him a damsel in a chin veil, who said, Hast thou brought the jewel and the owner? I have brought them both, answered he. And she said, Then give me the jewel. So he gave it to her, and returning to the port, fired his cannon to announce his safe return, whereupon the king of the city, being notified of the Kaptan's arrival, came down to receive him, and asked, How hath been this voyage? He answered, A right prosperous one, and while voyaging I have made prize of a ship with 41 Moslem merchants. Said the king, Land them at port. So he landed the merchants in irons, and Ala al-Din among the rest, and the king and the Kaptan mounted and made the captives walk before them, till they reached the audience chamber, when the Franks seated themselves and caused the prisoners to pass in parade order, one by one before the king, who said to the first, O Moslem, whence comest thou? He answered, From Alexandria. Whereupon the king said, O headsman, put him to death. So the sworder smote him with the sword and cut off his head. And thus it fared with the second and the third, till 40 were dead, and there remained but Ala al-Din, who drank the cup of his comrade's sighs and agony, and said to himself, Allah have mercy on thee, O Ala al-Din, thou art a dead man. Then said the King to him, And thou, what countryman art thou? He answered, I am of Alexandria. And the King said, O headsman, strike off his head. So the sworder raised arm and sword, and was about to strike, when behold, an old woman of venerable aspect presented herself before the King, who rose to do her honor, and said to him, O King, did I not bid thee remember, when the captain came back with the captives, to keep one or two for the convent to serve the church? The King replied, O my mother, would thou hadst come a while earlier, but take this one that is left. So she turned to Ala al-Din and said to him, Say, wilt thou serve in the church, or shall I let the King slay thee? Quoth he, I will serve in the church. So she took him, and carried him forth of the court, and went to the church, where he said to her, What service must I do? She replied, Thou must rise with the dawn, and take 5 mules, and go with them to the forest, and there cut dry firewood, and saw it short, and bring it to the convent kitchen. Then thou must take up the carpets, and sweep, and wipe the stone and marble pavements, and lay the carpets down again as they were. After which thou must take 2 bushels and a half of wheat, and bolt it, and grind it, and knead it, and make it into cracknels for the convent. And thou must take also a bushel of lentils, and sift and crush and cook them. Then thou must fetch water in barrels, and fill the 4 fountains. After which thou must take 366 wooden bowls, and crumble the cracknels therein, and pour of the lentil porridge over each, and carry every monk and patriarch his bowl. Said Ala al-Din, Take me back to the King, and let him kill me. It were easier to me than this service. Replied the old woman, If thou do truly and rightly the service that is due from thee, thou shalt escape death. But if thou do not, I will let the King kill thee. And with these words Ala al-Din was left sitting heavy at heart. Now there were in the church 10 blind cripples, and one of them said to him, Bring me a pot. So he brought it to him, and he cacked and eased himself therein, and said, Throw away the odor. He did so, and the blind man said, The Messiah's blessing be upon thee, O servant of the church. Presently, behold, the old woman came in and said to him, Why hast thou not done thy service in the church? Answered he, How many hands have I, that I should suffice for all this work? She rejoined, Thou fool, I brought thee not hither except to work. And she added, Take, O my son, this rod, which was of copper capped with a cross, and go forth into the highway, and, when thou meetest the governor of the city, say to him, I summon thee to the service of the church, in the name of our Lord the Messiah. And he will not disobey thee. Then make him take the wheat, sift, grind, bolt, knead, and bake it into cracknels. And if any gainsay thee, beat him, and fear none. To hear is to obey, answered he, and did as she said, and never ceased pressing great and small into his service, nor did he leave to do thus for the space of 17 years. Now one day, as he sat in church, lo, the old woman came to him and said, Go forth of the convent. He asked, Whither shall I go? And she answered, Thou canst pass the night in a tavern, or with one of thy comrades. Quoth he, Why dost thou send me forth of the church? And quoth she, The Princess Husn Maryam, daughter of Johanna, king of this city, purposeth to visit the church, and it befitteth not that any abide in her way. So he made a show of obeying her orders, and rose up and pretended that he was leaving the church. But he said in his mind, I wonder whether the princess is like our women, or fairer than they. At any rate, I will not go till I have had a look at her. So he hid himself in a closet with a window looking into the church. And, as he watched, behold, in came the king's daughter. He cast at her one glance of his eyes that cost him 1,000 sighs, for he found her like the full moon when it cometh swimming out of the clouds. And he saw with her a young lady, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 268th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ala al-Din looked at the king's daughter, he saw with her a young lady, to whom he heard her say, "Thy company hath cheered me, O Zubaydah." So he looked straightly at the damsel and found her to be none other than his dead wife, Zubaydah the lutist. Then the Princess said to Zubaydah, "Come, play us an air on the lute." But she answered, "I will make no music for thee till thou grant my wish and keep thy word to me." Asked the Princess, "And what did I promise thee?" And Zubaydah answered, "That thou wouldst reunite me with my husband, Ala al Din Abu al Shamat, the trusty, the faithful." Rejoined the Princess, "O Zubaydah, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. Play us a piece as a thank offering and an ear feast for reunion with thy husband Ala al Din." "Where is he?" asked Zubaydah, and Maryam answered, "He is in yonder closet, listening to our words." So Zubaydah played on the lute a melody which had made a rock dance for glee. And when Ala al Din heard it, his bowels yearned towards her, and he came forth from the closet and, throwing himself upon his wife Zubaydah, strained her to his bosom. She also knew him, and the twain embraced and fell to the ground in a swoon. Then came forward the Princess Husn Maryam and sprinkled rose water on them, till they revived, when she said to them, "Allah hath reunited you." Replied Ala al Din, "By thy kind offices, O lady." Then turning to his wife, he said to her, "O Zubaydah, thou didst surely die, and we tombed thee in the tomb. How then returnedst thou to life and camest thou to this place?" She answered, "O my lord, I did not die, but an Aun of the Jinns snatched me up and flew with me hither. She whom thou buriedst was a Jinniyah, who shaped herself to my shape and feigned herself dead. But when you entombed her, she broke open the tomb and came forth from it and returned to the service of this her mistress, the Princess Husn Maryam. As for me, I was possessed, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself with this princess thou seest. So I said to her, 'Why hast thou brought me hither?' Replied she, 'I am predestined to marry thy husband, Ala al Din Abu al Shamat. Wilt thou then, O Zubaydah, accept me to co-consort, a night for me and a night for thee?' Rejoined I, 'To hear is to obey, O my lady, but where is my husband?' Quoth she, 'Upon his forehead is written what Allah hath decreed to him. As soon as the writing which is there writ is fulfilled to him, there is no help for it but he come hither, and we will beguile the time of our separation from him with songs and playing upon instruments of music, till it please Allah to unite us with him.' So I abode all these days with her till Allah brought us together in this church." Then Husn Maryam turned to him and said, "O my lord Ala al Din, wilt thou be to me baron and I to thee femme?" Quoth he, "O my lady, I am a Moslem and thou art a Nazarene, so how can I intermarry with thee?" Quoth she, "Allah forbid that I should be an infidel! Nay, I am a Moslemah. For these 18 years I have held fast the faith of Al Islam, and I am pure of any creed other than that of the Islamite." Then said he, "O my lady, I desire a return to my native land." And she replied, "Know that I see written on thy forehead things which thou must needs accomplish, and then thou shalt win thy will. Moreover, be fief and fain, O Ala al Din, that there hath been born to thee a son named Aslan, who now being arrived at the age of discretion, sitteth in thy place with the Caliph. Know also that truth hath prevailed and that falsehood not availed, and that the Lord hath withdrawn the curtain of secrecy from him who stole the Caliph's goods, that is, Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief and traitor, and he now lieth bound and in jail. And know further, 'twas I who sent thee the jewel and had it put in the bag where thou foundest it. And 'twas I who sent the captain that brought thee and the jewel, for thou must know that the man is enamoured of me and seeketh my favours and would possess me, but I refused to yield to his wishes or to let him have his will of me. And I said him, 'Thou shalt never have me till thou bring me the jewel and its owner.' So I gave him 100 purses and dispatched him to thee in the habit of a merchant, whereas he is a captain and a war man. And when they led thee to thy death, after slaying the 40 captives, I also sent thee this old woman to save thee from slaughter. Said he, Allah requite thee for us with all good. Indeed, thou hast done well. Then Husn Maryam renewed at his hands her profession of Al-Islam. And when he was assured of the truth of her speech, he said to her, O my lady, tell me what are the virtues of this jewel, and whence cometh it? She answered, This jewel came from an enchanted hoard, and it hath 5 virtues which will profit us in time of need. Now my lady grandmother, the mother of my father, was an enchantress and skilled in solving secrets and finding hidden treasures, from one of which came the jewel into her hands. And as I grew up and reached the age of 14, I read the Evangel and other books, and I found the name of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve, in the 4 books, namely the Evangel, the Pentateuch, the Psalms, and the Koran. So I believed in Mohammed and became a Moslemah, being certain and assured that none is worship worthy save Allah Almighty, and that to the Lord of all mankind no faith is acceptable save that of Al-Islam. Now when my lady grandmother fell sick, she gave me this jewel and taught me its 5 virtues. Moreover, before she died, my father said to her, Take thy tablets of geomancy and throw a figure, and tell us the issue of my affair and what will befall me. And she foretold him that the far-off one should die, slain by the hand of a captive from Alexandria. So he swore to kill every prisoner from that place and told the Captain of this, saying, There is no help for it but thou fall on the ships of the Moslems and seize them, and whomsoever thou findest of Alexandria, kill him or bring him to me. The captain did his bidding until he had slain as many in number as the hairs of his head. Then my grandmother died, and I took a geomantic tablet, being minded and determined to know the future. And I said to myself, Let me see who will wed me. Whereupon I threw a figure and found that none should be my husband save one called Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, the trusty, the faithful. At this I marvelled and waited till the times were accomplished, and I foregathered with thee. So Ala al-Din took her to wife and said to her, I desire to return to my own country. Quoth she, If it be so, rise up and come with me. Then she took him and, hiding him in a closet of her palace, went in to her father, who said to her, O my daughter, my heart is exceeding heavy this day. Sit down and let us make merry with wine, I and thou. So she sat down with him, and he called for a table of wine. And she plied him till he lost his wits, when she drugged a cup with Bhang, and he drank it off, and fell upon his back. Then she brought Ala al-Din out of the closet and said to him, Come, verily thine enemy lieth prostrate, for I made him drunk and I drugged him, so do thou with him as thou wilt. Accordingly Ala al-Din went to the king and, finding him lying drugged and helpless, pinioned him fast and manacled and fettered him with chains. Then he gave him the counter drug and he came to himself. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 269th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ala al-Din gave the antidote of Bhang to the King Johanna, father of Husn Maryam, and he came to himself and found Ala al-Din and his daughter sitting on his breast. So he said to her, O my daughter, dost thou deal thus with me? She answered, If I be indeed thy daughter, become a Moslem, even as I became a Moslemah, for the truth was shown to me and I attested it, and the false and I deserted it. I have submitted myself unto Allah, the Lord of the 3 worlds, and am pure of all faiths contrary to that of Al-Islam in this world and in the next world. Wherefore, if thou wilt become a Moslem, well and good; if not, thy death were better than thy life. Ala al-Din also exhorted him to embrace the true faith, but he refused and was contumacious. So Ala al-Din drew a dagger and cut his throat from ear to ear. Then he wrote a scroll, setting forth what had happened, and laid it on the brow of the dead, after which they took what was light of load and weighty of worth, and turned from the palace and returned to the church. Here the princess drew forth the jewel, and, placing her hand upon the facet where was figured a couch, rubbed it, and behold, a couch appeared before her, and she mounted upon it with Ala al-Din and his wife Zubaydah, the the lutist, saying, I conjure thee by the virtue of the names and talismans and characts engraved on this jewel, rise up with us, O couch. And it rose with them into the air and flew, till it came to a wadi, wholly bare of growth, when the princess turned earthwards the facet on which the couch was figured, and it sank with them to the ground. Then she turned up the face whereon was fashioned a pavilion, and tapping it, said, Let a pavilion be pitched in this valley. And there appeared a pavilion, wherein they seated themselves. Now this wadi was a desert waste, without grass or water. So she turned a third face of the jewel towards the sky, and said, By the virtue of the names of Allah, let trees upgrow here, and a river flow beside them. And forthwith trees sprang up, and by their side ran a river, plashing and dashing. They made ablution, and prayed, and drank of the stream, after which the princess turned up the three other facets, till she came to the fourth, whereon was portrayed a table of good, and said, By the virtue of the names of Allah, let the table be spread. And behold, there appeared before them a table, spread with all manner of rich meats, and they ate and drank, and made merry, and were full of joy. Such was their case. But as regards Husn Maryam's father, his son went in to waken him, and found him slain, and seeing Ala al-Din's scroll, took it and read it, and readily understood it. Then he sought his sister, and finding her not, betook himself to the old woman in the church, of whom he inquired for her, but she said, Since yesterday I have not seen her. So he returned to the troops and cried out, saying, To horse, ye horsemen! Then he told them what had happened, so they mounted and rode after the fugitives, till they drew near the pavilion. Presently Husn Maryam arose and looked up, and saw a cloud of dust which spread till it walled the view. Then it lifted and flew, and lo, stood disclosed her brother and his troops, crying aloud, Whither will ye fly, and we on your track? Then said she to Ala al-Din, Are thy feet firm in fight? He replied, Even as the stake in bran, I know not war nor battle, nor swords nor spears. So she pulled out the jewel and rubbed the fifth face, that on which were graven a horse and his rider. And behold, straightway a cavalier appeared out of the desert, and ceased not to do battle with the pursuing host, and smite them with his sword, till he routed them and put them to flight. Then the princess asked Ala al-Din, Wilt thou go to Cairo or to Alexandria? And he answered, To Alexandria. So they mounted the couch, and she pronounced over it the conjuration, whereupon it set off with them, and in the twinkling of an eye brought them to Alexandria. They alighted without the city, and Ala al-Din hid the women in a cavern, whilst he went into Alexandria and fetched them outer clothing, wherewith he covered them. Then he carried them to his shop, and, leaving them in the ben, walked forth to fetch them the morning meal. And behold, he met Calamity Ahmad, who chanced to be coming from Baghdad. He saw him in the street and received him with open arms, saluting him and welcoming him. Whereupon Ahmad al-Danaf gave him the good news of his son Aslan, and how he was now come to the age of 20. And Ala al-Din in his turn told the captain of the guard all that had befallen him from first to last, whereat he marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then he brought him to his shop and sitting room, where they passed the night. And next day he sold his place of business and laid its price with other monies. Now Ahmad al-Danaf had told him that the Caliph sought him, but he said, I am bound first for Cairo, to salute my father and mother and the people of my house. So they all mounted the couch, and it carried them to Cairo the God-guarded, and here they alighted in the street called Yellow, where stood the house of Shams al-Din. Then Ala al-Din knocked at the door, and his mother said, Who is at the door, now that we have lost our beloved for evermore? He replied, 'Tis I, Ala al-Din. Whereupon they came down and embraced him. Then he sent his wives and baggage into the house, and entering himself with Ahmad al-Danaf, rested there 3 days, after which he was minded to set out for Baghdad. His father said, Abide with me, O my son. But he answered, I cannot bear to be parted from my child Aslan. So he took his father and mother and fared forth for Baghdad. Now when they came thither, Ahmad al-Danaf went into the Caliph and gave him the glad tidings of Ala al-Din's arrival and told him the story, whereupon the King went forth to greet him, taking the youth Aslan, and they met and embraced each other. Then the Commander of the Faithful summoned the arch thief Ahmad Kamakim and said to Ala al-Din, "Up and at thy foe!" So he drew his sword and smote off Ahmad Kamakim's head. Then the Caliph held festival for Ala al-Din and, summoning the Kazis and witnesses, wrote the contract and married him to the Princess Husn Maryam. And he went in unto her and found her an unpierced pearl. Moreover, the Caliph made Aslan chief of the 60 and bestowed upon him and his father sumptuous dresses of honor, and they abode in the enjoyment of all joys and joyance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. But the tales of generous men are manifold, and amongst them is the story of Hatim of the tribe of Tai. It is told of Hatim of the tribe of Tai that when he died, they buried him on the top of a mountain and set over his grave 2 troughs hewn out of 2 rocks and stone girls with dishevelled hair. At the foot of the hill was a stream of running water, and when wayfarers camped there, they heard loud crying and keening in the night, from dark till daybreak. But when they arose in the morning, they found nothing but the girls carved in stone. Now when Zul Qura'a, king of Himyar, going forth of his tribe, came to that valley, he halted to pass the night there. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say.
Section 10. Recording by Griffin.
Section 11 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 11, 270th Night to 272nd Night. When it was the 270th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Zul Qura'a passed by the valley, he righted there, and when he drew near the mountain, he heard the keening and said, 'What lamenting is that on yonder hill?' They answered him, saying, 'Verily, this be the tomb of Hatim al-Tai, over which are 2 troughs of stone and stone figures of girls with dishevelled hair, and all who camp in this place by night hear this crying and keening.' So he said jestingly, 'O Hatim of Tai, we are thy guests this night, and we are lank with hunger.' Then sleep overcame him, but presently he woke in a fright and cried out, saying, 'Help, O Arabs! Look to my beast!' So they came to him, and finding his she-camel struggling and struck down, they stabbed her in the throat and roasted her flesh and ate. Then they asked him what had happened, and he said, 'When I closed my eyes, I saw in my sleep Hatim of Tai, who came to me sword in hand and cried, 'Thou comest to us and we have nothing by us.' Then he smote my she-camel with his sword, and she had surely died, even though ye had not come to her and slaughtered her." Now when morning dawned, the King mounted the beast of one of his companions and, taking the owner up behind him, set out and fared on till midday, when they saw a man coming towards them, mounted on a camel and leading another, and said to him, "Who art thou?" He answered, "I am Adi, son of Hatim of Tai. Where is Zul Qura'a, Emir of Himyar?" Replied they, "This is he." And he said to the Prince, "Take this she-camel in place of thy beast, which my father slaughtered for thee." Asked Zul Qura'a, "Who told thee of this?" And Adi answered, "My father appeared to me in a dream last night and said to me, 'Harkye, Adi, Zul Qura'a, King of Himyar, sought the guest right of me, and I, having naught to give him, slaughtered his she-camel that he might eat. So do thou carry him a she-camel to ride, for I have nothing.' And Zul Qura'a took her, marvelling at the generosity of Hatim of Tai, alive and dead. And amongst instances of generosity is the tale of Ma'an the son of Zaidah. It is told of Ma'an bin Zaidah that, being out one day a chasing and a hunting, he became athirst, but his men had no water with them. And while thus suffering, behold, 3 damsels met him, bearing 3 skins of water. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 271st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that 3 girls met him, bearing 3 skins of water. So he begged drink of them, and they gave him to drink. Then he sought of his men somewhat to give the damsels, but they had no money. So he presented to each girl 10 golden piled arrows from his quiver. Whereupon quoth one of them to her friend, Well a day! These fashions pertain to none but Ma'an bin Zaidah. So let each one of us say somewhat of verse in his praise. Then quoth the first, He heads his arrows with piles of gold, and while shooting his foes in his bounty doled, affording the wounded a means of cure, and a sheet for the bider beneath the mould. And quoth the second, A warrior showing such open hand, his boons all friends and all foes enfold. The piles of his arrows of ore are made, so that battle his bounty may not withhold. And quoth the third, From that liberal hand on his foes he rains shafts aureate headed and manifold, wherewith the hurt shall Caergan pay, and for slain the shrouds round their corpses rolled. And there is also told a tale of Ma'an son of Zaidah and the Badawi. Now Ma'an bin Zaidah went forth one day to the chase with his company, and they came upon a herd of gazelles. So they separated in pursuit, and Ma'an was left alone to chase one of them. When he had made prize of it, he alighted and slaughtered it, and as he was thus engaged, he espied a person coming forth out of the desert on an ass. So he remounted and riding up to the newcomer saluted him and asked him, Whence comest thou? Quoth he, I come from the land of Kuzaa, where we have had a 2 years' dearth, but this year it was a season of plenty, and I sowed early cucumbers. They came up before their time, so I gathered what seemed the best of them and set out to carry them to the Emir Ma'an bin Zaidah, because of his well-known beneficence and notorious munificence. Asked Ma'an, How much dost thou hope to get of him? And the Badawi answered, 1,000 dinars. Quoth the Emir, What if he say this is too much? Said the Badawi, Then I will ask 500 dinars. And if he say too much, then 300. And if he say yet too much, then 200. And if he say yet too much, then 100. And if he say yet too much, then 50. And if he say yet too much, then 30. And if he say still too much, asked Ma'an bin Zaidah. Answered the Badawi, I will make my ass set his 4 feet in his honour's home and return to my people, disappointed and empty-handed. So Ma'an laughed at him and urged his steed till he came up with his suite and returned to his palace, when he said to his chamberlain, And there come to thee a man with cucumbers and riding on an ass, admit him to me. Presently up came the Badawi and was admitted to Ma'an's presence, but he knew not the Emir for the man he had met in the desert, by reason of the gravity and majesty of his semblance and the multitude of his eunuchs and attendants, for he was seated on his chair of state with his officers ranged in lines before him and on either side. So he saluted him and Ma'an said to him, What bringeth thee, O brother of the Arabs? Answered the Badawi, I hoped in the Emir and have brought him curly cucumbers out of season. Asked Ma'an, And how much dost thou expect of us? 1,000 dinars, answered the Badawi. That is far too much, quoth Ma'an. Quoth he, 500. Too much. Then 300. Too much. 200. Too much. 100. Too much. 50. Too much. At last the Badawi came down to 30 dinars, but Ma'an still replied, Too much. So the Badawi cried, By Allah, the man who met me in the desert brought me bad luck, but I will not go lower than 30 dinars." The Emir laughed and said nothing, whereupon the wild Arab knew that it was he whom he had met, and said, "O my lord, except thou bring the 30 dinars, see ye, there is an ass tied ready at the door, and here sits Ma'an, his honor, at home." So Ma'an laughed till he fell on his back, and calling his steward, said to him, "Give him 1,000 dinars, and 500, and 300, and 200, and 150, and 30, and leave the ass tied up where he is." So the Arab, to his amazement, received 2,180 dinars, and Allah have mercy on them both and on all generous men. And I have also heard, O auspicious King, a tale of the city of Labtayt. There was once a royal city in the land of Rum, called the city of Labtayt, wherein stood a tower which was always shut. And whenever a king died and another king of the Greeks took the kingship after him, he set on the tower a new and strong lock, till there were 24 locks upon the gate, according to the number of the kings. After this time there came to the throne a man who was not of the old royal house, and he had a mind to open these locks, that he might see what was within the tower. The grandees of his kingdom forbade him this, and pressed him to desist, and reproved him and blamed him. But he persisted, saying, "Needs must this place be opened." Then they offered him all that their hands possessed of monies and treasures and things of price, if he would but refrain. Still he would not be balked. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 272nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the grandees offered the King all their hands possessed of monies and treasures if he would but refrain. Still he would not be balked, and said, "There is no help for it but I open this tower." So he pulled off the locks, and entering, found within the tower figures of Arabs on their horses and camels, habited in turbans, hanging down at the ends, with swords and baldric belts thrown over their shoulders, and bearing long lances in their hands. He found there also a scroll, which he greedily took and read, and these words were written therein: "Whenas this door is opened, will conquer this country a raid of the Arabs, after the likeness of the figures here depicted. Wherefore beware, and again beware of opening it." Now this city was in Andalusia, and that very year Tariq ibn Ziyad conquered it, during the Caliphate of Al-Walid son of Abd al-Malik, of the sons of Umayyah, and slew the king after the sorriest fashion, and sacked the city, and made prisoners of the women and boys therein, and got great loot. Moreover, he found there immense treasures, amongst the rest more than 170 crowns of pearls and jacinths and other gems of price, and he found a saloon wherein horsemen might throw the spears, full of vessels of gold and silver, such as no description can comprise. Moreover, he found there a table of food for the Prophet of Allah, Solomon, son of David, peace with both of them, which is extant even now in a city of the Greeks. It is told that it was of grass green emerald, with vessels of gold and platters of jasper. Likewise, he found the Psalms written in the old Ionian characters, on leaves of gold bezeled with jewels, together with a book setting forth the properties of stones and herbs and minerals, as well as the use of characts and talismans, and the canons of the art of alchemy. And he found a third volume, which treated of the art of cutting and setting rubies and other precious stones, and of the preparation of poisons and theriacs. There found he also a mappa mundi, figuring the earth and the seas and the different cities and countries and villages of the world. And he found a vast saloon full of hermetic powder, 1 drachm of which elixir would turn 1,000 drachms of silver into fine gold. Likewise a marvelous mirror, great and round, of mixed metals, which had been made for Solomon son of David, on the twain be peace, wherein whoso looked might see the counterfeit presentment of the 7 climates of the world. And he beheld a chamber full of Brahmini jacinths, for which no words can suffice. So he dispatched all these things to Walid bin Abd al-Malik, and the Arabs spread all over the cities of Andalusia, which is one of the finest of lands. This is the end of the story of the city of Labtayt. And a tale is also told of the Caliph Hisham and the Arab youth. The Caliph Hisham bin Abd al-Malik bin Marwan was hunting one day, when he sighted an antelope and pursued it with his dogs. As he was following the quarry, he saw an Arab youth pasturing sheep, and said to him, "Ho, boy, up and after yonder antelope, for it escapeth me." The youth raised his head to him and replied, "O ignorant of what to the deserving is due, thou lookest on me with disdain and speakest to me with contempt. Thy speaking is that of a tyrant true, and thy doing what an ass would do." Quoth Hisham, "Woe to thee! Dost thou not know me?" Rejoined the youth, "Verily thine unmannerliness hath made thee known to me, in that thou spakest to me without beginning by the salutation." Repeated the Caliph, "Fie upon thee! I am Hisham bin Abd al-Malik." "May Allah not favour thy dwelling place," replied the Arab, "nor guard thine abiding place! How many are thy words, and how few thy generous deeds!" Hardly had he ended speaking, when up came the troop from all sides and surrounded him, as the white encircleth the black of the eye, all and each saying, "Peace be with thee, O Commander of the Faithful!" Quoth Hisham, "Cut short this talk and seize me yonder boy." So they laid hands on him, and when he saw the multitude of chamberlains and Wazirs and lords of state, he was in no wise concerned and questioned not of them, but let his chin drop on his breast and looked where his feet fell, till they brought him to the Caliph, where he stood before him, with head bowed groundwards, and saluted him not and spoke him not. So one of the eunuchs said to him, "O dog of the Arabs, what hindereth thy saluting the Commander of the Faithful?" The youth turned to him angrily and replied, "O pack saddle of an ass! It was the length of the way that hindered me from this, and the steepness of the steps, and the profuseness of my sweat." Then said Hisham, and indeed he was exceeding wroth, "O boy, verily thy days are come to their latest hour. Thy hope is gone from thee and thy life is passed out of thee." He answered, "By Allah, O Hisham, verily an my life term be prolonged and fate ordain not its cutting short, thy words irk me not, be they long or short." Then said the Chief Chamberlain to him, "Doth it befit thy degree, O vilest of the Arabs, to bandy words with the Commander of the Faithful?" He answered promptly, "Mayest thou meet with adversity and may woe and wailing never leave thee. Hast thou not heard the saying of Almighty Allah, 'One day every soul shall come to defend itself'?" Hereupon Hisham rose in great wrath and said, "O headsman, bring me the head of this lad, for indeed he exceedeth in talk, such as passeth conception." So the sworder took him and, making him kneel on the carpet of blood, drew his sword above him and said to the Caliph, "O Commander of the Faithful, this thy slave is misguided and is on the way to his grave. Shall I smite off his head and be quit of his blood?" "Yes," replied Hisham. He repeated his question and the Caliph again answered in the affirmative. Then he asked leave a third time, and the youth, knowing that, if the Caliph assented yet once more, it would be the signal of his death, laughed till his wisdom teeth showed; whereupon Hisham's wrath redoubled and he said to him, "O boy, meseems thou art mad. Seest thou not that thou art about to depart the world? Why then dost thou laugh in mockery of thyself?" He replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, if a larger life term befall me, none can hurt me, great or small. But I have bethought me of some couplets, which do thou hear, for my death cannot escape thee." Quoth Hisham, "Say on and be brief." So the Arab repeated these couplets. It happened one day a hawk pounced on a bird, a wildling sparrow driven by destiny, and held in pounces spake the sparrow thus, e'en as the hawk rose ready home to hie, scant flesh have I to fill the maw of thee, and for thy lordly food poor morsel I. Then smiled the hawk in flattered vanity, and pride so set the sparrow free to fly. At this Hisham smiled and said, by the truth of my kinship to the Apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and keep, had he spoken this speech at first and asked for aught but the Caliphate, verily I would have given it to him. Stuff his mouth with jewels, O eunuch, and entreat him courteously. So they did as he bade them, and the Arab went his way. And amongst pleasant tales is that of Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi and the barber surgeon. They relate that Ibrahim, son of al-Mahdi, brother of Harun al-Rashid, when the Caliphate devolved to al-Ma'mun, the son of his brother Harun, refused to acknowledge his nephew and betook himself to Rai, where he claimed the throne and abode thus a year and 11 months and 12 days. Meanwhile, his nephew, al-Ma'mun, awaited his return to allegiance and his accepting a dependent position, till, at last, despairing of this, he mounted with his horsemen and footmen and repaired to Rai in quest of him. Now when the news came to Ibrahim, he found nothing for it but to flee to Baghdad and hide there, fearing for his life, and Ma'mun set a price of 100,000 gold pieces upon his head, to be paid to whoso might betray him. Quoth Ibrahim, when I heard of this price I feared for my head. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 11. Recording by Griffin.
Section 12 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 12, 273rd Night to 275th Night. When it was the 273rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ibrahim continued, Now when I heard of this price, I feared for my head and knew not what to do. So I went forth of my house in disguise at midday, knowing not whither I should go. Presently I entered a broad street, which was no thoroughfare, and said in my mind, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. I have exposed my life to destruction. If I retrace my steps, I shall arouse suspicion. Then, being still in disguise, I espied at the upper end of the street a negro slave standing at his door. So I went up to him and said to him, Hast thou a place where I may abide for an hour of the day? Yes, answered he, and opening the door admitted me into a decent house, furnished with carpets and mats and cushions of leather. Then he shut the door on me and went away, and I misdoubted me he had heard of the reward offered for me, and said to myself, He hath gone to inform against me. But as I sat pondering my case and boiling like a cauldron over fire, behold, my host came back, accompanied by a porter loaded with bread and meat and new cooking pots and gear and a new jar and new guglets and other needfuls. He made the porter set them down and, dismissing him, said to me, I offer my life for thy ransom. I am a barber surgeon, and I know it would disgust thee to eat with me, because of the way in which I get my livelihood. So do thou shift for thyself, and do what thou please with these things whereon no hand hath fallen. Quoth Ibrahim, Now I was in sore need of food, so I cooked me a pot of meat whose like I remember not ever to have eaten. And when I had satisfied my want, he said to me, O my lord, Allah make me thy ransom. Art thou for wine? For indeed it gladdeneth the soul and doeth away care. I have no dislike of it, replied I, being desirous of the barber's company. So he brought me new flagons of glass, which no hand had touched, and a jar of excellent wine, and said to me, strain for thyself to thy liking." Whereupon I cleared the wine and mixed me a most delectable draught. Then he brought me a new cup and fruits and flowers in new vessels of earthenware, after which he said to me, "Wilt thou give me leave to sit apart and drink of my own wine by myself, of my joy in thee and for thee?" "Do so," answered I. So I drank and he drank, till the wine began to take effect upon us, when the barber rose and, going to a closet, took out a lute of polished wood and said to me, "O my lord, it is not for the like of me to ask the like of thee to sing, but it behoveth thine exceeding generosity to render my respect its due. So, if thou see fit to honour thy slave, thine is the high decision." Quoth I, and indeed I thought not that he knew me, "How knowest thou that I excel in song?" He replied, "Glory be to Allah! Our Lord is too well renowned for that. Thou art my lord Ibrahim, son of Al Mahdi, our Caliph of yesterday, he on whose head Al Ma'mun hath set a price of 100,000 dinars to be paid to thy betrayer; but thou art in safety with me." Quoth Ibrahim, "When I heard him say this, he was magnified in my eyes, and his loyalty and noble nature were certified to me. So I complied with his wish and took the lute and tuned it and sang. Then I bethought me of my severance from my children and my family, and I began to say, 'Belike who Yusuf to his kin restored and honoured him in jail a captive wight, may grant our prayer to reunite our lots. For Allah, Lord of worlds, hath all of might.'" When the barber heard this, exceeding joy took possession of him, and he was of great good cheer; for it is said that when Ibrahim's neighbours heard him only sing, "Ho, boy, saddle the mule," they were filled with delight. Then, being overborne by mirth, he said to me, "O my lord, wilt thou give me leave to say what is come to my mind, albeit I am not of the folk of this craft?" I answered, "Do so. This is of thy great courtesy and kindness." So he took the lute and sang these verses, "To our beloveds we moaned our length of night. Quoth they, 'How short the nights that us benight! 'Tis for that sleep like hood enveils their eyes. Right soon, but from our eyes is fair a flight. When night falls, dread and drear to those who love, we mourn, they joy to see departing light. Had they but dreed the weird, the bitter dole we dree, their beds like ours had bred them blight." Quoth Ibrahim, "So I said to him, 'By Allah, thou hast shown me a kindness, O my friend, and hast done away from me the pangs of sorrow. Let me hear more trifles of thy fashion.' So he sang these couplets, "When man keeps honour bright without a stain, pair sits whatever robe to robe he's fain. She jeered at me because so few we are. Quoth I, 'There's ever dearth of noble men.' Naught irks us we are few, while neighbour tribes count many. Neighbours oft are base born strain. We are a clan which holds not death reproach, which Amir and Samul hold illest bane. Lead us, our love of death to fated end, they hate that ending and delay would gain. We to our neighbours' speech I give the lie, but when we speak, none dare give lie again." Quoth Ibrahim, "When I heard these lines, I was filled with huge delight and marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then I slept and awoke not till past nightfall, when I washed my face, with a mind full of the high worth of this barber surgeon and his passing courtesy; after which I wakened him and, taking out a purse I had by me containing a number of gold pieces, threw it to him, saying, 'I commend thee to Allah, for I am about to go forth from thee, and pray thee to expend what is in this purse on thine requirements; and thou shalt have an abounding reward of me when I am quit of my fear.' Quoth Ibrahim, but he resumed the bag to me, saying, 'O my lord, paupers like myself are of no value in thine eyes; but how, with due respect to my own generosity, can I take a price for the boon which fortune hath vouchsafed me of thy favour and thy visit to my poor abode? Nay, if thou repeat thy words and throw the purse to me again, I will slay myself.' So I put in my sleeve the purse whose weight was irksome to me."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the Two Hundred and 74th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ibrahim son of al-Mahdi continued, So I put in my sleeve the purse whose weight was irksome to me and turned to depart. But when I came to the house door, he said, O my lord, of a truth this is a safer hiding place for thee than any other, and thy keep is no burden to me; so do thou abide with me till Allah be pleased grant thee relief. Accordingly I turned back, saying, On condition that thou spend of the money in this purse. He made me think that he consented to this arrangement, and I abode with him some days in the utmost comfort. But, perceiving that he spent none of the contents of the purse, I revolted at the idea of abiding at his charge, and thought it shame to be a burthen on him. So I left the house, disguised in women's apparel, donning short yellow walking boots and a veil. Now as soon as I found myself in the street, I was seized with excessive fear, and going to pass the bridge, behold, I came to a place sprinkled with water, where a trooper, who had been in my service, looked at me and, knowing me, cried out, saying, This is he whom Al-Ma'amun wanteth. Then he laid hold of me, but the love of sweet life lent me strength, and I gave him and his horse a push which threw them down in that slippery place, so that he became an example to those who will take example, and the folk hastened to him. Meanwhile, I hurried my pace over the bridge and entered a main street, where I saw the door of a house open and a woman standing upon the threshold. So I said to her, O my lady, have pity on me and save my life, for I am a man in fear. Quoth she, Enter and welcome, and carried me into an upper dining room, where she spread me a bed and brought me food, saying, Calm thy fear, for not a soul shall know of thee. As she spoke, lo, there came a loud knocking at the door. So she went and opened, and suddenly my friend, whom I had thrown down on the bridge, appeared with his head bound up, the blood running down upon his clothes and without his horse. She asked, O so and so, what accident hath befallen thee? And he answered, I made prize of the young man whom the Caliph seeketh, and he escaped from me. Whereon he told her the whole story. So she brought out tinder and, putting it into a piece of rag, bandaged his head, after which she spread him a bed and he lay sick. Then she came up to me and said, Methinks thou art the young man in question? Even so, answered I, and she said, Fear not, no harm shall befall thee, and redoubled in kindness to me. So I tarried with her 3 days, at the end of which time she said to me, I am in fear for thee, lest yonder man happen upon thee and betray thee to what thou dreadest; so save thyself by flight. I besought her to let me stay till nightfall, and she said, There is no harm in that. So when the night came, I put on my woman's gear and betook me to the house of a freedwoman, who had once been our slave. When she saw me, she wept and made a show of affliction and praised Almighty Allah for my safety. Then she went forth, as if she would go to market, intent on hospitable thoughts, and I fancied all was right; but, ere long, suddenly I espied Ibrahim al-Mosili for the house, amongst his troopers and servants, and led by a woman on foot. And looking narrowly at her, behold, she was the freedwoman, the mistress of the house wherein I had taken refuge. So she delivered me into their hands, and I saw death face to face. They carried me, in my woman's attire, to Al-Maamun, who called a general council and had me brought before him. When I entered, I saluted him by the title of Caliph, saying, Peace be on thee, O Commander of the Faithful! And he replied, Allah give thee neither peace nor long life. I rejoined, According to thy good pleasure, O Commander of the Faithful, it is for the claimant of blood revenge to decree punishment or pardon, but mercy is nigher to piety, and Allah hath set thy pardon above all other pardon, even as He made my sin to excel all other sin. So, if thou punish, it is of thine equity, and if thou pardon, it is of thy bounty." And I repeated these couplets, "My sin to thee is great, but greater thy degree. So take revenge, or else remit in clemency. An I in deeds have not been generous, generous be." Quoth Ibrahim, at this Al Maamun raised his head to me, and I hastened to add these two couplets, "I've sinned enormous sin, but pardon in thee lies. If pardon thou, 'tis grace, justice an thou chastise." Then Al Maamun bowed his head and repeated, "I am, when friend would raise a rage that mote make spittle choke me sticking in my throat, his partner, and pardon his offense, fearing lest I should live a friend without." Quoth Ibrahim, "Now when I heard these words, I scented mercy, knowing his disposition to clemency." Then he turned to his son Al Abbas and his brother Abu Ishak and all his chief officers there present and said to them, "What deem ye of his case?" They all counselled him to do me dead, but they differed as to the manner of my death. Then said he to his Wazir Ahmad bin al Khalid, "And what sayest thou, O Ahmad?" He answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, an thou slay him, we find the like of thee who hath slain the like of him; but an thou pardon him, we find not the like of thee that hath pardoned the like of him."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the Two Hundred and 75th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Al Maamun, Prince of the Faithful, heard the words of Ahmad bin al Khalid, he bowed his head and began repeating, "My tribe have slain that brother mine, Umaym, yet would shoot back what shafts at them I aim. If I deal pardon, noble pardon 'tis, and if I shoot, my bones 'twill only maim." And he also recited, "Be mild to brother, mingling what is wrong with what is right. Kindness to him continue, whether good or graceless wight. Abstain from all reproaching, an he joy or vex thy sprite. Seest not that what thou lovest and what hatest go unite? That joys of longer life tide ever fade with hair turned white? That thorns on branches growing for the plucked fruit catch thy sight? Who never hath done evil, doing good for sole delight? When tried, the sons of worldliness, they mostly work upright." Quoth Ibrahim, "Now when I heard these couplets, I withdrew my woman's veil from my head and cried out with my loudest voice, 'Allah is most great! By Allah, the Commander of the Faithful pardoneth me!' Quoth he, 'No harm shall come to thee, O uncle.' And I rejoined, 'O Commander of the Faithful, my sin is too sore for me to excuse it, and thy mercy is too much for me to speak thanks for it.' And I chanted these couplets to a lively motive, 'Who made all graces all collected he in Adam's loins, our seventh Imam. For thee, thou hast the hearts of men with reverence filled, and guarding all with heart humility, rebelled I never by delusion whelmed, for object other than thy clemency. And thou hast pardoned me whose like was ne'er pardoned before, though no man pled my plea; hast pitied little ones like Katta's young, and mother's yearning heart a son to see.' Quoth Maamun, 'I say, following our lord Yusuf, on whom and on our Prophet be blessing and peace, let there be no reproach cast on you this day. Allah forgiveth you, for He is the most merciful of those who show mercy. Indeed, I pardon thee and restore to thee thy goods and lands, O uncle, and no harm shall befall thee.' So I offered up devout prayers for him and repeated these couplets, 'Thou hast restored my wealth sans greed, and ere thou didst, thou deignedst my blood to spare. Then, if I shed my blood and wealth to gain thy grace, till even shoon from foot I tear, 'twere but repaying what thou lentest me, and what unloaned no man to blame would care. Were I ungrateful for thy lavish boons, baser than thou'rt beneficent I were." Then Al Maamun showed me honour and favour and said to me, "O uncle, Abu Ishak and Al Abbas counselled me to put thee to death." So I answered, "And they both counselled thee right, O Commander of the Faithful; but thou hast done after thine own nature and hast put away what I feared with what I hoped." Rejoined Al Maamun, "O uncle, thou didst extinguish my rancour with the modesty of thine excuse, and I have pardoned thee without making thee drink the bitterness of obligation to intercessors." Then he prostrated himself in prayer a long while, after which he raised his head and said to me, "O uncle, knowest thou why I prostrated myself?" Answered I, "Haply thou didst this in thanksgiving to Allah for that He hath given thee the mastery over thine enemy." He replied, "Such was not my design, but rather to thank Allah for having inspired me to pardon thee and for having cleared my mind towards thee. Now tell me thy tale." So I told him all that had befallen me with the barber, the trooper and his wife, and with my freedwoman who had betrayed me. So he summoned the freedwoman, who was in her house, expecting the reward to be sent to her, and when she came before him, he said to her, "What moved thee to deal thus with thy lord?" Quoth she, "Lust of money." Asked the Caliph, "Hast thou a child or a husband?" And she answered, "No." Whereupon he bade them give her 100 stripes with a whip and imprisoned her for life. Then he sent for the trooper and his wife, and the barber surgeon, and asked the soldier what had moved him to do thus. "Lust of money," quoth he. Whereupon quoth the Caliph, "It befitteth thee to be a barber cupper," and committed him to one whom he charged to place him in a barber cupper's shop, where he might learn the craft. But he showed honour to the trooper's wife and lodged her in his palace, saying, "This is a woman of sound sense and fit for matters of moment." Then said he to the barber cupper, "Verily, thou hast shown worth and generosity which call for extraordinary honour." So he commanded the trooper's house and all that was therein to be given him and bestowed on him a dress of honour, and in addition 15,000 dinars to be paid annually. And men tell the following tale concerning the City of Many Columned Iram and Abdullah son of Abi Kilabah. It is related that Abdullah bin Abi Kilabah went forth in quest of a she camel which had strayed from him; and, as he was wandering in the deserts of Al Yaman and the district of Sabah, behold, he came upon a great city girt by a vast castle, around which were palaces and pavilions that rose high into middle air. He made for the place, thinking to find there folk of whom he might ask concerning his she camel; but when he reached it, he found it desolate, without a living soul in it. So (quoth he) I alighted and, hobbling my dromedary—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Section
13 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 13. 276th Night to 279th Night. When it was the 276th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abdullah bin Abi Kilabah continued, I dismounted, and hobbling my dromedary and composing my mind, entered into the city. Now when I came to the castle, I found it had 2 vast gates. Never in the world was seen their like for size height, inlaid with all manners of jewels and jacinths, white and red, yellow and green. Beholding this, I marvelled with great marvel, and thought the case mighty wondrous. Then, entering the citadel in a flutter of fear, and dazed with surprise and affright, I found it long and wide, about equalling Al Medina in point of size, and therein were lofty palaces laid out in pavilions, all built of gold and silver, and inlaid with many-coloured jewels and jacinths and chrysolites and pearls. And the door-leaves in the pavilions were like those of the castle for beauty, and their floors were strewn with great pearls and balls, no smaller than hazel-nuts, of musk and ambergris and saffron. Now when I came within the heart of the city, and saw therein no created beings of the sons of Adam, I was near swooning and dying for fear. Moreover, I looked down from the great roofs of the pavilion chambers and their balconies, and saw rivers running under them, and in the main streets were fruit-laden trees and tall palms, and the manner of their building was 1 brick of gold and 1 of silver. So I said in myself, Doubtless this is the paradise promised for the world to come. Then I loaded me with jewels of its gravel, and the musk of its dust, as much as I could carry, and returned to my own country, where I told the folk what I had seen. After a time the news reached Mu'awiyah, son of Abu Sufyan, who was then Caliph in Al-Hijaz. So he wrote to his lieutenant in Sanaa of Al-Yaman to send for the teller of the story and question him of the truth of the case. Accordingly the lieutenant summoned me and questioned me of my adventure and of all appertaining to it, and I told him what I had seen, whereupon he despatched me to Mu'awiyah, before whom I repeated the story of the strange sights, but he would not credit it. So I brought out to him some of the pearls and balls of musk and ambergris and saffron, in which latter there was still some sweet savour, but the pearls were grown yellow and had lost pearly colour. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 277th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abdullah son of Abu Kilabah continued, but the pearls were grown yellow and had lost pearly colour. Now Mu'awiyah wondered at this, and sending for Ka'ab al-Ahbar, said to him, O Ka'ab, I have sent for thee to ascertain the truth of a certain matter, and hope that thou wilt be able to certify me thereof. Asked Ka'ab, What is it, O Commander of the Faithful? And Mu'awiyah answered, Wottest thou of any city, founded by man, which is builded of gold and silver, the pillars whereof are chrysolite and rubies, and its gravel pearls, and balls of musk, and ambergris, and saffron? He replied, Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, this is Iram, with pillars decked and dight, the like of which was never made in the lands, and the builder was Shaddad, son of Ad the Greater. Quoth the Caliph, Tell us something of its history, and Ka'ab said, Ad the Greater had 2 sons, Shadid and Shaddad, who, when their father died, ruled conjointly in his stead, and there was no king of the kings of the earth but was subject to them. After a while Shadid died, and his brother Shaddad reigned over the earth alone. Now he was fond of reading in antique books, and happening upon the description of the world to come and of Paradise, with its pavilions and galleries and trees and fruits and so forth, his soul moved him to build the like thereof in this world, after the fashion aforesaid. Now under his hand were 100,000 kings, each ruling over 100,000 chiefs, commanding each 100,000 warriors. So he called these all before him and said to them, I find in ancient books and annals a description of Paradise, as it is to be in the next world, and I desire to build me its like in this world. Go ye forth, therefore, to the goodliest tract on earth and the most spacious, and build me there a city of gold and silver, whose gravel shall be chrysolite and rubies and pearls, and for support of its vaults make pillars of jasper. Fill it with palaces, whereon ye shall set galleries and balconies, and plant its lanes and thoroughfares with all manner trees bearing yellow ripe fruits, and make rivers to run through it in channels of gold and silver. Whereat said one and all, How are we able to do this thing thou hast commanded, and whence shall we get the chrysolites and rubies and pearls whereof thou speakest? Quoth he, What! Weet ye not that the kings of the world are subject to me and under my hand, and that none therein dare gainsay my word?" Answered they, "Yes, we know that."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 278th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the lieges answered, "Yes, we know that." Whereupon the King rejoined, "Fare ye then to the mines of chrysolites and rubies and pearls and gold and silver and collect their produce and gather together all of value that is in the world and spare no pains and leave naught. And take also for me such of these things as be in men's hands, and let nothing escape you. Be diligent and beware of disobedience." And thereupon he wrote letters to all the kings of the world, and bade them gather together whatso of these things was in their subjects' hands, and get them to the mines of precious stones and metals, and bring forth all that was therein, even from the abysses of the sea. This they accomplished in the space of 20 years, for the number of rulers then reigning over the earth was 360 kings. And Shaddad presently assembled from all lands and countries architects and engineers and men of art and labourers and handicraftsmen, who dispersed over the world and explored all the wastes and words and tracts and holds. At last they came to an uninhabited spot, a vast and fair open plain, clear of sand-hills and mountains, with founts flushing and rivers rushing, and they said, "This is the manner of place the King commanded us to seek and ordered us to find." So they busied themselves in building the city, even as bade them Shaddad, King of the whole earth in its length and breadth, leading the fountains in channels and laying the foundations after the prescribed fashion. Moreover, all the kings of earth's several reigns sent thither jewels and precious stones and pearls large and small, and carnelian and refined gold and virgin silver upon camels by land and in great ships over the waters, and there came to the builders' hands of all these materials so great a quantity as may neither be told nor counted nor conceived. So they laboured at the work 300 years, and when they had brought it to end, they went to King Shaddad and acquainted him therewith. Then said he, "Depart, and make thereon an impregnable castle, rising and towering high in air, and build around it 1,000 pavilions, each upon 1,000 columns of chrysolite and ruby and vaulted with gold, that in each pavilion a Wazir may dwell." So they returned forthwith and did this in other 20 years. After which they again presented themselves before King Shaddad and informed him of the accomplishment of his will. Then he commanded his Wazirs, who were 1,000 in number, and his chief officers, and such of his troops and others as he put trust in, to prepare for departure and removal to many-columned Iram, in the suite and at the stirrup of Shaddad, son of Ad, King of the world, and he bade also such as he would of his women and his harem and of his handmaids and eunuchs make them ready for the journey. They spent 20 years in preparing for departure, at the end of which time Shaddad set out with his host. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 279th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Shaddad bin Ad fared forth, he and his host, rejoicing in the attainment of his desire, till there remained but 1 day's journey between him and Iram of the Pillars. Then Allah sent down on him and on the stubborn unbelievers with him a mighty rushing sound from the heavens of His power, which destroyed them all with its vehement clamour, and neither Shaddad nor any of his company set eyes on the city. Moreover, Allah blotted out the road which led to the city, and it stands in its stead unchanged until the resurrection day and the hour of judgment. So Mu'awiyah wondered greatly at Ka'ab al-Ahbar's story and said to him, "Hath any mortal ever made his way to that city?" He replied, "Yes, one of the companions of Mohammed (on whom be blessing and peace) reached it, doubtless and for sure after the same fashion as this man here seated. And," quoth al-Sha'abi, "it is related on the authority of learned men of Himyar in al-Yaman that Shaddad, when destroyed with all his host by the sound, was succeeded in his kingship by his son Shaddad the Less, whom he left viceregent in Hazra Maut and Sabah, when he and his marched upon many-columned Iram. Now as soon as he heard of his father's death on the road, he caused his body to be brought back from the desert to Hazra Maut, and bade them hew him out a tomb in a cave, where he laid the body on a throne of gold, and threw over the corpse 70 robes of cloth of gold, purified with precious stones. Lastly, at his sire's head he set up a tablet of gold, whereon were graven these verses: Take warning, O proud, and in length of life vain. I'm Shaddad, son of Ad, of the forts castellane, Lords of pillars and power, lord of tried might and main, whom all earth sons obeyed for my mischief and bane, and who held east and west in mine awfullest reign. He preached me salvation, whom God did assain, but we crossed him, and asked, Can no refuge be taken? When a cry on us cried from the horizon plain, and we fell on the field like the harvested grain, and the fixed day await, we in earth's bosom lain. Al-Sa'alibi also relateth, It chanced that 2 men once entered this cave, and found steps at its upper end. So they descended, and came to an underground chamber, 100 cubits long by 40 wide, and 100 high. In the midst stood a throne of gold, whereon lay a man of huge bulk, filling the whole length and breadth of the throne. He was covered with jewels, and raiment gold and silver wrought. At his head was a tablet of gold bearing an inscription. So they took the tablet and carried it off, together with as many bars of gold and silver and so forth as they could bear away. And men also relate the tale of Isaac of Mosul. Quoth Isaac of Mosul, I went out one night from Al Ma'amun's presence on my way to my house, and being taken with a pressing need to make water, I turned aside into a by street, and stood in the middle, fearing lest something might hurt me if I squatted against a wall. Presently I espied something hanging down from one of the houses, so I felt to find out what it might be, and found that it was a great 4-handled basket, covered with brocade. Said I to myself, There must be some reason for this, and knew not what to think. Then drunkenness led me to seat myself in the basket, and behold, the people of the house pulled me up, thinking me to be the person they expected. Now when I came to the top of the wall, lo! 4 damsels were there, who said to me, Descend, and welcome, and joy to thee. Then one of them went before me with a wax candle, and brought me down into a mansion, wherein were furnished sitting chambers, whose like I have never seen, save in the palace of the Caliphate. So I sat down, and after a while the curtains were suddenly drawn from one side of the room, and behold, in came damsels walking in procession, and handing hand-lighted flambeaux of wax and censers full of Sumatran aloes wood, and amongst them a young lady, as she were the rising full moon. So I stood up to her, and she said, Welcome to thee for a visitor. And then she made me sit down again, and asked me how I came thither. Quoth I was returning home from the house of an intimate friend, and went astray in the dark. Then, being taken in the street with an urgent call to make water, I turned aside into this lane, where I found a basket let down. The strong wine which I had drunk led me to seat myself in it, and it was drawn up with me into this house, and this is my story. She rejoined, No harm shall befall thee, and I hope thou wilt have cause to praise the issue of thine adventure. Then she added, But what is thy condition? I said, A merchant in the Baghdad bazaar. And she, Canst thou repeat any verses? Some small matter, quoth I. Quoth she, Then call a few to mind, and let us hear some of them. But I said, A visitor is bashful and timid. Do thou begin. True, replied she, and recited some verses of the poets, past and present, choosing their choicest pieces, and I listened, not knowing whether more to marvel at her beauty and loveliness, or at the charm of her style of declamation. Then said she, Is that bashfulness of thine gone? And I said, Yes, by Allah. So she rejoined, Then, if thou wilt, recite us somewhat. So I repeated to her a number of poems by old writers, and she applauded, saying, By Allah, I did not think to find such culture among the trade folk, the sons of the bazaar. Then she called for food, whereupon quoth Shahrazad's sister Dunyazad, How pleasant is this tale, and enjoyable, and sweet to the ear and sound to the sense! But she answered, And what is this story compared with that which thou shalt hear on the morrow's night, if I be alive and the King deign spare me? Then Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 14 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4. Translated by Richard Burton. Section 14, 280th Night to 283rd Night. When it was the 280th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Isaac of Mosul continued, Then the damsel called for food, and when it was served to her, she fell to eating it, and setting it before me. And the sitting-room was full of all manner sweet-scented flowers and rare fruits, such as are never found save in kings' houses. Presently she called for wine, and drank a cup, after which she filled another and gave it to me, saying, Now is the time for converse and story-telling. So I bethought myself, and began to say, It hath reached me that such and such things happened, and there was a man who said so and so, till I had told her a number of pleasing tales and adventures with which she was delighted, and cried, "'Tis marvellous that a merchant should bear in memory such store of stories like these, for they are fit for kings." Quoth I had a neighbour who used to consort with kings and carouse with them, so when he was at leisure I visited his house, and he hath often told me what thou hast heard. Thereupon she exclaimed, "By my life, but thou hast a good memory." So we continued to converse thus, and as often as I was silent she would begin, till in this way we passed the most part of the night, whilst the burning aloes wood diffused its fragrance, and I was in such case that if Al Maamun had suspected it, he would have flown like a bird with longing for it. Then said she to me, "Verily, thou art one of the most pleasant of men, polished, passing well-bred and polite, but there lacketh one thing." "What is that?" asked I, and she answered, "If thou only knew how to sing verses to the lute." I answered, I was passionately fond of this art aforetime, but finding I had no taste for it, I abandoned it, though at times my heart yearneth after it. Indeed, I should love to sing somewhat well at this moment, and fulfil my night's enjoyment. Then said she, "Meseemeth thou hintest a wish for the lute to be brought?" And I, "It is thine to decide, if thou wilt so far favour me, and to thee be the thanks." So she called for a lute, and sang a song in a voice whose like I never heard, both for sweetness of tone and skill in playing and perfection of art. Then said she, "Knowest thou who composed this air, and whose are the words of this song?" "No," answered I, and she said, "The words are so and so's, and the air is Isaac's." I asked, "And hath Isaac then, may I be thy sacrifice, such a talent?" She replied, "Bravo, bravo, Isaac! Indeed, he excelleth in this art." I rejoined, "Glory be to Allah who hath given this man what he hath vouchsafed unto none other." Then she said, "And how would it be, an thou heard this song from himself?" This wise we went on till break of day dawn, when there came to her an old woman, as she were her nurse, and said to her, "Verily, the time is come." So she rose in haste and said to me, "Keep what hath passed between us to thyself, for such meetings are in confidence." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 281st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the damsel whispered, "Keep what hath passed between us to thyself, for such meetings are in confidence." And I replied, "May I be thy ransom! I needed no charge to this." Then I took leave of her, and she sent a handmaid to show me the way and opened the house door. So I went forth and returned to my own place, where I prayed the morning prayer and slept. Now after a time there came to me a messenger from Al Maamun, so I went to him and passed the day in his company. And when the night fell I called to mind my yesternight's pleasure, a thing from which none but an ignoramus would abstain, and betook myself to the street where I found the basket, and seating myself therein, was drawn up to the place in which I had passed the previous night. When the lady saw me, she said, "Indeed, thou hast been assiduous." And I answered, "Meseemeth rather that I am neglectful." Then we fell to discoursing and passed the night as before in general conversation and reciting verses and telling rare tales, each in turn, till daybreak, when I wended me home, and I prayed the dawn prayer and slept. Presently there came to me a messenger from Al Maamun, so I went to him and spent my day with him till nightfall, when the Commander of the Faithful said to me, "I conjure thee to sit here whilst I go out for a want and come back." as soon as the Caliph was gone, and quite gone, my thoughts began to tempt and try me, and calling to mind my late delight, I recked little what might befall me from the Prince of True Believers. So I sprang up and, turning my back upon the sitting room, ran to the street aforesaid, where I sat down in the basket and was drawn up as before. When the lady saw me, she said, I begin to think thou art a sincere friend to us. Quoth I, Yea, by Allah! And quoth she, Hast thou made our house thine abiding place? I replied, May I be thy ransom! A guest claimeth guest right for 3 days, and if I return after this, ye are free to spill my blood. Then we passed the night as before, and when the time of departure drew near, I bethought me that Al Maamun would assuredly question me, nor would ever be content save with a full explanation, so I said to her, I see thee to be of those who delight in singing. Now I have a cousin, the son of my father's brother, who is fairer than I in face, and higher of rank and better of breeding, and he is the most intimate of Allah's creatures with Isaac. Quoth she, Art thou a parasite and an importunate one? Quoth I, It is for thee to decide in this matter. And she, If thy cousin be as thou hast described him, it would not mislike us to make acquaintance with him. Then, as the time was come, I left her and returned to my house, but hardly had I reached it ere the Caliph's runners came down on me and carried me before him by main force and roughly enough.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 282nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Isaac of Mosul continued, And hardly had I reached my house ere the Caliph's runners came down upon me and carried me before him by main force and roughly enough. I found him seated on a chair, wroth with me, and he said to me, O Isaac, art thou a traitor to thine allegiance? Replied I, No, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful. And he rejoined, What hast thou then to say? Tell me the whole truth. And I, Yes, I will, but in private. So he signed to his attendants, who withdrew to a distance, and I told him the case, adding, I promised her to bring thee. And he said, Thou didst well. Then we spent the day in our usual pleasures, but Al Maamun's heart was taken up with her, and hardly was the appointed time come when we set out. As we went along, I cautioned him, saying, Look that thou call me not by my name before her, and I will demean myself like thine attendant. And having agreed upon this, we fared forth till we came to the place, where we found 2 baskets hanging ready. So we sat down in them and were drawn up to the usual place, where the damsel came forward and saluted us. Now when Al Maamun saw her, he was amazed at her beauty and loveliness, and she began to entertain him with stories and verses. Presently she called for wine, and we fell to drinking, she paying him special attention, and he repaying her in kind. Then she took the lute and sang these verses: My lover came in at the close of night. I rose till he sat and remained upright, and said, Sweetheart, hast thou come this hour? Nor feared on the watch and ward till light. Quoth he, The lover had cause to fear, but love deprived him of wits and fright. And when she ended her song, she said to me, And is thy cousin also a merchant? I answered, Yes. And she said, Indeed, ye resemble each other nearly. But when Al Maamun had drunk 3 pints, he grew merry with wine and called out, saying, Ho, Isaac! And I replied, Labaik Adsum, O Commander of the Faithful. Whereupon quoth he, Sing me this air. Now when the young lady learned that he was the Caliph, she withdrew to another place and disappeared. And as I had made an end of my song, Al Maamun said to me, See who is the master of this house. Whereupon an old woman hastened to make answer, saying, It belongs to Hasan bin Sal. Fetch him to me, said the Caliph. So she went away, and after a while, behold, in came Hasan, to whom said Al Maamun, Hast thou a daughter? He said, Yes, and her name is Khadijah. Asked the Caliph, Is she married? Answered Hasan, No, by Allah. Said Al Maamun, Then I ask her of thee in marriage. Replied her father, O Commander of the Faithful, she is thy handmaid and at thy commandment. Quoth Al Maamun, I take her to wife at a present settlement of 30,000 dinars, which thou shalt receive this very morning, and when the money has been paid thee, do thou bring her to us this night. And Hasan answered, I hear and I obey. Thereupon we went forth, and the Caliph said to me, O Isaac, tell this story to no one. So I kept it secret till Al Maamun's death. Surely never did man's life gather such pleasures as were mine these 4 days' time, whenas I accompanied with Al Maamun by day and Khadijah by night; and by Allah, never saw I among men the like of Al Maamun, nor among women have I ever set eyes on the like of Khadijah; no, nor on any that came near her in lively wit and pleasant speech, and Allah is all knowing. But amongst stories is that of the Sweep and the Noble Lady. During the season of the Meccan pilgrimage, whilst the people were making circuit about the Holy House and the place of compassing was crowded, behold, a man laid hold of the covering of the Ka'abah and cried out from the bottom of his heart, saying, I beseech thee, O Allah, that she may once again be wroth with her husband and that I may know her. A company of the pilgrims heard him and seized him and carried him to the Emir of the pilgrims, after a sufficiency of blows. And said they, O Emir, we found this fellow in the holy places, saying thus and thus. So the Emir commanded to hang him, but he cried, O Emir, I conjure thee by the virtue of the Apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve, hear my story and then do with me as thou wilt. Quoth the Emir, Tell thy tale forthright. Know then, O Emir, quoth the man, that I am a sweep who works in the sheep slaughter houses and carries off the blood and the offal to the rubbish heaps outside the gates. And it came to pass, as I went along one day with my ass loaded, I saw the people running away, and one of them said to me, Enter this alley, lest haply they slay thee. Quoth I, What aileth the folk running away? And one of the eunuchs who were passing said to me, This is the Harim of one of the notables, and her eunuchs drive the people out of her way, and beat them all, without respect to persons. So I turned aside with the donkey.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 283rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the man, So I turned aside with the donkey and stood still awaiting the dispersal of the crowd. And I saw a number of eunuchs with staves in their hands, followed by nigh 30 woman slaves, and amongst them a lady as she were a willow wand or a thirsty gazelle, perfect in beauty and grace and amorous languor, and all were attending upon her. Now when she came to the mouth of the passage where I stood, she turned right and left, and calling one of the castratos, whispered in his ear; and behold, he came up to me and laid hold of me, whilst another eunuch took my ass and made off with it. And when the spectators fled, the first eunuch bound me with a rope and dragged me after him till I knew not what to do, and the people followed us and cried out, saying, This is not allowed of Allah! What hath this poor scavenger done that he should be bound with ropes? And praying the eunuchs, Have pity on him and let him go, so Allah have pity on you. And I the while said in my mind, Doubtless the eunuchry seized me because their mistress smelt the stink of the offal and it sickened her. Belike she is with child or ailing, but there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. So I continued walking on behind them, till they stopped at the door of a great house, and entering before me, brought me into a big hall. I know not how I shall describe its magnificence, furnished with the finest furniture. And the women also entered the hall, and I, bound and held by the eunuch, and saying to myself, Doubtless they will torture me here till I die, and none know of my death. However, after a while they carried me into a neat bathroom leading out of the hall, and as I sat there, behold, in came 3 slave girls, who seated themselves round me and said to me, Strip off thy rags and tatters. So I pulled off my threadbare clothes, and one of them fell a rubbing my legs and feet, whilst another scrubbed my head, and a third shampooed my body. When they had made an end of washing me, they brought me a parcel of clothes and said to me, Put these on. And I answered, By Allah, I know not how. So they came up to me and dressed me, laughing together at me the while; after which they brought casting bottles full of rose water and sprinkled me therewith. Then I went out with them into another saloon. By Allah, I know not how to praise its splendour for the wealth of paintings and furniture therein; and entering it I saw a person seated on a couch of Indian rattan.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 15
of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton, Section 15, 284th Night to 286th Night. When it was the 284th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the sweep continued. When I entered that saloon, I saw a person seated on a couch of Indian rattan, with ivory feet, and before her a number of damsels. When she saw me, she rose to me and called me. So I went up to her, and she seated me by her side. Then she bade her slave girls bring food, and they brought all manner of rich meats, such as I never saw in all my life. I do not even know the names of the dishes, much less their nature. So I ate my fill, and when the dishes had been taken away and we had washed our hands, she called for fruits, which came without stay or delay, and ordered me eat of them. And when we had ended eating, she bade one of the waiting women bring the wine furniture. So they set on flagons of divers kinds of wine, and burned perfumes in all the censers, what while a damsel like the moon rose and served us with wine to the sound of the smitten strings. And I drank, and the lady drank, till we were seized with wine, and the whole time I doubted not but that all this was an illusion of sleep. Presently she signed to one of the damsels to spread us a bed in such a place, which being done, she rose and took me by the hand and led me thither, and lay down, and I lay with her till the morning. And as often as I pressed her to my breast, I smelt the delicious fragrance of musk and other perfumes that exhaled from her, and could not think otherwise but that I was in Paradise, or in the vain fantasies of a dream. Now when it was day, she asked me where I lodged, and I told her, in such a place, whereupon she gave me leave to depart, handing to me a kerchief worked with gold and silver, and containing somewhat tied in it, and took leave of me, saying, Go to the bath with this. I rejoiced and said to myself, If there were but 5 coppers here, it will buy me this day my morning meal. Then I left her as though I were leaving Paradise, and returned to my poor crib, where I opened the kerchief and found in it 50 miskals of gold. So I buried them in the ground, and, buying 2 farthings worth of bread and kitchen, seated me at the door and broke my fast, after which I sat pondering my case and continued so doing till the time of afternoon prayer, when lo! a slave girl accosted me, saying, My mistress calleth for thee. I followed her to the house aforesaid, and, after asking permission, she carried me into the lady, before whom I kissed the ground, and she commanded me to sit, and called for meat and wine, as on the previous day, after which I again lay with her all night. On the morrow she gave me a second kerchief, with other 50 dinars therein, and I took it and going home, buried this also. In such pleasant condition I continued 8 days running, going in to her at the hour of afternoon prayer and leaving her at daybreak. But on the 8th night, as I lay with her, behold, one of her slave girls came running in and said to me, Arise, go up into yonder closet. So I rose and went into the closet, which was over the gate. And presently I heard a great clamour and tramp of horse, and, looking out of the window which gave on the street in front of the house, I saw a young man, as he were the rising moon on the night of fullness, come riding up, attended by a number of servants and soldiers who were about him on foot. He alighted at the door, and entering the saloon, found the lady seated on the couch. So he kissed the ground between her hands, then came up to her and kissed her hands, but she would not speak to him. However, he continued patiently to humble himself and soothe her and speak her fair, till he made his peace with her, and they lay together that night.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 285th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the scavenger continued. Now when her husband had made his peace with the young lady, he lay with her that night, and next morning the soldiers came for him and he mounted and rode away, whereupon she drew near to me and said, Sawest thou yonder man? I answered, Yes, and she said, He is my husband, and I will tell thee what befell me with him. It came to pass one day that we were sitting, he and I, in the garden within the house, and behold, he rose from my side and was absent a long while, till I grew tired of waiting and said to myself, Most like he is in the privy. So I arose and went to the water closet, but not finding him there, went down to the kitchen, where I saw a slave girl, and when I inquired for him, she showed him to me lying with one of the cookmaids. Hereupon I swore a great oath that I assuredly would do adultery with the foulest and filthiest man in Baghdad. And the day the eunuch laid hands on thee, I had been 4 days going round about the city in quest of one who should answer to this description, but found none fouler nor filthier than thy good self. So I took thee, and there passed between us that which Allah foreordained to us. And now I am quit of my oath. Then she added, If, however, my husband return yet again to the cookmaid and lie with her, I will restore thee to thy lost place in my favours. Now when I heard these words from her lips, what while she pierced my heart with the shafts of her glances, my tears streamed forth till my eyelids were chafed sore with weeping, and I repeated the saying of the poet, Grant me the kiss of that left hand 10 times, and learn it hath than right hand higher grade. For 'tis but little since that same left hand washed off Sir Reverence when ablution made. Then she made them give me other 50 dinars, making in all 400 gold pieces I had of her, and bade me depart. So I went out from her and came hither that I might pray Allah, extolled and exalted be He, to make her husband return to the cookmaid, that haply I might be again admitted to her favours. When the Emir of the pilgrims heard the man's story, he set him free and said to the bystanders, Allah upon you, pray for him, for indeed he is excusable. And men also tell the tale of the mock Caliph. It is related that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid was one night restless with extreme restlessness. So he summoned his Wazir Ja'afar the Barmecide and said to him, My breast is straitened and I have desired to divert myself to night by walking about the streets of Baghdad and looking into folks' affairs, but with this precaution that we disguise ourselves in merchants' gear so none shall know us. He answered, Hearkening and obedience. They rose at once and doffing the rich raiment they wore, donned merchants' habits and sallied forth 3 in number, the Caliph, Ja'afar and Masrur the sworder. Then they walked from place to place, till they came to the Tigris and saw an old man sitting in a boat. So they went up to him and saluting him said, O Shaykh, we desire thee of thy kindness and favour to carry us a pleasuring down the river in this thy boat and take this dinar to thy hire."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 286th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when they said to the old man, We desire thee to carry us a pleasuring in this thy boat and take this dinar, he answered, Who may go a pleasuring on the Tigris? The Caliph Harun al Rashid every night cometh down Tigris stream in his state barge, and with him one crying aloud, Ho, ye people all, great and small, gentle and simple, men and boys, whoso is found in a boat on the Tigris by night, I will strike off his head or hang him to the mast of his craft. and ye had well nigh met him, for here cometh his carrack." But the Caliph and Ja'afar said, "O Shaykh, take these 2 dinars and run us under one of yonder arches, that we may hide there till the Caliph's barge have passed." The old man replied, "Hand over your gold and rely we on Allah the Almighty." So he took the 2 dinars and embarked them in the boat, and he put off and rowed about with them awhile, when behold, the barge came down the river in midstream with lighted flambeaux and cressets flaming therein. Quoth the old man, "Did not I tell you that the Caliph passed along the river every night?" and ceased not muttering, "O Protector, remove not the veils of thy protection." Then he ran the boat under an arch and threw a piece of black cloth over the Caliph and his companions, who looked out from under the covering and saw in the bows of the barge a man holding in hand a cresset of red gold, which he fed with Sumatran line aloes; and the figure was clad in a robe of red satin, with a narrow turband of Mosul shape round on his head, and over one of his shoulders hung a sleeved cloak of cramoisy satin, and on the other was a green silk bag full of the aloes wood with which he fed the cresset by way of firewood. And they sighted in the stern another man, clad like the first and bearing a like cresset, and in the barge were 200 white slaves, standing ranged to the right and left, and in the middle a throne of red gold, whereon sat a handsome young man like the moon, clad in a dress of black embroidered with yellow gold. Before him they beheld a man, as he were the Wazir Ja'afar, and at his head stood an eunuch, as he were Masrur, with a drawn sword in his hand, besides a score of cup companions. Now when the Caliph saw this, he turned and said, "O Ja'afar," and the Minister replied, "At thy service, O Prince of True Believers." Then quoth the Caliph, "Belike this is one of my sons, Al Amin or Al Ma'amun." Then he examined the young man who sat on the throne, and finding him perfect in beauty and loveliness and stature and symmetric grace, said to Ja'afar, "Verily this young man abatteth nor jot nor tittle of the state of the Caliphate. See, there standeth before him one as he were thyself. O Ja'afar, yonder eunuch who standeth at his head is as he were Masrur, and those courtiers as they were my own. By Allah, O Ja'afar, my reason is confounded and I am filled with amazement this matter."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 15. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 16 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 16, 278th Night to 289th Night. When it was the 287th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Caliph saw this spectacle, his reason was confounded, and he cried, By Allah, I am filled with amazement at this matter. And Ja'afar replied, And I also, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful. Then the barge passed on and disappeared from sight, whereupon the boatman pushed out again into the stream, saying, Praised be Allah for safety, since none hath fallen in with us. Quoth the Caliph, O old man, doth the Caliph come down the Tigris river every night? The boatman answered, Yes, O my lord, and on such wise hath he done every night this year past. O Shaykh, rejoined Al-Rashid, we wish thee of thy favour to await us here tomorrow night, and we shall give thee 5 golden dinars, for we are stranger folk lodging in the quarter Al-Kandak, and we have a mind to divert ourselves. Said the oldster, With joy and good will. Then the Caliph and Ja'afar and Masrur left the boatman and returned to the palace, where they doffed their merchants' habits and, donning their apparel of state, sat down each in his several stead, and came the Emirs and Wazirs and Chamberlains and officers, and the Divan assembled and was crowded as of custom. But when day ended and all the folk had dispersed and wended each his own way, the Caliph said to his Wazir, "Rise, O Ja'afar, let us go and amuse ourselves by looking on the second Caliph." At this Ja'afar and Masrur laughed, and the three, donning merchants' habits, went forth by a secret pastern, and made their way through the city in great glee till they came to the Tigris, where they found the greybeard sitting and awaiting them. They embarked with him in the boat, and hardly had they sat down before up came the mock Caliph's barge. And when they looked at it attentively, they saw therein 200 Mamelukes, other than those of the previous night, while the link-bearers cried aloud as of wont. Quoth the Caliph, "O Wazir, had I heard tell of this, I had not believed it, but I have seen it with my own sight." Then said he to the boatman, "Take, O Shaykh, these 10 dinars, and row us along abreast of them, for they are in the light, and we in the shade, and we can see them and amuse ourselves by looking on them, but they cannot see us." So the man took the money, and pushing off ran abreast of them in the shadow of the barge. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 288th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph Harun al Rashid said to the old man, Take these 10 dinars, and row us abreast of them. To which he replied, I hear and I obey. And he fared with them and ceased not going in the blackness of the barge, till they came amongst the gardens that lay alongside of them, and sighted a large walled enclosure. And presently the barge cast anchor before a postern door, where they saw servants standing with a she-mule saddled and bridled. Here the mock Caliph landed, and, mounting the mule, rode away with his courtiers and his cup companions preceded by the cresset-bearers, crying aloud, and followed by his household which busied itself in his service. Then Harun al Rashid, Ja'afar, and Masrur landed also, and, making their way through the press of servants, walked on before them. Presently the cresset-bearers espied them, and seeing 3 persons in merchants' habits, and strangers to the country, took offence at them. So they pointed them out and brought them before the other Caliph, who looked at them and asked, How came ye to this place, and who brought you at this tide? They answered, O our lord, we are foreign merchants, and far from our homes, who arrived here this day, and were out a-walking to-night, and behold, ye came up, and these men laid hands on us, and brought us to thy presence, and this is all our story. Quoth the mock Caliph, Since ye be stranger folk, no harm shall befall you. But had ye been of Baghdad, I had struck off your heads. Then he turned to his Wazir and said to him, Take these men with thee, for they are our guests to-night. To hear is to obey, O our lord, answered he. And they companied him till they came to a lofty and splendid palace set upon the firmest base. No sultan possesseth such a palace, rising from the dusty mould, and upon the merges of the clouds laying hold. Its door was of Indian teak wood, inlaid with gold that glowed. And through it one passed into a royal hall, in whose midst was a jetting fount girt by a raised estrade. It was provided with carpets and cushions of brocade, and small pillows and long settees and hanging curtains. It was furnished with a splendour that dazed the mind and dumbed the tongue, and upon the door were written these 2 couplets. A palace whereon be blessings and praise, which with all their beauty have robed the days, where marvellous and miracle sights abound, and to write its honours the pen affrays. The false Caliph entered with his company, and sat down on a throne of gold, set with jewels, and covered with a prayer carpet of yellow silk, whilst the boon companions took their seats, and the sword-bearer of high works stood before him. Then the tables were laid and they ate, after which the dishes were removed, and they washed their hands, and the wine service was set on, with flagons and bowls, in due order. The cup went round till it came to the Caliph, Harun al Rashid, who refused the draught, and the mock Caliph said to Ja'afar, "What mattereth thy friend that he drinketh not?" He replied, "O my lord, indeed 'tis a long while he hath drunk not of this." Quoth the sham Caliph, "I have drink other than this, a kind of apple wine, that will suit thy companion." So he bade them bring the cider, which they did forthright, when the false Caliph, coming up to Harun al Rashid, said to him, "As often as it cometh to thy turn, drink thou of this." Then they continued to drink and make merry, and pass the cup till the wine rose to their brains and mastered their wits.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 289th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the false Caliph and his co-sitters sat at their cups and gave not over drinking, till the wine rose to their brains and mastered their wits. And Harun al Rashid said to the Minister, "O Ja'afar, by Allah, we have no such vessels as these. Would to heaven I knew what manner of man this youth is." But while they were talking privily, the young man cast a glance upon them, and seeing the Wazir whisper, the Caliph said, "'Tis rude to whisper." He replied, "No rudeness was meant, this my friend did but say to me, 'Verily I have travelled in most countries, and have caroused with the greatest of kings, and I have companied with noble captains. Yet never saw I a goodlier ordering than this entertainment, nor passed a more delightful night; save that the people of Baghdad are wont to say, wine without music often leaves you sick." When the second Caliph heard this, he smiled pleasantly and struck with a rod he had in his hand a round gong; and behold, a door opened and out came a eunuch, bearing a chair of ivory, inlaid with gold glittering fiery red, and followed by a damsel of passing beauty and loveliness, symmetry and grace. He set down the chair and the damsel seated herself on it, as she were the sun shining sheen in a sky serene. In her hand she had a lute of Hindu make, which she laid in her lap and bent down over it as a mother bendeth over her little one, and sang to it, after a prelude in 24 modes, amazing all wits. Then she returned to the first mode, and to a lively measure chanted these couplets: Love's tongue within my heart speaks plain to thee, telling thee clearly I am fain of thee. Witness the fevers of a tortured heart, and ulcered eyelid, tear flood rains for thee. God's fate o'ertaketh all created things. I knew not love, till learnt love's pain of thee. Now when the mock Caliph heard these lines, sung by the damsel, he cried with a great cry, and rent his raiment to the very skirt, whereupon they let down a curtain over him, and brought him a fresh robe, handsomer than the first. He put it on and sat as before, till the cup came round to him, when he struck the gong a second time, and lo! a door opened, and out of it came a eunuch with a chair of gold, followed by a damsel fairer than the first, bearing a lute, such as would strike the envious mute. She sat down on the chair, and sang to her instrument these two couplets: How patient bide with love in sprite of me, and tears in tempest blinding sight of me? By Allah, life has no delight of me. How gladden heart whose core is blight of me? No sooner had the youth heard this poetry than he cried out with a loud cry and rent his raiment to the skirt; whereupon they let down the curtain over him and brought him another suit of clothes. He put it on, and, sitting up as before, fell again to cheerful talk, till the cup came round to him, when he smote once more upon the gong, and out came a eunuch with a chair, followed by a damsel fairer than she who forewent her. So she sat down on the chair, with a lute in her hand, and sang thereto these couplets: Cease ye this farness, bate this pride of you, to whom my heart clings, by life tied of you. Have ruth on hapless, mourning, lover wretch, desire full, pining, passion tried of you. Sickness hath wasted him whose ecstasy prays heaven it may be satisfied of you. O fullest moons that dwell in deepest heart, how can I think of aught by side of you? Now when the young man heard these couplets, he cried out with a great cry, and rent his raiment, whereupon they let fall the curtain over him, and brought him other robes. Then he returned to his former case with his boon companions, and the bowl went round as before, till the cup came to him, when he struck the gong a fourth time, and the door opening, out came a page boy bearing a chair, followed by a damsel. He set the chair for her, and she sat down thereon, and taking the lute, tuned it and sang to it these couplets. When shall disunion and estrangement end? When shall my bygone joys again be kenned? Yesterday we were joined in same abode, conversing heedless of each envious friend. Tricked us that traitor Time, disjoined our lot, and our waste home to desert fate condemned. Wouldst have me, grumbler, from my dearling fly? I find my vitals blame will not perpend. Cease thou to censure, leave me to repine. My mind e'er findeth thoughts that pleasure lend. O lords of me who break our troth and plight, deem not to lose your hold of heart and sprite. When the false Caliph heard the girl's song, he cried out with a loud outcry, and rent his raiment. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 17
of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 17, 290th Night to 292nd Night. When it was the 290th Night, she said, when the false Caliph heard the girl's song, he cried with a loud outcry, and rent his raiment, and fell to the ground fainting, whereupon they would have let down the curtain over him, as of custom, but its cord stuck fast, and Harun al-Rashid, after considering him carefully, saw on his body the marks of beating with palm rods, and said to Ja'afar, by Allah, he is a handsome youth, but a foul thief. Whence knowest thou that, O Commander of the Faithful? asked Ja'afar, and the Caliph answered, sawest thou not the whip scars on his ribs? Then they let fall the curtain over him and brought him a fresh dress, which he put on and sat up as before with his courtiers and cup companions. Presently he saw the Caliph and Ja'afar whispering together and said to them, what is the matter, fair sirs? Quoth Ja'afar, O my lord, all is well, save that this my comrade, who, as is not unknown to thee, is of the merchant company and hath visited all the great cities and countries of the world and hath consorted with kings and men of highest consideration, saith to me, verily that which our lord the Caliph hath done this night is beyond measure extravagant. Never saw I any do the like doings in any country, for he hath rent such and such dresses, each worth 1,000 dinars, and this is surely excessive unthriftiness. Replied the second Caliph, Ho, thou, the money is my money and the stuff my stuff, and this is by way of largesse to my suite and servants. For each suit that is rent belongeth to one of my cup companions here present, and I assign to them with each suit of clothes the sum of 500 dinars. The Wazir Ja'afar replied, well is whatso thou dost, O Lord, and recited these two couplets. Virtue in hand of thee hath built a house, and to mankind thou dost thy wealth expose. If'n the virtuous ever close their doors, that hand would be a key the lock to unclose. Now when the young man heard these verses recited by the Minister Ja'afar, he ordered him to be gifted with 1,000 dinars and a dress of honour. Then the cup went round among them and the wine was sweet to them. But after a while quoth the Caliph to Ja'afar, "Ask him of the marks on his sides, that we may see what he will say by way of reply." Answered Ja'afar, "Softly, O my lord, be not hasty and soothe thy mind, for patience is more becoming." Rejoined the Caliph, "By the life of my head and by the reverend tomb of Al Abbas, except thou ask him, I will assuredly stop thy breath." With this the young man turned towards the Minister and said to him, "What aileth thee and thy friend to be whispering together? Tell me what is the matter with you." "It is nothing save good," replied Ja'afar; but the mock Caliph rejoined, "I conjure thee by Allah, tell me what aileth you and hide from me nothing of your case." Answered the Wazir, "O my lord, verily this one here saw on thy sides the marks of beating with whips and palm fronts and marvelled thereat with exceeding marvel, saying, 'How came the Caliph to be beaten?' And he would fain know the cause of this." Now when the youth heard this, he smiled and said, "Know ye that my story is wondrous and my case marvellous. Were it graven with needles on the eye corners, it would serve as a warner to whoso would be warned." And he sighed and repeated these couplets, "Strange is my story, passing prodigy. By love I swear my ways wax straight on me. An ye desire to hear me, listen and let all in this assembly silent be. Heed ye my words which are of meaning deep, nor lies my speech, 'tis truest verity. I'm slain by longing and by ardent love, my slayer's the pearl of fair virginity. She hath a jet black eye like Hindi blade, and bowed eyebrows shoot her archery. My heart assures me our Imam is here, this age's Caliph, old nobility. Your second Ja'afar highs is his Wazir, and Sahib's son of high degree. The third is called Masrur, who wields the sword. Now if in words of mine some truth you see, I have won every wish by this event, which fills my heart with joy and gladdest greet." When they heard these words, Ja'afar swore to him an ambiguous oath that they were not those he named; whereupon he laughed and said, "Know, O my lords, that I am not the Commander of the Faithful and that I do but style myself thus, to win my will of the sons of the city. My true name is Mohammed Ali, son of Ali the Jeweller, and my father was one of the notables of Baghdad, who left me great store of gold and silver and pearls and coral and rubies and chrysolites and other jewels, besides messuages and lands, Hammam baths and brickeries, orchards and flower gardens. Now as I sat in my shop one day, surrounded by my eunuchs and dependents, behold, there came up a young lady, mounted on a she mule and attended by 3 damsels like moons. Riding up to my shop, she alighted and seated herself by my side and said, "Art thou Mohammed the Jeweller?" Replied I, "Even so, I am he, thy Mameluke, thy chattel." She asked, "Hast thou a necklace of jewels fit for me?" And I answered, "O my lady, I will show thee what I have and lay all before thee and, if any please thee, it will be of thy slave's good luck; if they please thee not, of his ill fortune." Now I had by me 100 necklaces and showed them all to her; but none of them pleased her and she said, "I want a better than those I have seen. I had a small necklace which my father had bought at 100,000 dinars and whose like was not to be found with any of the great kings." So I said to her, "O my lady, I have yet one necklace of fine stones fit for bezels, the like of which none possesseth, great or small. Said she, "Show it to me." So I showed it to her and she said, "This is what I wanted and what I have wished for all my life," adding, "What is its price?" Quoth I, "It cost my father 100,000 dinars," and she said, "I will give thee 5,000 dinars to thy profit." I answered, "O my lady, the necklace and its owner are at thy service and I cannot gainsay thee." But she rejoined, "Needs must thou have the profit, and I am still most grateful to thee." Then she rose without stay or delay and mounting the mule in haste, said to me, "O my lord, in Allah's name, favour us with thy company to receive the money, for this thy day with us is white as milk." So I shut the shop and accompanied her in all security, till we came to a house, on which were manifest the signs of wealth and rank, for its door was wrought with gold and silver and ultramarine, and thereon were written these two couplets, "Hold thou mansion who never enter thee, nor be thine owner e'er misused of fate. Excellent mansion to all guests art thou, when other mansions to the guest are strait." The young lady dismounted and entered the house, bidding me sit down on the bench at the gate, till the money changer should arrive. So I sat awhile, when behold, a damsel came out to me and said, "O my lord, enter the vestibule, for 'tis a dishonour that thou shouldst sit at the gate." Thereupon I arose and entered the vestibule and sat down on the settle there; and as I sat, lo! another damsel came out and said to me, "O my lord, my mistress biddeth thee enter and sit down at the door of the saloon to receive thy money." I entered and sat down, nor had I sat a moment, when behold, a curtain of silk which concealed a throne of gold was drawn aside, and I saw seated thereon the lady who had made the purchase, and round her neck she wore the necklace, which looked pale and wan by the side of a face as it were the rounded moon. At her sight my wit was troubled and my mind confounded by reason of her exceeding beauty and loveliness. But when she saw me, she rose from her throne and coming close up to me said, "O light of mine eyes, is every handsome one like thee pitiless to his mistress?" I answered, "O my lady, beauty, all of it is in thee and is but one of thy hidden charms." And she rejoined, "O jeweller, know that I love thee and can hardly credit that I have brought thee hither." Then she bent towards me and I kissed her and she kissed me and, as she caressed me, drew me towards her and to her breast she pressed me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 291st Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the jeweller continued. Then she bent towards me and kissed and caressed me, and as she caressed me drew me towards her and to her breast she pressed me. Now she knew by my condition that I had a mind to enjoy her; so she said to me, "O my lord, wouldst thou foregather with me unlawfully? By Allah, may he not live who would do the like of this sin and who takes pleasure in talk unclean! I am a maid, a virgin, whom no man hath approached, nor am I unknown in the city. Knowest thou who I am?" Quoth I, "No, by Allah, O my lady!" And quoth she, "I am the Lady Dunyб, daughter of Yahya bin Khбlid, the Barmecide and sister of Ja'afar, Wazir to the Caliph." Now as I heard this, I drew back from her, saying, "O my lady, it is no fault of mine if I have been overbold with thee. It was thou didst encourage me to aspire to thy love, by giving me access to thee." She answered, "No harm shall befal thee, and needs must thou attain thy desire in the only way pleasing to Allah. I am my own mistress, and the Kazi shall act as my guardian in consenting to the marriage contract; for it is my will that I be to thee wife and thou be to me man. Then she sent for the Kazi and the witnesses and busied herself with making ready. And when they came, she said to them, "Mohammed Ali bin Ali the jeweller seeketh me in wedlock and hath given me the necklace to my marriage settlement, and I accept and consent." So they wrote out the contract of marriage between us. And ere I went in to her, the servants brought the wine furniture and the cups passed round after the fairest fashion and the goodliest ordering. And when the wine mounted to our heads, she ordered a damsel, a lute player, to sing. So she took the lute and sang, to a pleasing and stirring motive, these couplets. He comes, and fawn and branch and moon delight these eyne. Fire on his heart who sleeps o' nights without repine. Fair youth for whom Heaven willed to quench in cheek one light, and left another light on other cheek bright lean. I fain finesse my chiders when they mention him, as though the hearing of his name I would decline. And willing ear I lend when they of others speak, yet would my soul within outflow in fouds of brine. Beauty's own prophet, he is all a miracle of heavenly grace, and greatest shows his face for sign. To prayer Bilal-like cries the mole upon his cheek, to ward from pearly brow all eyes of ill design. The censors of their ignorance would my love dispel, but after faith I can't at once turn infidel. We were ravished by the sweet music she made striking the strings, and the beauty of the verses she sang; and the other damsels went on to sing and to recite one after another till 10 had so done, when the Lady Dunya took the lute and playing a lively measure chanted these couplets. I swear by swayings of that form so fair, I from thy parting fiery, pity a heart which burneth in thy love, O bright as fullest moon in blackest air. Vouchsafe thy boons to him who never will cease, in light of wine cup all thy charms declare, amid the roses which with varied hues are to the myrtle bush a mere despair. When she had finished her verse, I took the lute from her hands and, playing a quaint and not vulgar prelude, sang the following verses. Loud to my Lord who gave thee all of loveliness, myself amid thy thralls I willingly confess. O thou whose eyes and glances captivate mankind, pray that I 'scape those arrows shot with all thy stress. Two hostile rivals, water and enflaming fire, thy cheek hath married, which for marvel I profess. Thou art Sar in heart of me and eke Naim, thou Agrodol's eke heart's sweetest bitterness. When she heard this my song, she rejoiced with exceeding joy. Then, dismissing her slave women, she brought me to a most goodly place, where they had spread us a bed of various colours. She did off her clothes and I had a lover's privacy of her and found her a pearl unpierced and a filly unridden. So I rejoiced in her and never in my born days spent I a more delicious night."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 292nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Mohammed bin Ali the jeweller continued, So I went in unto the Lady Dunya, daughter of Yahya bin Khбlid the Barmecide, and I found her a pearl unthridden and a filly unridden. So I rejoiced in her and repeated these couplets, O night, here stay! I want no morning light. My lover's face to me is lamp and light. As ring of ringdove round his neck's my arms, and made my palm his mouth veil, and 'twas right. This be the crown of bliss and never will cease to clit nor care to be in other plight. And I abode with her a whole month, forsaking shop and family and home, till one day she said to me, O light of my eyes, O my lord Mohammed, I have determined to go to the Hammam to day, So sit thou on this couch and rise not from thy place till I return to thee." "I hear and I obey," answered I, and she made me swear to this, after which she took her women and went off to the bath. But by Allah, O my brothers, she had not reached the head of the street ere the door opened and in came an old woman who said to me, 'O my lord Mohammed, the Lady Zubaydah biddeth thee to her, for she hath heard of thy fine manners and accomplishments and skill in singing.' I answered, 'By Allah, I will not rise from my place till the Lady Dunya come back.' Rejoined the old woman, 'O my lord, do not anger the Lady Zubaydah with thee and vex her so as to make her thy foe. Nay, rise up and speak with her and return to thy place.' So I rose at once and followed her into the presence of Lady Zubaydah, and when I entered her presence, she said to me, 'O light of the eye, art thou the Lady Dunya's beloved?' 'I am thy Mameluke, thy chattel,' replied I. Quoth she, 'Sooth spake he who reported thee possessed of beauty and grace and good breeding and every fine quality. Indeed, thou surpassest all praise and all report. But now sing to me that I may hear thee.' Quoth I, 'Hearkening and obedience.' So she brought me a lute and I sang to it these couplets, 'The hapless lover's heart is of his wooing weary grown, * And hand of sickness wasted him till naught but skin and bone. Who should be amid the riders which the haltered camels urge, * But that same lover whose beloved cloth in the litter's wone? To Allah's charge I leave that moonlike beauty in your tents, * Whom my heart loves, albe my glance on her may never be thrown. Now she is faint, then she is fierce, how sweet her coyness shows! * Yea, sweet whatever cloth or saith to lover loved one.' When I had finished my song she said to me, 'Allah assain thy body and thy voice! Verily thou art perfect in beauty and good breeding and singing. But now rise and return to thy place ere the Lady Dunya come back, lest she find thee not and be wroth with thee.' Then I kissed the ground before her, and the old woman forewent me till I reached the door whence I came. So I entered and going up to the couch, found that my wife had come back from the bath and was lying asleep there. Seeing this, I sat down at her feet and rubbed them, whereupon she opened her eyes and seeing me, drew up both her feet and gave me a kick that threw me off the couch, saying, 'O traitor, thou hast been false to thine oath and hast perjured thyself. Thou swarest to me that thou wouldst not rise from thy place, yet didst thou break thy promise and go to the Lady Zubaydah. By Allah, but that I fear public scandal, I would pull down her palace over her head.' Then said she to her black slave, 'O Sawab, arise and strike off this lying traitor's head, for we have no further need of him.' So the slave came up to me and, tearing a strip from his skirt, bandaged with it my eyes and would have struck off my head."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 17. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 18 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 18. 293rd Night to 295th Night. When it was the 293rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Mohammed the jeweller continued. So the slave came up to me and, tearing a strip from his skirt, bandaged with it my eyes and would have struck off my head. But all her women, great and small, rose and came up to her and said to her, O our lady, this is not the first who hath erred.
indeed he knew not thy humour and hath done thee no offence deserving death." Replied she, "By Allah, I must needs set my mark on him." And she bade them bash me; so they beat me on my ribs, and the marks ye saw are the scars of that fustigation. Then she ordered them to cast me out, and they carried me to a distance from the house and threw me down like a log. After a time I rose and dragged myself little by little to my own place, where I sent for a surgeon and showed him my hurts, and he comforted me and did his best to cure me. As soon as I was recovered, I went to the Hammam; and, as my pains and sickness had left me, I repaired to my shop and took and sold all that was therein. With the proceeds I bought me 400 white slaves, such as no king ever got together, and caused 200 of them to ride out with me every day. Then I made me yonder barge, whereon I spent 5,000 gold pieces, and styled myself Caliph, and appointed each of my servants to the charge of some one of the Caliph's officers, and clad him in official habit. Moreover, I made proclamation, "Whoso goeth a pleasuring on the Tigris by night, I will strike off his head, without ruth or delay." And on such wise have I done this whole year past, during which time I have heard no news of the lady, neither happened upon any trace of her. Then wept he copiously and repeated these couplets, "By Allah, while the days endure never shall forget her I, nor draw to any nigh, save those who draw her to me nigh. Like to the fullest moon her form and favour show to me. Laud to her all creating Lord, laud to the Lord on high. She left me full of mourning, sleepless, sick with pine and pain, and ceaseth not my heart to yearn her mystery to espy." Now when Harun al Rashid heard the young man's story and knew the passion and transport and love lowe that afflicted him, he was moved to compassion and wonder and said, "Glory be to Allah, who hath appointed to every effect a cause!" Then they craved the young man's permission to depart, which being granted, they took leave of him, the Caliph purposing to do him justice meet and him with the utmost munificence entreat; and they returned to the palace of the Caliphate, where they changed clothes for others befitting their state and sat down, whilst Masrur the Sworder of high justice stood before them. After a while quoth the Caliph to Ja'afar, "O Wazir, bring me the young man."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 294th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the Caliph to his Minister, "Bring me the young man with whom we were last night." "I hear and obey," answered Ja'afar and going to the youth saluted him, saying, "Obey the summons of the Commander of the Faithful, the Caliph Harun al Rashid." So he returned with him to the palace, in great anxiety by reason of the summons; and going in to the King, kissed ground before him and offered up a prayer for the endurance of his glory and prosperity, for the accomplishment of his desires, for the continuance of his beneficence and for the cessation of evil and punishment, ordering his speech as best he might and ending by saying, "Peace be on thee, O Prince of True Believers and Protector of the folk of the Faith!" Then he repeated these two couplets, "Kiss thou his fingers, which no fingers are, keys of our daily bread those fingers ken, and praise his actions, which no actions are, but precious necklaces round necks of men." So the Caliph smiled in his face and returned his salute, looking on him with the eye of favour. Then he bade him draw near and sit down before him and said to him, "O Mohammed Ali, I wish thee to tell me what befel thee last night, for it was strange and passing strange." Quoth the youth, "Pardon, O Commander of the Faithful! Give me the kerchief of immunity, that my dread may be appeased and my heart eased." Replied the Caliph, "I promise thee safety from fear and woes." So the young man told him his story from first to last, whereby the Caliph knew him to be a lover and severed from his beloved and said to him, "Desirest thou that I restore her to thee?" "This were of the bounty of the Commander of the Faithful," answered the youth, and repeated these two couplets, "Never cease thy gait be Ka'abah to mankind; long may its threshold dust man's brow beseem, that over all countries it may be proclaimed, this is the place and thou art Ibrahim." Thereupon the Caliph turned to his minister and said to him, "O Ja'afar, bring me thy sister, the Lady Dunya, daughter of the Wazir Yahya bin Khбlid." "I hear and I obey," answered he and fetched her without let or delay. Now when she stood before the Caliph, he said to her, "Dost thou know who this is?" And she replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, how should women have knowledge of men?" So the Caliph smiled and said, "O Dunya, this is thy beloved, Mohammed bin Ali the jeweller. We are acquainted with his case, for we have heard the whole story from beginning to end and have apprehended its inward and its outward, and it is no more hidden from me, for all it was kept in secrecy." Replied she, "O Commander of the Faithful, this was written in the Book of Destiny. I crave the forgiveness of Almighty Allah for the wrong I have wrought and pray thee to pardon me of thy favour." At this the Caliph laughed and summoning the Kazi and witnesses, renewed the marriage contract between the Lady Dunya and her husband, Mohammed Ali, son of the jeweller, whereby there betided them, both her and him, the utmost felicity, and to their enviers mortification and misery. Moreover, he made Mohammed Ali one of his boon companions, and they abode in joy and cheer and gladness, till there came to them the Destroyer of delights and the Sunderer of societies. And men also relate the pleasant tale of Ali the Persian. It is said that the Caliph Harun al Rashid, being restless one night, sent for his Wazir and said to him, "O Ja'afar, I am sore wakeful and heavy hearted this night, and I desire of thee what may solace my spirit and cause my breath to broaden with amuse meet." Quoth Ja'afar, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have a friend by name Ali the Persian, who hath store of tales and pleasant stories, such as lighten the heart and make care depart." Quoth the Caliph, "Fetch him to me," and quoth Ja'afar, "Hearkening and obedience," and going out from before him, sent to seek Ali the Persian, and when he came, said to him, "Answer the summons of the Commander of the Faithful." "To hear is to obey," answered Ali.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 295th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Persian replied, "To hear is to obey," and at once followed the Wazir into the presence of the Caliph, who bade him be seated and said to him, "O Ali, my heart is heavy within me this night, and it hath come to my ear that thou hast great store of tales and anecdotes; so I desire of thee that thou let me hear what will relieve my despondency and brighten my melancholy." Said he, "O Commander of the Faithful, shall I tell thee what I have seen with my eyes or what I have heard with my ears?" He replied, "An thou have seen aught worth the telling, let me hear that." Replied Ali, "Hearkening and obedience. Know thou, O Commander of the Faithful, that some years ago I left this my native city of Baghdad on a journey, having with me a lad who carried a light leathern bag. Presently we came to a certain city, where, as I was buying and selling, behold, a rascally Kurd fell on me and seized my wallet perforce, saying, 'This is my bag and all which is in it is my property.' Thereupon I cried aloud, Ho, Moslems, one and all, deliver me from the hand of the vilest of oppressors. But the folk said, Come both of you to the Kazi, and abide ye by his judgment with joint consent. So I agreed to submit myself to such decision, and we both presented ourselves before the Kazi, who said, What bringeth you hither, and what is your case and your quarrel? Quoth I, We are men at difference, who appeal to thee and make complaint and submit ourselves to thy judgment. Asked the Kazi, Which of you is the complainant? So the Kurd came forward and said, Allah preserve our lord the Kazi. Verily this bag is my bag, and all that is in it is my swag. It was lost from me, and I found it with this man, mine enemy. The Kazi asked, When didst thou lose it? And the Kurd answered, But yesterday, and I passed a sleepless night by reason of its loss. An it be thy bag, quoth the Kazi, tell me what is in it. Quoth the Kurd, There were in my bag 2 silver styles for eye powder and antimony for the eyes, and a kerchief for the hands, wherein I had laid 2 gilt cups and 2 candlesticks. Moreover, it contained 2 tents and 2 platters and 2 spoons and a cushion and 2 leather rugs and 2 ewers and a brass tray and 2 basins and a cooking pot and 2 water jars and a ladle and a sacking needle and a she-cat and 2 bitches and a wooden trencher and 2 sacks and 2 saddles and a gown and 2 fur pelisses and a cow and 2 calves and a she-goat and 2 sheep and an ewe and 2 lambs and 2 green pavilions and a camel and 2 she-camels and a lioness and 2 lions and a she-bear and 2 jackals and a mattress and 2 sofas and an upper chamber and 2 saloons and a portico and 2 sitting rooms and a kitchen with 2 doors and a company of Kurds who will bear witness that the bag is my bag. Then said the Kazi to me, And thou, sirrah, what sayest thou? So I came forward, O Commander of the Faithful, and indeed the Kurd's speech had bewildered me, and said, Allah advance our lord the Kazi. Verily there was not in this my wallet save a little ruined tenement and another without a door and a dog house and a boys' school and youths playing dice and tents and tent ropes and the cities of Bassorah and Baghdad and the palace of Shaddad bin Ad and an ironsmith's forge and a fishing net and cudgels and pickets and girls and boys and 1,000 pimps who will testify that the bag is my bag. Now when the Kurd heard my words, he wept and wailed and said, O my lord the Kazi, this my bag is known, and what is in it, it is a matter of renown. For in this bag there be castles and citadels and cranes and beasts of prey and men playing chess and draughts. Furthermore, in this my bag is a broad mare and 2 colts and a stallion and 2 blood steeds and 2 long lances, and it containeth eke a lion and 2 hares and a city and 2 villages and a whore and 2 sharking panders and a hermaphrodite and 2 gallows birds and a blind man and 2 wights with good sight and a limping cripple and 2 lameters and a Christian ecclesiastic and 2 deacons and a patriarch and 2 monks and a Kazi and 2 assessors who will be evidence that the bag is my bag. Quoth the Kazi to me, And what sayest thou, O Ali? So, O Commander of the Faithful, being filled with rage, I came forward and said, Allah keep our lord the Kazi.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 18. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 19 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 19. 296th Night to 298th Night. When it was the 296th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Persian continued. So, being filled with rage, O Commander of the Faithful, I came forward and said, Allah keep our lord the Kazi, I had in this my wallet a coat of mail and a broadsword, and armories and 1,000 fighting rams, and a sheepfold with its pasturage, and 1,000 barking dogs, and gardens and vines and flowers, and sweet smelling herbs, and figs and apples, and statues and pictures and flagons and goblets, and fair-faced slave girls, and singing women and marriage feasts, and tumult and clamour, and great tracts of land and brothers of success, which were robbers, and a company of daybreak raiders with swords and spears and bows, arrows, and true friends, and dear ones, and intimates, and comrades, and men imprisoned for punishment, and cup companions, and a drum, and flutes, and flags, and banners, and boys and girls and brides in all their wedding bravery, and singing girls, and 5 Abyssinian women, and 3 Hindi maidens, and 4 damsels of Al Medina, and a score of Greek girls, and 80 Kurdish dames, and 70 Georgian ladies, and Tigris and Euphrates, and a fowling net, and a flint, and steel, and many columned Iram, and 1,000 routes, and pimps, and horse courses, and stables, and mosques, and baths, and a builder, and a carpenter, and a plank, and a nail, and a black slave with his flageolet, and a captain, and a caravan leader, and towns and cities, and 100,000 dinars, and Kufa, and Anbar, and 20 chests full of stuffs, and 20 storehouses for victuals, and Gaza, and Ascalon, and from Damietta to Al Saban, and the palace of Kisra Anushirvan, and the kingdom of Solomon, and from Wadi Nu'uman to the land of Khorasan and Balkh and Ispahan, and from India to the Sudan. Therein also may Allah prolong the life of our lord the Kazi, our doublets and cloths, and 1,000 sharp razors to shave off the Kazi's beard, except he fear my resentment and adjudge the bag to be my bag. Now when the Kazi heard what I and the Kurd avouched, he was confounded and said, I see ye twain be none other than the 2 pestilent fellows, atheistical villains, who make sport of Kazis and magistrates, and stand not in fear of reproach. Never did tongue tell nor ear hear aught more extraordinary than that which ye pretend. By Allah, from China to Shayarat Gailan, nor from Fars to Sudan, nor from Wadi Nu'uman to Khorasan, was ever heard the like of what ye avouch, or credited the like of what ye affirm. Say, fellows, be this bag a bottomless sea, or the day of resurrection, that shall gather together the just and unjust? Then the Kazi bade them open the bag. So I opened it, and behold, there was in it bread and a lemon and cheese and olives. So I threw the bag down before the Kurd and ganged my gait. Now when the Caliph heard this tale from Ali the Persian, he laughed till he fell on his back and made him a handsome present. And men also relate a tale of Harun al-Rashid and the slave girl and the Imam Abu Yusuf. It is said that Ja'afar the Barmecide was one night carousing with Al-Rashid, who said, O Ja'afar, it hath reached me that thou hast bought such and such a slave girl. Now I have long sought her, for she is passing fair, and my heart is taken up with love of her. So do thou sell her to me. He replied, I will not sell her, O Commander of the Faithful. Quoth he, Then give her to me. Quoth the other, Nor will I give her. Then Al Rashid exclaimed, Bi Zubaydah, triply divorced, and thou shalt not either sell or give her to me." Then Ja'afar exclaimed, "Be my wife triply divorced, and I either sell or give her to thee." After a while they recovered from their tipsiness, and were aware of having fallen into a grave dilemma, but knew not by what device to extricate themselves. Then said Al Rashid, "None can help us in this strait but Abu Yusuf." So they sent for him, and this was in the middle of the night; and when the messenger reached him, he arose in alarm, saying to himself, "I should not be sent for at this tide and time, save by reason of some question of moment to Al Islam." So he went out in haste and mounted his she mule, saying to his servant, "Take the mule's nose bag with thee. It may be she hath not finished her feed, and when we come to the Caliph's palace, put the bag on her, that she may eat what is left of her fodder during the last of the night." And the man replied, "I hear and obey." Now when the Imam was admitted to the presence, Al Rashid rose to receive him and seated him on the couch beside himself, where he was wont to seat none save the Kazi, and said to him, "We have not sent for thee at this untimely time and tide, save to advise us upon a grave matter, which is such and such, and wherewith we know not how to deal." And he expounded to him the case. Abu Yusuf answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, this is the easiest of things." Then he turned to Ja'afar and said, "O Ja'afar, sell half of her to the Commander of the Faithful and give him the other half; so shall ye both be quit of your oaths." The Caliph was delighted with this, and both did as he prescribed. Then said Al Rashid, "Bring me the girl at once"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 297th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph Harun al Rashid commanded, "Bring me the girl at once, for I long for her exceedingly." So they brought her and the Caliph said to Abu Yusuf, "I have a mind to have her forthright, for I cannot bear to abstain from her during the prescribed period of purification. Now how is this to be done?" Abu Yusuf replied, "Bring me one of thine own male slaves who hath never been manumitted." So they brought one and Abu Yusuf said, "Give me leave to marry her to him, then let him divorce her before consummation, and thus shall it be lawful for thee to lie with her before purification." This second expedient pleased the Caliph yet more than the first. He sent for the Mameluke and whenas he came, said to the Kazi, "I authorize thee to marry her to him." So the Imam proposed the marriage to the slave, who accepted it and performed the ceremony, after which he said to the slave, "Divorce her and thou shalt have 100 dinars." But he replied, "I won't do this." And the Imam went on to increase his offer and the slave to refuse till he bid him 1,000 dinars. Then the man asked him, "Doth it rest with me to divorce her, or with thee, or with the Commander of the Faithful?" He answered, "It is in thy hand." "Then by Allah," quoth the slave, "I will never do it; no, never." Hearing these words, the Caliph was exceeding wroth and said to the Imam, "What is to be done, O Abu Yusuf?" Replied he, "Be not concerned, O Commander of the Faithful; the thing is easy. Make this slave the damsel's chattel." Quoth Al Rashid, "I give him to her." And the Imam said to the girl, "Say I accept." So she said, "I accept," whereon quoth Abu Yusuf, "I pronounce separation from bed and board and divorce between them, for that he hath become her property, and so the marriage is annulled." With this Al Rashid rose to his feet and exclaimed, "It is the like of thee that shall be Kazi in my time." Then he called for sundry trays of gold and emptied them before Abu Yusuf, to whom he said, "Hast thou wherein to put this?" The Imam bethought him of the mule's nose bag; so he sent for it and, filling it with gold, took it and went home. And on the morrow he said to his friends, "There is no easier nor shorter road to the goods of this world and the next than that of religious learning. For see, I have gotten all this money by answering 2 or 3 questions." So consider thou, O polite reader, the pleasantness of this anecdote, for it compriseth divers goodly features, amongst which are the complaisance of Ja'afar to Al Rashid, and the wisdom of the Caliph who chose such a Kazi, and the excellent learning of Abu Yusuf. May Almighty Allah have mercy on their souls, one and all. And they also tell the tale of the lover who feigned himself a thief. When Khalid bin Abdallah al-Kasri was Emir of Basra, there came to him one day a company of men dragging a youth of exceeding beauty and lofty bearing and perfumed attire, whose aspect expressed good breeding, abundant wit and dignity of the gravest. They brought him before the governor, who asked what it was, and they replied, "This fellow is a thief whom we caught last night in our dwelling house." Whereupon Khalid looked at him and was pleased with his well favouredness and elegant aspect; so he said to the others, "Loose him," and going up to the young man asked what he had to say for himself. He replied, "Verily, the folk have spoken truly and the case is as they have said." Quoth Khalid, "And what moved thee to this, and thou so noble of port and comely of mien?" Quoth the other, "The lust after worldly goods and the ordinance of Allah, extolled, exalted be He!" Rejoined Khalid, "Be thy mother bereaved of thee! Hadst thou not in thy fair face and sound sense and good breeding, what should restrain thee from thieving?" Answered the young man, "O Emir, leave this talk and proceed to what Almighty Allah hath ordained. This is what my hands have earned, and God is not unjust towards mankind." So Khalid was silent awhile, considering the matter; then he bade the young man draw near him and said, "Verily, thy confession before witnesses perplexeth me, for I cannot believe thee to be a thief. Haply thou hast some story that is other than one of theft, and if so, tell it me." Replied the youth, "O Emir, imagine naught other than what I have confessed to in thy presence; for I have no tale to tell save that verily I entered these folks' house and stole what I could lay hands on, and they caught me and took the stuff from me and carried me before thee." Then Khalid bade clap him in jail and commanded a crier to cry throughout Bassorah, "Oh yes, oh yes, whoso be minded to look upon the punishment of such an one, the thief, and the cutting off of his hand, let him be present to morrow morning at such a place." Now when the young man found himself in prison, with irons on his feet, he sighed heavily and with tears streaming from his eyes extemporised these couplets, "When Khбlid menaced oft to strike my hand, if I refused to tell him of her case, quoth I, 'Far, far from me that I should tell a love which ever shall my heart engrace. Loss of my hand for sin I have confessed, to me were easier than to shame her face.'" The warders heard him and went and told Khбlid, who when it was dark night sent for the youth and conversed with him. He found him clever and well bred, intelligent, lively and a pleasant companion; so he ordered him food and he ate. Then after an hour's talk said Khбlid, "I know indeed that thou hast a story to tell that is no thief's; so when the Kazi shall come to morrow morning and shall question thee about this robbery, do thou deny the charge of theft and avouch what may avert the pain and penalty of cutting off thy hand. For the Apostle, whom Allah bless and keep, saith, in cases of doubt, eschew punishment." Then he sent him back to prison.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 298th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Khalid, after conversing with the youth, sent him back to prison, where he passed the night. And when morning dawned, the folk assembled to see his hand cut off; nor was there a soul in Bassorah, man or woman, but was present to look upon the punishment of that handsome youth. Then Khalid mounted in company of the notables of the city and others, and summoning all four Kazis, sent for the young man, who came hobbling and stumbling in his fetters. There was none saw him but wept over him, and the women all lifted up their voices in lamentation as for the dead. Then the Kazi bade silence the women and said to the prisoner, "These folk avouch that thou didst enter their dwelling house and steal their goods. Belike thou stolest less than a quarter dinar?" Replied he, "Nay, I stole that and more." "Peradventure," rejoined the Kazi, "thou art partner with the folk in some of the goods?" Quoth the young man, "Not so; it was all theirs, and I had no right in it." At this the Caliph was wroth and rose and smote him on the face with his whip, applying to his own case this couplet, "Man wills his wish to him accorded be, but Allah naught accords save what He wills." Then he called for the butcher to do the work, who came and drew forth his knife and, taking the prisoner's hand, set the blade to it, when, behold, a damsel pressed through the crowd of women, clad in tattered clothes, and cried out and threw herself on the young man. Then she unveiled and showed a face like the moon, whereupon the people raised a mighty clamour, and there was like to have been a riot amongst them and a violent scene. But she cried out her loudest, saying, "I conjure thee by Allah, O Emir, hasten not to cut off this man's hand, till thou have read what is in this scroll." So saying, she gave him a scroll, and Khalid took it and opened it and read therein these couplets, "Ah, Khalid, this one is a slave of love distraught, and these bowed eyelashes sent shaft that caused his grief. Shot him an arrow sped by eyes of mine, for he, wedded to burning love, of ills hath no relief. He has avowed a deed he never did the while, deeming this better than disgrace of lover fief. Bear then, I pray, with this distracted lover mine, whose noble nature falsely calls himself a thief." When Khalid had read these lines, he withdrew himself from the people and summoned the girl and questioned her; and she told him that the young man was her lover and she his mistress, and that thinking to visit her he came to the dwelling of her people and threw a stone into the house, to warn her of his coming. Her father and brothers heard the noise of the stone and sallied out on him, but he, hearing them coming, caught up all the household stuff and made himself appear a robber to cover his mistress's honour. "Now when they saw him, they seized him," continued she, crying, "A thief!" and brought him before thee, whereupon he confessed to the robbery and persisted in his confession, that he might spare me disgrace; and this he did, making himself a thief, of the exceeding nobility and generosity of his nature." Khalid answered, "He is indeed worthy to have his desire," and, calling the young man to him, kissed him between the eyes. Then he sent for the girl's father and bespoke him, saying, "O Shaykh, we thought to carry out the law of mutilation in the case of this young man; but Allah (to whom be honour and glory!) hath preserved us from this, and I now adjudge him the sum of 10,000 dirhams, for that he would have given his hand for the preservation of thine honour and that of thy daughter, and for the sparing of shame to you both. Moreover, I adjudge another 10,000 dirhams to thy daughter, for that she made known to me the truth of the case, and I ask thy leave to marry her to him." Rejoined the old man, "O Emir, thou hast my consent." So Khбlid praised Allah and thanked him, and improved the occasion by preaching a goodly sermon and a prayerful.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 20
of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 20. 299th Night to 301st Night. When it was the 299th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Khбlid praised Allah and thanked him, and improved the occasion by preaching a goodly sermon and a prayerful. After which he said to the young man, I give thee to wife the damsel such an one here present, with her own permission and her father's consent, and her wedding settlement shall be this money, to wit, 10,000 dirhams. I accept this marriage at thy hands, replied the youth, and Khбlid bade them carry the money on brass trays in procession to the young man's house, whilst the people dispersed, fully satisfied. And surely, quoth he who tells the tale, never saw I a rarer day than this, for that it began with tears and annoy, and it ended with smiles and joy. And in contrast of this story is this piteous tale of Ja'afar the Barmecide and the bean seller. When Harun al-Rashid crucified Ja'afar the Barmecide, he commanded that all who wept or made moan for him should also be crucified, so the folk abstained from that. Now it chanced that a wild Arab who dwelt in a distant wood used every year to bring to the aforesaid Ja'afar an ode in his honour, for which he rewarded him with 1,000 dinars, and the Badawi took them and, returning to his own country, lived upon them, he and his family, for the rest of the year. Accordingly he came with his ode at the wonted time and, finding that Ja'afar had been crucified, betook himself to the place where his body was hanging, and there made his camel kneel down and wept with sore weeping and mourned with grievous mourning. And he recited this ode and fell asleep. Presently Ja'afar the Barmecide appeared to him in a vision and said, Verily thou hast wearied thyself to come to us and findest us as thou seest. But go to Bassorah and ask for a man there whose name is such and such, one of the merchants of the town, and say to him, Ja'afar the Barmecide saluteth thee and biddeth thee give me 1,000 dinars by the token of the bean. Now when the wild Arab awoke, he repaired to Bassorah, where he sought out the merchant and found him and repeated to him what Ja'afar had said in the dream, whereupon he wept with weeping so sore that he was like to depart the world. Then he welcomed the Badawi and seated him by his side and made his stay pleasant and entertained him 3 days as an honoured guest. And when he was minded to depart, he gave him 1,500 dinars, saying, The 1,000 are what is commanded to thee, and the 500 are a gift from me to thee. And every year thou shalt have of me 1,000 gold pieces. Now when the Arab was about to take leave, he said to the merchant, Allah upon thee, tell me the story of the bean, that I may know the origin of all this. He answered, In the early part of my life I was poor and hawked hot beans about the streets of Baghdad to keep me alive. So I went out one raw and rainy day, without clothes enough on my body to protect me from the weather. Now shivering for excess of cold, and now stumbling into the pools of rainwater, and altogether in so piteous a plight as would make one shudder with goose skin to look upon. But it chanced that Ja'afar that day was seated with his officers and his concubines in an upper chamber overlooking the street, when his eyes fell on me; so he took pity on my case and sending one of his dependents to fetch me to him, said as soon as he saw me, "Sell thy beans to my people." So I began to mete out the beans with a measure I had by me, and each who took a measure of beans filled the measure with gold pieces, till all my store was gone and my basket was clean empty. Then I gathered together the gold I had gotten, and Ja'afar said to me, "Hast thou any beans left?" "I know not," answered I, and then sought in the basket, but found only one bean. So Ja'afar took from me the single bean and splitting it in twain, kept one half himself and gave the other to one of his concubines, saying, "For how much wilt thou buy this half bean?" She replied, "For the tale of all this gold twice told." Whereat I was confounded and said to myself, "This is impossible." But as I stood wondering, behold, she gave an order to one of her handmaids, and the girl brought me the sum of the collected monies twice told. Then said Ja'afar, "And I will buy the half I have by me for double the sum of the whole," presently adding, "Now take the price of thy bean." And he gave an order to one of his servants, who gathered together the whole of the money and laid it in my basket, and I took it and went my ways. Then I betook myself to Bassorah, where I traded with the monies, and Allah prospered me amply, to Him be the praise and the thanks. So if I give thee every year 1,000 dinars of the bounty of Ja'afar, it will in no wise injure me. Consider then the magnificence of Ja'afar's nature and how he was praised, both alive and dead, the mercy of Allah Almighty be upon him! And men also recount the tale of Abu Mohammed hight Lazybones. It is told that Harun al Rashid was sitting one day on the throne of the Caliphate, when there came in to him a youth of his eunuchry, bearing a crown of red gold, set with pearls and rubies and all manner of other gems and jewels, such as money might not buy, and bussing the ground between his hands, said, "O Commander of the Faithful, the Lady Zubaydah kisseth the earth before thee."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say, whereupon quoth her sister Dunyazad, "How pleasant is thy tale and profitable, and how sweet is thy speech and how delectable!" "And where is this," replied Shahrazad, "compared with what I shall tell you next night, an I live and the King grant me leave?" Thereupon quoth the King to himself, "By Allah, I will not slay her until I hear the end of her tale." When it was the 300th Night, quoth Dunyazad, "Favour us, O my sister, with thy tale," and she replied, "With joy and good will, if the King accord me leave." Whereupon the King said, "Tell thy tale, O Shahrazad." So she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth said to the Caliph, 'The Lady Zubaydah kisseth the earth before thee and saith to thee, Thou knowest she hath bidden make this crown, which lacketh a great jewel for its dome top, and she hath made search among her treasures, but cannot find a jewel of size to suit her mind.' Quoth the Caliph to his Chamberlains and Viceregents, 'Make search for a great jewel, such as Zubaydah desireth.' So they sought but found nothing befitting her and told the Caliph who, vexed and annoyed thereat, exclaimed, 'How am I, Caliph and King of the Kings of the earth, and cannot find so small a matter as a jewel? Woe to you! Ask of the merchants.' So they enquired of the traders, who replied, "Our lord the Caliph will not find a jewel such as he requireth save with a man of Bassorah, by name Abu Mohammed, highs Lazybones." Thereupon they acquainted the Caliph with this, and he bade his Wazir Ja'afar send a note to the Emir Mohammed al-Zubaydi, Governor of Bassorah, commanding him to equip Abu Mohammed Lazybones and bring him into the presence of the Commander of the Faithful. The Minister accordingly wrote a note to that effect and dispatched it by Masrur, who set out forthright for the city of Bassorah and went into the Emir Mohammed al-Zubaydi, who rejoiced in him and treated him with the highmost honour. Then Masrur read him the mandate of the Prince of True Believers, Harun al-Rashid, to which he replied, "I hear and I obey," and forthwith dispatched him with a company of his followers to Abu Mohammed's house. When they reached it, they knocked at the door, whereupon a page came out and Masrur said to him, "Tell thy lord, the Commander of the Faithful summoneth thee." The servant went in and told his master, who came out and found Masrur, the Caliph's chamberlain, and a company of the Governor's men at the door. So he kissed ground before Masrur and said, "I hear and obey the summons of the Commander of the Faithful, but first enter ye my house." They replied, "We cannot do that, save in haste, even as the Prince of True Believers commanded us, for he awaiteth thy coming." But he said, "Have patience with me a little, till I set my affairs in order." So after much pressure and abundant persuasion, they entered the house with him and found the vestibule hung with curtains of azure brocade purfled with red gold, and Abu Mohammed Lazybones bade one of his servants carry Masrur to the private Hammam. Now this bath was in the house and Masrur found its walls and floors of rare and precious marbles, wrought with gold and silver, and its waters mingled with rose water. Then the servant served Masrur and his company with a perfection of service, and on their going forth of the Hammam clad them in robes of honour, brocade work interwoven with gold. And after leaving the bath, Masrur and his men went in to Abu Mohammed Lazybones and found him seated in his upper chamber, and over his head hung curtains of gold brocade wrought with pearls and jewels, and the pavilion was spread with cushions embroidered in red gold. Now the owner was sitting softly upon a quilted cloth covering a settee inlaid with stones of price. When he saw Masrur, he went forward to meet him and bidding him welcome, seated him by his side. Then he called for the food trays; so they brought them, and when Masrur saw the tables, he exclaimed, "By Allah, never did I behold the like of these appointments in the palace of the Commander of the Faithful!" For indeed the trays contained every manner of meat, all served in dishes of gilded porcelain. "So we ate and drank and made merry till the end of the day," quoth Masrur, "when the host gave to each and every of us 5,000 dinars, and on the morrow he clad us in dresses of honour of green and gold and entreated us with the utmost worship. Then said Masrur to him, 'We can tarry no longer, for fear of the Caliph's displeasure.' Answered Abu Mohammed Lazybones, 'O my lord, have patience with us till the morrow, that we may equip ourselves, and we will then depart with you.' So they tarried with him that day and slept the night, and next morning Abu Mohammed's servants saddled him a she mule with selle and trappings of gold, set with all manner of pearls and stones of price. Whereupon quoth Masrur to himself, 'I wonder when Abu Mohammed shall present himself in such equipage, if the Caliph will ask him how he came by all this wealth.' Thereupon they took leave of Al-Zubaydi and setting out from Bassorah, fared on without ceasing to fare till they reached Baghdad city and presented themselves before the Caliph, who bade Abu Mohammed be seated. He sat down and addressed the Caliph in courtly phrase, saying, 'O Commander of the Faithful, I have brought with me an humble offering by way of homage. Have I thy gracious permission to produce it?' Al-Rashid replied, "There is no harm in that," whereupon Abu Mohammed bade his men bring in a chest, from which he took a number of rarities, and amongst the rest, trees of gold with leaves of white emerald and fruits of pigeon, blood rubies and topazes and new pearls and bright. And as the Caliph was struck with admiration, he fetched a second chest and brought out of it a tent of brocade crowned with pearls and jacinths and emeralds and jaspers and other precious stones. Its poles were of freshly cut Hindi aloes wood, and its skirts were set with the greenest smaragds. Thereon were depicted all manner of animals, such as beasts and birds, spangled with precious stones, rubies, emeralds, chrysolites and balasses, and every kind of precious metal. Now when Al-Rashid saw these things, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and Abu Mohammed Lazybones said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, deem not that I have brought these to thee, fearing aught or coveting anything; but I knew myself to be but a man of the people, and that such things befitted none save the Commander of the Faithful. And now, with thy leave, I will show thee, for thy diversion, something of what I can do." Al-Rashid replied, "Do what thou wilt, that we may see." "To hear is to obey," said Abu Mohammed, and, moving his lips, beckoned the palace battlements, whereupon they inclined to him. Then he made another sign to them and they returned to their place. Presently he made a sign with his eye and there appeared before him closets with closed doors, to which he spoke, and lo! the voices of birds answered him from within. The Caliph marvelled with passing marvel at this and said to him, "How camest thou by all this, seeing that thou art known only as Abu Mohammed Lazybones? And they tell me that thy father was a cupper serving in a public Hammam, who left thee nothing." Whereupon he answered, "Listen to my story"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 301st Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu Mohammed Lazybones thus spake to the Caliph, "O Prince of True Believers, listen to my story, for it is a marvellous and its particulars are wondrous. Were it graven with graver needles upon the eye corners, it were a warner to whoso would be warned." Quoth Al-Rashid, "Let us hear all thou hast to say, O Abu Mohammed." So he began, "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful (Allah prolong to thee glory and dominion!), the report of the folk, that I am known as the Lazybones and that my father left me nothing, is true; for he was, as thou hast said, nothing but a barber cupper in a Hammam; and I, throughout my youth, was the idlest wight on the face of the earth. Indeed, so great was my sluggishness that, if I lay at full length in the sultry season and the sun came round upon me, I was too lazy to rise and remove from the sun to the shade. And thus I abode till I reached my 15th year, when my father deceased, in the mercy of Allah Almighty, and left me nothing. However, my mother used to go out a charing and feed me and give me to drink, whilst I lay on my side. Now it came to pass that one day she came in to me with 5 silver dirhams and said to me, 'O my son, I hear that Shaykh Abu al Muzaffar is about to go a voyage to China. Now this Shaykh was a good and charitable man who loved the poor. So come, my son, take these 5 silver bits and let us both carry them to him and beg him to buy thee therewith somewhat from the land of China; so haply thou mayst make a profit of it by the bounty of Allah, whose name be exalted.' I was too idle to move for her; but she swore by the Almighty that, except I rose and went with her, she would bring me neither meat nor drink nor come in to me, but would leave me to die of hunger and thirst. Now when I heard her words, O Commander of the Faithful, I knew she would do as she threatened, for her knowledge of my sluggishness. So I said to her, "Help me to sit up." She did so, and I wept the while and said to her, "Bring me my shoes." Accordingly she brought them, and I said, "Put them on my feet." She put them on my feet, and I said, "Lift me up off the ground." So she lifted me up, and I said, "Support me that I may walk." So she supported me, and I continued to fare afoot, at times stumbling over my skirts, till we came to the river bank, where we saluted the Shaykh, and I said to him, "O my uncle, art thou Abu al Muzaffar?" "At thy service," answered he, and I, "Take these dirhams and with them buy me somewhat from the land of China: haply Allah may vouchsafe me a profit of it." Quoth the Shaykh to his companions, "Do ye know this youth?" They answered, "Yes, he is known as Abu Mohammed Lazybones, and we never saw him stir from his house till this moment." Then said he to me, "O my son, give me the silver with the blessing of Almighty Allah." So he took the money, saying, "Bismillah, in the name of Allah," and I returned home with my mother. Presently Shaykh Abu al Muzaffar set sail, with a company of merchants, and stayed not till they reached the land of China, where he and his bought and sold, and having won what they wished, set out on their homeward voyage. When they had been 3 days at sea, the Shaykh said to his company, "Stay the vessel." They asked, "What dost thou want?" And he answered, "Know that I have forgotten the commission wherewith Abu Mohammed Lazybones charged me; so let us turn back, that we may lay out his money on somewhat whereby he may profit." They cried, "We conjure thee by Allah Almighty, turn not back with us, for we have traversed a long distance and a sore, and while so doing we have endured sad hardship and many terrors." Quoth he, "There is no help for it but we return." And they said, "Take from us double the profit of the 5 dirhams and turn us not back." He agreed to this and they collected for him an ample sum of money. Thereupon they sailed on till they came to an island, wherein was much people, when they moored thereto, and the merchants went ashore, to buy thence a stock of precious metals and pearls and jewels and so forth. Presently Abu al Muzaffar saw a man seated, with many apes before him, and amongst them one whose hair had been plucked off; and as often as their owner's attention was diverted from them, the other apes fell upon the plucked one and beat him and threw him on their master, whereupon the man rose and bashed them and bound them and punished them for this. And all the apes were wroth with the plucked ape on this account and funded him the more. When Shaykh Abu al Muzaffar saw this, he felt for and took compassion upon the plucked ape and said to his master, "Wilt thou sell me yonder monkey?" Replied the man, "Buy," and Abu al Muzaffar rejoined, "I have with me 5 dirhams belonging to an orphan lad: wilt thou sell it me for that sum?" Answered the monkey merchant, "It is a bargain, and Allah give thee a blessing of him." So he made over the beast and received his money, and the Shaykh's slaves took the ape and tied him up in the ship. Then they loosed sail and made for another island, where they cast anchor; and there came down divers, who plunged for precious stones, pearls and other gems: so the merchants hired them to dive for money, and they dived. Now when the ape saw them doing this, he loosed himself from his bonds and jumping off the ship's side plunged with them, whereupon quoth Abu al Muzaffar, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great! The monkey is lost to us, with the luck of the poor fellow for whom we bought him." And they despaired of him; but after a while the company of divers rose to the surface and behold, among them was the ape, with his hands full of jewels of price, which he threw down before Abu al Muzaffar. The Shaykh marvelled at this and said, "There is much mystery in this monkey." Then they cast off and sailed till they came to a third island, called the Isle of the Zunnϊ, who are a people of the blacks, which eat the flesh of the sons of Adam. When the blacks saw them, they boarded them in dugouts and taking all in the vessel pinioned them and carried them to their king, who bade slaughter certain of the merchants. So they slaughtered them by cutting their throats and ate their flesh. And the rest of the traders passed the night in bonds and were in sore concern. But when it was midnight, the ape arose and going up to Abu al-Muzaffar loosed his bonds, and as the others saw him free, they said, Allah grant our deliverance may be at thy hands, O Abu al-Muzaffar. But he replied, Know that he who delivered me, by leave of Allah Almighty, was none other than this monkey."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 20. Read by Lars Rolander.